Next round of the DGFX Endurance Series, powered by Sim Experience, coming up here on RacespotTV in just a few moments' time as we race into the Belgian night.
Get ready, going green. Green, green, green.
Welcome here to Sucky Spa-Francorchamps here in the Belgian hills, and it is the dead of the night. The night being ripped apart by the sound of race cars in these storied corners. Richard Whiteford and also Jake Sperry joining us today, along with Alvin Nieves, our regular, as we bring you coverage from today's 6-hour endurance race for round number 4. Well, the cars are out, they've qualified, finishing qualifying now as we mentioned. Classes are all ready to roll, and it's going to be a tough battle tonight. The darkness might get some eyelids fluttering, but everybody will make it to the end, we hope. Will they be one of them? We'll find out. Live as always on RacespotTV on YouTube and iRacing Live. Welcome to the party, Alvin. I think Alvin's already fallen asleep. The night's put him to bed, Jake.
Yeah, it certainly has. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, wherever you are actually around the world right now. This is absolutely fantastic to be involved in right now. 3 different classes of action. Qualifying just about getting itself over and done with. The final laps coming in then in terms of this one. And what also has to be said is this championship is incredibly short as well, Rachel, because we have ourselves a situation where we are here with 5 races only. This is round 4 of 5, and there are 3 championships which are all still undecided.
Yes, certainly are. It'll roll into today, and of course the final round in Canada, which is going to be a very tough race, but the points are tight. Let's have a quick look at the prototype class. The moment being led by the guys who are topping out, not quite topping out qualifying actually at the moment. Fusion Racing, they're in second place, with Samba Racing Team in second, Simitok in third, German Sim Racing's 151 in fourth, with Team Vikings Mornier in 5th. Our GT class has certainly been a very interesting one so far, Jake. Blackadder Motorsports 66 in 1st, 49 Motorsports in 2nd, German Sim Racing's 305, Graphite Racing, and Vapex Racing Group GT Red. They are in your 5th place. Possibly our most exciting class though this season has been GTC. There's been a lot of wild action going on there. German Sim Racing's 255 leading the way with Sim RC Strawberry, the 256 from German Sim Racing, Blackadder and Road Bastards Blue. Of course, we had fantastic racing in Japan for those guys. What a battle, Alvin, we saw in the last few laps amongst the GTC cars.
Yeah, it is, and it seems like my volumes are now all spread out, so my apologies for that. But yeah, an absolutely fantastic race that we had last round down at Suzuka, and I'm sure that today at Spa here, 6 hours at night, you put all that in an endurance format. I'm pretty sure Rachel and Jake, this is gonna be a fantastic race here today.
It certainly is. And Jake, Spa, it's difficult in the daytime, but now we're throwing it in the darkness. As qualifying will roll to an end, we'll go to the grid in just a second, but night racing, a real challenge.
Yeah, it's a disillusion that not many people really try to test out, and it's really the biggest momentum of sorting out the men between the boys, shall we say. It's a lot different. You have to deal with visibility being completely lowered. You have to deal with trying to work out where you're hitting that curve. You can only see basically just a little bit in front of you rather than seeing 4 or 5 seconds down the road. It's a completely different challenge, and it's one that needs to be worked on.
It certainly is. And speaking of challenges, let's go to your qualifying grid. On the pole in prototype class, Torque Freak Racing Sunset will be leading the way into the night today. Fusion Racing, second place, with Team Vikings Monnier in third. German Sim Racing.de's 152 in fourth. Simitok Esports in fifth. German Sim Racing's 151 in sixth place, with AOD Racing HPD. Samba Racing Team in eighth, your second place points runners. Ninth place, Berlin Simsport LMP. WR Racing in 10th, 4X HPD, Unicorn Endurance, Road Bar Stewards Green, and NAB Racing in 14th rounding out your class. Jake, you've got our GT cars.
Yes, we do, and it's TNT Racing Gold who hold the front on a 216.069. Black Adam Motorsports there, the 66 machine there, is second in class, with Hammerdown Racing third, joined by the Team Vikings Midgard team. There you see the German Sim Racing.de 305 with 49 Motorsports there, A, with AOD Racing GT and Sweet Spot Racing there in 22nd. Then you look further back, likes of V Apex Group, Graphite Racing, Road Bar Stewards there with Black Adam Motorsports 67 machine, Overdrive Performance 211 there in 27th with the WR Racing B team, War Dogs GT with V Apex Group Blue, Road Bar Stewards Black, and then you got SMT Motorsports rounding it out. Alvin, you have yourself your GTC.
Yeah, and here starting in pole position in the GTC class, SimRC.de Strawberry with a time of 220.7, and follow on the front row with GTN Racing for 221.3. Third place, Black Adam Motorsports number 69, and fourth place, the Torque Freak Racing Radion. Fifth and sixth place, we got the pair of teammates, the Sherman Sim Racing.de 255 and 256, starting in fifth and sixth place. Seventh place, we got the Agi Motorsports, and eighth place, Fusion Racing Black. Betsy Motorsports DFGX are going in ninth place, and rounding up your top 10 Screwloose Motorsports. As we go further down the grid, we got Berlin Sim Racing Sport, number 87 Puffin Racing, KPR Sim Racing, Back Cactus Racing Blue Team, Road Bastards Blue, and rounding up your field in the GTC class, the Work in Progress Racing Red, number 23. Rachel?
Sydney has one non-qualifier, the German Sim Racing 152. One of our prototypes, which is an unusual situation for them. But we're out here on the pace lap. A short pace lap. We'll be going through the very end of your lap here at Spa-Francorchamps, as the iRacing safety car will pull away, leading the field. Let's get ready to go green as we'll head through Blanchement and to the bus stop before beginning the lap here, of course. Almost daylight down there on the track with all the headlights lighting up the field. The first few laps will be a real Christmas tree for the viewers at home, but things will spread out very quickly, and soon that motorway feeling will head to country roads as the lights will be very much spread out and drivers unable to see very much. Heading now to the bus stop chicane. The field will be left in the command of Torque Freak Sunset, leading the way into the night here at Spa-Francorchamps. Alongside them, Fusion Racing, Vikings behind them, the German Sim Racing 152 there also. I apologise, before it was the 153 actually was the car that didn't qualify, not the 152. They are up there in fourth, as we mentioned. And they'll come through the last corner here. Around we go. Torque Freak Racing Sunset will have the field. Alongside them, Fusion Racing on the front row. Prototype field. Green, green, green. And we're away here for the 6 hours of Belgium. Great start by Torque Freak Racing Sunset, and the prototype field is a rush into the Eau Rouge Radion complex for the first time up the hill, flat out. Looking at TNT Racing Gold leading the GT field. It will go across the line. Green flag waves. Good jump as well. Blackadder Motorsport 66 clear as well. As we'll cycle back to Simarcy Strawberry leading your GTC field. The final flag of free will wave for those drivers out of the source. Here we go. We're racing all classes running, Alvin, here at Belgium.
It seems like there's a fantastic start here by every single class here. Looking at the prototype field here, it seems like they go now through the no-name corner, being led by the number 181 Torque Freak Racing Sunset. Everything clear here so far.
Jake, your GT field so far? A bit more bunched up perhaps in the prototypes. Didn't really go... Oh, caution flag flies.
Yeah, very early caution flag then. Just going to need to find out where that has happened. And, well, it's not ideal to see the caution flag come up early, but it's something that has to be done. It's a false start, and there was an incident there in your GT category there. GTN Racing getting a little bit of damage there, shall we say, at the front. It was a huge pile-up, actually, heading down the Kemmel Straight there, Rachel.
It certainly was. We'll have a quick look at what happened there. I believe Fitzy Motorsports, one of those cars involved, as we're showing the 77 car here. Fitzy Motorsports, this was a run up through Eau Rouge Radion, a problem location, especially on starts of races. As Fitzy will go up the track, and we'll see that issue start there. Jake, take us through it.
Yeah, and it was coming out of Radion here, the run to the Kemmel Straight. It was WR Racing B, Martin Green, managing to get into a little bit of trouble with Overdrive Performance 211. They just come together on the straights, very narrow, and then all pandemonium kicks off then as they all get themselves a little bit tangled up down the Kemmel Straight. There's a few that get themselves into a lot of trouble there, Rachel, but what does have to be remembered is we slow it down all over again, and now they continue to get themselves going once again here in terms of this one. The safety car is out.
Certainly is. The safety car conditions will be dealt with here, of course. It's a full course caution at Belgium, a long track, but we will see the field catching that pace car, so it could be some time yet before we see them actually catch up to the iRacing safety car. It's only just pulled down pit road. It's back out again here on lap 1. At the start of the race control, all the drivers would have wanted. Certainly a false start to this race. Alvin, of course, very tricky for these drivers to get themselves into that hyped mood as they catch the safety car there up the Kemmel Straight on lap number 2. But the drivers, they hype themselves up. They're all ready to go racing, and suddenly, caution.
It is, and then when you consider, that one thing that we have been talking, we now have a night race, and one thing that we also have to consider is that Spa, unlike tracks like Daytona or Twin Ring Motegi, they're not really that lit up throughout the whole racetrack. You pretty much only have the complex of the start-finish line going through La Source, but as soon as you enter Eau Rouge, there's really no light, so then that's pretty much where you really have to exercise the patience. And when you also consider this is a 6-hour race, so this early in the race to see an incident like this, well, that's where the drivers now, they really have to tone it down and now rethink their strategy.
Certainly is, but of course, Jake, the start of this double file start at the very beginning of the race, low visibility, hard to see. You're going to see issues arise, of course, and it's not something perhaps we expected for these guys, but as they say, cautions breed cautions, but also starts breed cautions, and a lot of cars in close proximity, well, it can lead to this very thing.
Yeah, it can, and well, when you are dealing with this situation where everyone's getting a little bit nervous, longest race of the calendar as well, which is playing into quite a few drivers' minds, it is something where everyone just needs to stay a little bit calm. It's more easier said than done in this situation, but when you are dealing with this night and you are dealing with this visibility, for these sorts of drivers here who are looking to try and master endurance, night racing is something that they actually have to train in and get themselves to that level. You can't just step into a night race and be exactly as quick as you were. There are going to be discrepancies with the fact that you struggle to see the apex just that little bit more. You've got to rely a little bit more on natural instinct than you do on your training itself.
You certainly do, of course, and the field will get themselves prepared for this restart. We're not sure when that will come. The lights on the pace car, I believe, are still on, so we have at least another lap after this one. Looking at the first 10-15 minutes of this race will be actually under caution, which is not what the drivers would have wanted, but it does mean we'll restart in single file, which could actually be a little safer.
Yeah, it certainly can be here when you're starting in single file. When you're in that single file line, you're too wide going through to start the race to begin with. So when you did have that too wide, there was emphasis to go too wide up a very, very difficult Eau Rouge section. It's never recommended to go up too wide, no matter how much you want to try and beat a hero through that section. So going single file, it will bring its own advantages here, Rachel. In fact, that, you know, overtaking opportunities, you could argue, are diminished, which means that there is less opportunity for incident to occur.
That is very, very true, of course, and less opportunity for incident is what they would have wanted, but as we mentioned, a lot of teams will be very much aware of what's happened and very much on their toes to have had this many incidents with, of course, your GT field. So that's put a lot of drivers back in the order, not what they want to be, mixed in with GTC cars. WB Racing there, the Apex Racing Group blue, Road Bastards black, and SMT Motorsport well down the order. But all cars, I believe, still out on track, Alvin, so actually no, we have SMT and Road Bastards on pit road there from that incident. The Apex are on track, WR are on track together. So 2 cars potentially out, 2 cars right back in the order.
Yeah, it is, and then, you know, we're just pretty much now coming to the end of what is lap number 2, and we are essentially going to start lap number 3 pretty here soon. But, you know, so early in this race, you get involved in an incident like this, it can be a little bit demoralizing. And when you consider the nature of the track here, Spa-Francorchamps, you need that little bit of downforce, especially if you're in a GT3 car. So those cars in the GT3 class that were involved in this incident are gonna have a little bit of trouble coming through the end of the race. But one thing that is good to consider during this race, it's 6 hours, so you had an early incident in this race. Okay, you know, it's not the end of the world. You can still recover, but you really have to now nail down that strategy, and that level of patience very important now.
It certainly is, and they'll have to get themselves going as lights are in fact off on that iRacing roof pace car. We'll be going back to green this time by. But you may have noticed in the caution there's something different about these cars. Every single car in the field here, they have Swedish flags on their end plates. I'm sure you may have heard of the attacks in Sweden in the last couple of days. We've had multiple drivers in the series, of course, from Sweden, and 2 teams specifically from Scandinavia. We at RacespotTV and DGFX themselves want to send out our thoughts and prayers for those members, teams, anybody else affected by the attacks, their families, and those who unfortunately lost their lives in those terrible incidents. Even though this weekend's race will be held at night, the cars have been modified to show, well, different decals, as well as having the Swedish flags on the end plates and black wing mirrors in support of those affected by the attacks. So a nice gesture from the guys at DGFX, and one that I'm sure will resonate. Sim racers, Jake, they're a crowd that can band together behind a cause and behind members.
Yeah, they certainly can here, and well, I have to say it's a fantastic cause that they're bringing themselves together in terms of right now, because they all need to look at this one here, and it does bring yourself a little bit closer to home when you know that there's 2 teams who have their bases pretty close to where we saw incidents occur in the last few days. So when you put all that into perspective, it is quite harrowing of a thought here, and for those who are racing and racing in terms for the memory of those and the others, I think it's very well done, and it's a very nice touch.
Certainly is, and Alvin, as we're heading now through the S's section down here towards the end, or the halfway point of the lap, really. Getting ready to go green, what are your thoughts?
Well, you know, it's really one of those things that, you know, it doesn't really matter where it happens, where it's close to home, where it's 2,000 miles away. You know, it's one of those things that we always have to think about the world that we're living in, and the circumstances that we're living in, and you know, it really brings to question how we as a society have evolved with the good and bad things, of course, and how far we have come and how long we still have to come in terms of, you know, as the human race to come into equal terms. But, you know, really unfortunate what happened, and I really hope that those really affected, my condolences, of course, and hope that we can all recover, and just regardless of what happens, you know, let's just band together and have a good race here.
We certainly will have a good race here, and all those Swedish flags will be flying on all the cars in today's race, and I'm sure it'll be a fantastic event as this one gets going. The field will be going back to green this time by the line. Talk Freak Racing leading your prototype class, with TNT Gold leading the GT field, SimRC Strawberry leading your GTC field. As we'll head down towards the bus stop now. The lights on the pit buildings just there in the distance. And we get ready to go now. One more corner in the source for Talk Freak Racing Sunset, and a single file restart will occur. Possibly a little bit more safe. Under what is the Grand Prix starting line. Down to what can be the first corner, of course not on this endurance layout. And a classic start, of course, for Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Talk Freak Racing can go when they wish now, and they will. Go green very late there for Talk Freak Sunset as they will make the restart. And we'll see what happens as they run up a Rouge Radion now. Should be simpler this time by. Single file restart here. The field getting through the first section. No major dramas from your GT, or your prototype field, as GT cars will go down the front stretch. And it was nearly 3 wide there for your GT cars. TNT Racing Gold were your leaders, absolutely mugged there. Somehow we have no idea what happened for them. They're in 4th.
Yeah.
Big crash. Whoa, we've had a problem again. Caution is out. We're going to try and work out what's happened. I believe it's down in your GTC field.
No, it's your GT3 field right now. It was the German SimRacing.de 305 there, getting a huge tap, Ericsson-esque. Actually, Ericsson or Magnussen-esque, I should actually say there. Magnussen-esque up into Radion there, just gets a big rollover there. And for the 305 machine, that is not what they wanted.
That was a 667, we believe, that started that one off. I think it's a 667, looking at it. It is on the hood, I believe. We're trying to work out who that car is, because I don't see them in the listings. No, we do. It's AOD Racing. Got in the back of the German sim racing car and lifted the back wheels practically off the ground there, Jake. Putting them round first, and then into the barriers they go. Huge crash, makes contact with another Mercedes a little bit further back, and wow. Even managed to make up again.
No, we didn't here, and I think those drivers in the middle of the pack are thinking that they need to make places early here in this event if they want to get forward. I don't see that as being the same sort of way to go through, and that is going to be something that is going to be playing into the minds of drivers the later this goes on. The more time that they spend under this caution period, the more nerves they're going to get themselves back going again. And when you have a series of false starts, there may be this numbing effect to getting back going again and really racing hard with the drivers there, because that has been sort of deprived in the early stages. Now, I think in this situation that everyone needs to just take a step back here and just make sure they get a couple of clean laps under their belts to get rid of this caution breeds caution mentality. Nobody wants to crash out in this event, but everyone's taking too many risks here to try and win the event from the first lap.
These aren't false starts, Alvin, of course. These are, in fact, legitimate starts that are ending in crashes before we've managed to make it more than 2 corners. And when I say 2 corners, a Radion, which is, of course, a challenging corner. However, not this challenging. We've got 2 cautions, incidents happening at the very top of Radion on both our starts, both in the middle of the GT field. So perhaps someone needs to go and tell those drivers to calm down.
It certainly is, Rachel. And you know, when earlier in the race, that's pretty much, you know, sometimes you got all those nerves, you know, all that adrenaline, you know, running down, and you really want to go as fast as possible and make as many positions as possible. And you know, sometimes these things happen. Another incident that also happened, and it was down at your prototype field. It was with the number 64 and the number 152. It was only a small contact between both of them, but the 64 just spawned coming out of Lecum. Nothing major. Now he's running last in dirt lap. So yeah, you know, there definitely needs to be just a little bit more patience that we have been seeing in here today, because as things stand right now, this may not be a race to the finish. This may be the last man standing.
Which is not the way we want to see an endurance event go, of course, Jake. Last man standing is more for the demolition derbies, and this is meant to be a fine European gentlemanly endurance event where people will race against their competitors for a result, but not this desperately off restarts. Of course, we watched the start there in GT has to be looked at by the marshals, of course, because it was an utter joke, in fact, because your leader, TNT Racing Gold, I'm not sure if we could show a replay, it's been a bit of a while since it happened at the start of lap 4 there, the end of lap 4 onto lap 5 I should say, but TNT Racing Gold were your leaders in the class. They had the right to start that class. When they went, the GT field could go. However, they bobbled a little bit, didn't actually go, and everyone just shot past them.
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion that we saw of the GT restart, seeing that on screen as we speak right now. And, well, for Hugo Prato, the TNT machine there, that TNT Gold car, you know, he's a very experienced driver. He knows what he's doing. There's a little bit of confusion in the early stages, and once they went, they went. And the green flag probably did drop at that stage, and there was, quote-unquote, nothing really that could be done about it. So, you know, it is going to be something for the stewards to look at there, and Hugo Prato isn't the sort of driver to get caught napping like that, especially at the front of the field, and especially when you're looking at this race and thinking, you know, we've got ourselves a quarter of an hour in already, and we haven't really seen any overtakes. We've spent most of the time behind cautions. Now everyone's starting to think how the strategy card comes into play, because they're not using the fuel and they're not using the tyres here, Rachel. That means that the strategy drastically changes in terms of how you separate that stint and how the pit stop allocation times come into play.
Certainly is, and that will definitely make a difference here, of course, as we know, Alvin, from the Nürburgring, GTC cars on the long laps, on these big tracks with fast corners, they can go a lot longer than GT3 cars on fuel. We saw them mixed up, of course, at the ring. We could see a similar result here, where GTC cars are mixed in fact, ahead of sometimes the GT field. And with them being quite similar on top-end speed, just the GT3 cars being better in the corners, this could make a real mess of things.
It will absolutely do. Now, we also have to remember that since the round and the Nürburgring, there have been some changes in terms of what is the fuel tank for each car, and for the prototypes, it's pretty much have been left untouched at 100%, but for the GT3s and GTCs, they have been lowered just a little bit, perhaps to bring it on par with the prototypes and don't have that much of a gap when it comes to pit cycles. So definitely the fact that we are still running under caution, it helps everybody, no matter who you are. Now it's just a matter of, you have these cautions. Now you gotta start thinking, if you want to start playing the race now, kind of race it backwards. Where is the time that you need to come in for the last pit stop that you can come in and do all your service? So I'm pretty sure that the team that wants to win, they better start doing their strategy now, because these caution laps can make or break your strategy.
It certainly can, and we should be going back to green flag conditions fairly soon, Jake. But Alvin raises a good point. In fact, we'll go back to green this time by very quickly, as of course we're heading up the Camel Straight here. Pitting under these first cautions actually might be a big advantage, because we're 20 minutes in.
Yeah, we're 20 minutes in, and if there has been any form of damage that we've seen in the opening laps, the second caution has caused itself a little bit of a lifeline here for certain drivers. They all know that they need to be, in terms of this race, close enough to be right in that battle. We still have 41 cars on the leading lap of this event right now, out of the 49 here who went and started the event. So we are in a situation where a few cars are a lap down, but for those drivers who got involved early on and didn't really have too much that was happening, you know, they now find themselves in a situation where they are still in this event, albeit towards the back of the field, and everything's continuing on. I'm seeing a couple of penalties coming in as well. An EOL penalty for Simonic and Lundy as well there, Rachel. So poor problems for them.
Certainly is, of course, those are for involvement in the incidents we saw during this event, of course, for perhaps, I believe, the jump start, because I'm looking here at where the positions are. No, it's not actually. The GT03 cars ahead of your leader are still in position, so it's not for that. I believe Simonic and Lundy were involved in that incident there at the top of Radion. We'll go back to your leaders, and like we said earlier, we'll hopefully get a start this time by that actually involves some racing. I realise it's been a very kind of steady start to... sorry, those are pre-race penalties Alvin's telling us. Pre-race penalties that have been applied now, meant to be applied sooner. Gonna head down now to at the end of the track actually here. Sorry, I just lost my location looking at the cameras here because it's so dark. It's very hard to recognize where you actually are, Alvin. It's a familiar track, we all know it, but it's going to disorient you somewhat.
It is, Rachel, and you know, when you combine this track, you know, it is perhaps one of the best tracks that it's out there in the world, whether it's for Grand Prix, endurance racing, touring car, whatever you want to race. This is perhaps one of the best tracks and one of my favorites, of course, and I will perhaps even say my favorite track here, Spa-Francorchamps. But you put it here, you put it in the darkness, and it really does change the whole character. I can tell you, if you have a live map, it definitely does help to keep track of it, because with the darkness in here, perhaps the only corner that you can really recognize as it is pretty much El Rouge. Everything else, well, you just have to know it by heart.
You certainly do. And speaking of corners I know by heart, the good field will now head towards the end of the lap. Field will be under command of Torque Freak Racing Sunset here, as the pace car will pull to pit road, we think, to stop and wait, although it could be for refueling after this many laps out on track. Field under command of Torque Freak Sunset here, as they will get ready to go. In fact, yes, actually at the moment, as Jake's reminding me, the pace car actually does currently hold most laps led so far in the race, so that's the thing. Through the source now, we'll get ready for the restart. Hopefully this time it will actually be a successful restart. Torque Freak Sunset. See if they can close the curtains on this one and get a good restart here. They'll go green early this time. Good launch by your prototype field. Everyone through the first corner, no issues there. Heading up to a Rouge Radion. It's a good flow through. No problems so far in the restarts we've seen for your LMP field. They've managed it completely successfully, as the Blackadder Motorsport 66 car, your leader in GT, will go as well. GT going to make it through Eau Rouge Radion, we think. You know what? They have. Impressive for the first time, as Sim RC Strawberry will lead the way here for your GTC field up the hill. Onto Kemmel Straight, and we believe we might have, Jake, the whole field through Eau Rouge Radion.
We do here, and that's great to see then as the action continues onwards then and into this first lap going on. Robson has that gap in the 181 to the 59, has held things on quite nicely, and well, now we're seeing here Fusion Racing Team Vikings are still in this one as well, in through the double left-hander, a pull-on that these drivers come along, and now we're going to start to see the opening stretches here of gaps being made here and gaps being shrunk. This is going to be all about who has that highest cadence of pace here, and that's something in the first 20 minutes that we've not been able to establish.
Certainly is, and Alvin, the car's getting ready now to actually get racing speed through a whole lap here. In fact, we've head down Blanchimont already. We're through the two Stablos, and we're on our way towards Blanchimont for the first time with your prototype field. This is perhaps surprising. We've got this far so far, and the drivers approaching the end of the first lap here, and we're actually starting to have some passes.
Yeah, and through Blanchimont at full speed for the first time in this race. Also have to note that there was a couple of slowdown penalties coming out of El Rouge Radion. That that is something that we usually do see during starts and restarts. So just part of the race here at Spa-Francorchamps. But we finally, after 20-some minutes, we got our first clean lap here.
We certainly do. We have an actual lap in the books, led by something other than a pace car. And that is Torque Freak Racing's Jake Robson, as he will get himself through Eau Rouge Radion for the second time as leader. Behind them, GT field, big gap for Blackadder Motorsport 66 car with Mark Torres. He's actually got a huge gap there over Hamadan Racing in third. TNT Racing Gold have recovered past 49 Motorsports Dexter Castro. Hugo Breiter there going after the Hamadan Racing car of Paul Darling, Jake. And there's two Audis there battling for the second spot. Something we haven't seen for a while though. Our leader is actually a Mercedes.
Yes, it is, and we've got the three different classes here are inside the top four right now. As you can see, Prato move to the right-hand side of the circuit, get himself down the inside so they make the run up to Lake Coombe, gets himself on the brakes and makes that one look very, very comfortable then down the inside and gets himself back then to second position in class right now. And he even chased down Blackadder, and Blackadder did something really good off the start there, Rachel. They went at the back very much straight away at the back of the prototype field. That left, there was no chance really for recovery for the likes of Hammerdown and TNT. So they are now on the back foot, and now Hugo Preto has got to call on all his experience to get back to the drivers in the front.
You're certainly doing, Alvin. Down in your GTC class, again, a strong run by Blackadder's 69 car. They've passed SimRC Strawberry here, and Carl E. Jensen leading the way in that Porsche 911 for Blackadder, and those cars are really doing quite strongly today. This is a circuit that really plays into that team's hands, it would appear.
It certainly is, and for this racing and here today, especially for this GTC field, these cars, they really don't have that much downforce, and you put them on this track here where downforce you really do need it for those high speed turns. So the GTC field would definitely end here today. Lots of patience that they will need. They do have perhaps I will say the best tires out of all the cars in here. It really has a good handling. This car, it's just a matter of trying to keep it all full tires on the asphalt. As long as you do that, you're gonna have a fantastic race.
Certainly are in an era for Fusion Racing, and Paul Searle at the bus stop at the end of last lap. Made a bit of a mistake, and he's lost ground over Teal Freak Racing Sunset, allowing the Vikings Monia team to catch up here, Jake. And the Vikings have been very strong recently. Of course, it's your first round of the series, but Nicholas Helm, a regarded driver here, and he's really making the attack now on the points leaders.
Yeah, he's only 18 points then off the championship right now. Has had quite a few good results, but seeing what happened there down at the bus stop, there was traffic ahead that they had to deal with, and in the end, Fusion Racing just went too deep against the car that was running away. You can see it takes a little bit of the grass there out of Pure, and they can't afford to do that too many times in that HBD Honda, and just running wide and getting himself a little bit too late on the brakes cost him about 2 seconds there when all was said and done. Was right there with Talk Freak Racing Sunset, and now they've got a free pass to get away.
Yeah, they certainly do. And Alvin, these Honda ARX cars, not quite formula levels of downforce, but a significant level. But someone like Spa here, you're trimmed out for high speed.
It is, and when you consider the level of downforce that these Honda prototype cars do produce, yeah, they are not to the perhaps the current Formula 1 cars that we saw just debut a couple of weeks ago.
Well, they're nowhere near Formula 1 levels, that's for sure, of course. But these cars are more trimmed in. In fact, a lot of teams in real life, in fact, also sim racing terms, Spa is often used as an analog for Le Mans. It's a similar track in how it races. It's fast. There's a lot of high-speed corners with mixed in with the stop-start. So these cars really trimmed out, running very low downforce setups. And how does that make a car handle when you get into those slow-speed corners like the bus stop?
Well, it really does make for an interesting challenge when, especially when you come to those low speed turns where pretty much there's no downforce at all whatsoever. And I'll say this is pretty much no matter what car you come in, those really low speed turns, it's all about mechanical grip. Just forget about downforce. As long as you get that suspension, those dampers, those anti-roll bars, once you got all that dial in, that's pretty much the best thing you can do, especially when you come to the bus stop, last source, corners like that. Mechanical grip, that's what it's all about.
Certainly is. Mechanical grip, a vital component here. And Jake, speaking of grip, right now, the frontier field for the GT field really starting to separate out here. TNT up into second place again in their recovery. Preto showing some good speed. Last time by a 2:17.6 for him. Your leader, a 2:17.6 also. AOD Racing down back in third. With a, believe that was a... Now that has to be some sort of technical glitch. Oh, it's a prototype. That's why it's showing 7 seconds quicker than your GT leaders. As AOD Racing filtering back through the field, of course. That makes them up for a GT car for a second, looking at the stats. Hammerdown Racing, 2:17.9, so 3 tenths off TNT, who got through there. So the Frontier GT field balanced, but spreading out.
Balance but spreading out, yes, and in this situation when you're dealing with these GT3s, they're all looking around themselves and they're wanting to make sure that it's clean, that it's effective. They've had that 20-minute period early on at the start of the race. Now if they get a little bit of space, it's about running your clean laps. You still have battles going on down into the corner with no name. 3-car train here, Graphite Racing in there, the Apex Racing Group GT Red, and also Sweet Spot Racing there with Martin Heller there on the back. And you can see as well just how everyone is trying to make that push here going on forward. You can see Heller right on the back on the run to Fania coming out of Pouon, moves to the outside, not going to work, no chance to go down on the inside there, and it hasn't worked out in their favour.
Has not worked out in their favour yet, so that's one thing we'll have to keep an eye on there. As 211, car 211 causing a collision on lap 1, turn 4. Of course, the number 211 machine, Overdrive Performance, having a drive-through penalty for that first lap caution. That is the Audi R8 car there. Gonna have to come in and serve that one, Alvin, so we're gonna lose a bit more time.
Yeah, it is, and but like I just mentioned during one of the caution periods earlier in this race, it's really not much of a problem. Yes, it kind of may throw you a little bit away mentally speaking, but earlier in this race, it's better that it happens now. You can really recover from it, regroup, make another strategy, and perhaps get a good finish after all.
You certainly can finish still fairly well, as they will come in for that service now and get their car, well, deal with their penalty, I should say, actually, at this stage. As we look at the 404 and the 127, Jake, Unicorn Endurance and Berlin Simsport here in your prototype field. And the Unicorn, well, they just got past the Berlin Simsport 127 machine. That's the black and yellow car chasing down the blue Unicorn. It's getting exciting up in the prototypes. They're actually fighting.
Yes, they are, and we've seen there Vladimir Marchevsky make that move in the Unicorn Endurance car, but he's still not out of the woods yet. You can see Tobias Schultz tucked in right underneath in that Berlin Simsport LMP. Berlin Simsport have cropped up in the last year and done a pretty good job of things, you could say, in the terms of mid-packs of racing, but loses so much time through that mid-part and loses quite a bit of positioning as well. Another penalty coming into play as well for car number 17, Rachel. So that is a G Motorsports there. And that's
wow,
place,
we just saw a big moment there as a rather hefty outbraking maneuver by, I believe that was NAB Racing. We'll just do a replay for you. Going into the bus stop there, I mean, we need a Stuka siren here from the World War II dive bomber, because the number 3208 there goes flying in. Miley Cyrus came in like a wrecking ball for that one. Undershoots the Berlin Simsport car and flies off the track. So somebody perhaps needs a change of underwear after that braking maneuver.
Certainly does, and well, we saw NAB Racing just trying to nab a position, but it hasn't worked out for them, and it's moves like that which are very scary, and you have to leave the room when you're getting yourselves forward. Now back up to live, and you're seeing here GermanSimRacing.de 153, Alexander Bratz down the inside, taking the position there for a Mike Notzelman there of the Road Bar Stewards green car. So a big wiggle there from the Bar Stewards car, and you don't want to be making those sorts of mistakes early on. Get yourself focused, find yourself a rhythm, listen to a podcast, put some music on, talk to your teammates, do whatever over the radio to make sure that you are concentrated and 100% at all times.
Yeah, there certainly are. There's another wiggle from the Road Bar Stewards there, as German Sim Racing's car gets through there. Trying to work out which one of their cars that is. It can't possibly... No, it is. It's the lap down car of the 153 machine piloted by Alexander Bratz, as you just mentioned, Jake. Got myself mixed up a little bit with that one. Of course, that car is scored a lap down at this stage. I must say, I absolutely adore the livery on those German sim racing machines in all the classes. That is an absolutely gorgeous eagle there on the bodywork.
Yeah, it certainly is. And well, what we are seeing though is 6 sim racing German machines, so they certainly want to flood the series and make sure that they get the best results out of their vehicles. And well, for German sim racing, they are in a position where they do have quite a few members at their disposal. Rachel, caution flag for the 3rd time.
There is. We'll try and find out what happened to cause the caution. We did just get a notification from race control, as it's the 95 car with problems here at Spa-Francorchamps, but the race controllers gave a drive-through penalty for SMT Motorsport to serve for causing a collision. Well, they're serving their drive-through penalty currently. They're in the garage because they haven't actually left after that initial incident. As we'll show a replay here, Jake, of the 95's incident.
Oh, that's a horrible, horrible incident that I've just seen. Bad Cactus Racing. That was the German sim racing 151 car, Jens Ledvig, then trying to thread the needle, gets it a little bit wrong there and just clips Ed Voris's Bad Cactus Racing blue car into the wall. He went and tried to get that one back on circuit, and being out of control and damaged, he actually managed to clip another car as well there in that instance. So that's not what was wanted. That was WR Racing and Arthur Chan in a world of hurt.
It certainly was there, of course, and a prototype splitting two. Porsches will certainly get the penalty we expect. That is not correct racing behaviour from the 151. Of course, the Bad Cactus car, once it was on the grass there, Alvin, really no control. He gets kind of half back on the circuit, tries to keep it a straight line. Unfortunately, the car spins on the grass and catches WR Racing there, slams them sideways. The brake rotors on that prototype car glowing as they try to stop. A severe incident here on lap 11, and that's our third caution.
And you know, that is one typical incident that we see in here in multi-class racing. Cars coming out of pole, going into Fagnes. That is something that it's really common that we see in here at Spa-Francorchamps, and even worse when there are two cars right in front of you battling for position and you are the faster car. You try to split them. Well, 9 times out of 10, unfortunately, it always ends in disaster.
So it does, under caution here at Spa-Francorchamps for the third time, and we'll get that safety car back to the lead to continue leading the most laps. But let's settle an argument, folks, because we've had a little discussion going on in the chat on YouTube. Is it livery or livery for race cars?
Livery. Always has been, always will be. End of discussion.
Wow, as Jake slams the mic down from that one. Alvin?
Well, English is not my primary language, so I really have no saying in this one.
Have a thought, go on.
Well, I'll just say livery. That's the way that was taught to me. That's the way that I've heard it. So I'll just take with Jake. So it's livery.
So we have a Puerto Rican saying livery. We have an Englishman saying livery. We have an Englishman saying livery as well. So that's 3 against everybody else. We'll take it. We'll go for livery. I've heard people saying livery, I must admit, Jake, and it does sound like an Americanization.
It does a little bit. When you're livery, you know, you expect an extra E maybe, or a hyphen or something like that to keep it going. But, you know, in the end, no, it's not. It's a livery, in my opinion. And I know I'm strong about this one when it comes to a grammatical context here. But, you know, when it does come down to it, each and every one of those liveries looks stunning.
Oh, there's some fantastic artwork on these cars for the race today. The guys at the race teams here in the DGFX Endurance Series always pull out the stops and produce some beautiful cars to run on the racetracks here for this series, the most colourful racing series we probably have. These cars look absolutely fantastic, and as we already mentioned, the Simitok Esports car is a beautiful one. The black, red and the white. One of them we always keep an eye on. We mentioned German sim racing a little earlier on. They've always had a very beautiful race car, as so many of these other teams do as well. Road Bar Students cars are stunning. The Vikings machines are gorgeous. The Hammer Down Racing cars, well, we could name everybody here. You know, I could say a lot of things about Sim RC's cars personally, but that's because I painted them. So I won't, because that's a little immodest. We'll move on as we get back to ready to go racing here. I'll have a quick look through your classes. Prototype class, top 5, Torque Freak Sunset with Fusion Racing in second, Vikings Monio in third, Simitok and German Sim Racing. The top 5 identical apart from that swap of position with Simitok and German Sim Racing. Down in GT3 though, big change. Black Adam Motorsports 66 leading from TNT Gold, Hammer Down in third, 49 Motorsports in fourth, with AOD in fifth. GTC is Black Adam Motorsports, Sim RC Strawberry, Torque Freak Redillion. WR Racing are not in the same class. German Sim Racing 255, G Motorsports and Fusion Racing Black. So things on a bit of a shake-up outside your prototype fields. The GT cars certainly having a far more entertaining race, Alvin, than the prototypes maybe.
It certainly is, and when we consider, you know, the this prototype field, since these cars are all about the downforce and how much downforce you have in these cars, you take that car and pretty much it's all about who has that setup nailed down. Now when we come to the GT3 class, you get that, you take just a little bit of that downforce, and it's more down to driver skill, and who knows better than to do this than the teams that we have in here today. Some great GT3 and GTC teams that we have in here today, and being on the limit on these GT cars, it's really a challenge because you don't have that downforce, and trying to go as fast as possible on a circuit like here at Spa-Francorchamps, it is definitely a challenge.
Certainly as the nighttime making it more difficult for these drivers as well, Jake, and I think that's really the primary difference here. Normally Spa creates very clean racing, but it seems that going into the darkness has really caught these guys on the edge.
It has, and what also has to be remembered about Spa-Francorchamps, as well as this nighttime attributing factor, is the fact that there isn't really too much runoff area when it comes to the sides of the circuits, and when it also comes down to when you get onto the brakes. And well, you are seeing a situation where when you're looking at everything that's happening, it's not a Herman Tilke designed track. You're not going to have an acre to try and find the car and regain control of the vehicle. You may get it down at La Source, but after that, you really don't have too much to really work with here, and that is something that is one of the circuit designs. It is all about how you keep it on the road.
It certainly is, and we've had the caution period extended here so race control could sort out positions. Safety car leading a few more laps here as we're heading towards the end of our first hour. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw teams pitting here, actually, guys. This would be a perfect window to get that car down pit road. Now we know the period of caution has been extended. Head down, get fuel, get tyres, get ready to go for a different strategy. Maybe in this situation, Rachel. I think that the tyres would be fine, and the fact that they've been saving so much fuel in the opening 40 minutes of this event, I would think that you could probably get an extra 5-10 minutes out of it in this situation. I'm not quite sure what the philosophy or the thinking will be behind some of these teams, but they know that a caution at any time during this race throws the plan out the window, so it's all about also in this event who has the greatest brains behind them. Certainly is, and well, we'll find out what happens very shortly when we get back to green flag conditions. We're sure we're going to see a couple of cars head down pit road, but folks, we'll be back in just a few moments after these messages.
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them for abreast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
So obviously you guys have come from the virtual world to reality. What do you think about a sim racer coming in the real world? What were your expectations coming in?
Coming from iRacing, a computer program basically down here to a real world scenario where you got all these guys with all these years and years and years and years of experience that are also using iRacing as a tool to come out and run against those guys and beat them and finish ahead of them and show them, there's a thing or two you might be missing is fantastic. I mean, that's a skill that I know I don't have, and I can appreciate it because I'm terrible at iRacing.
Glenn was able to come into the team. We did a lot of preseason testing, actually a full season's worth of testing before we even started the season. And he came in, there was a lot of sectors that he was the fastest guy out of our team. And Sparky and I are looking at data, trying to catch up to him through some turns. And of course, some places Sparky will be the fastest or I'll be the fastest, and Glenn is able to learn from, what we're doing and vice versa. So it was excellent to see his pace right off of the bat, and speed was never a worry. It's about qualifying well. Qualifying is very difficult, and pretty important in this series. And so is, being able to make effective passes without contact. It's very difficult to pass in these cars, so, it's not easy being here.
I think the level of ultra competitiveness in here, where when normally when you make a pass, you're making a pass with 2 cars involved. But if we're making a pass in this series, you have to remember there's 5 cars waiting behind you. If you mess up that pass, they're going by you.
Yeah, it's like sharks.
Yeah, you're surrounded by sharks. But no, it's been I've been very surprised and very pleased with it. And obviously, I have the 2 champions I'm sitting between. John actually statistically is the most successful MX-5 Cup driver in the world. He owns every record that you would want, none of the bad records.
Maybe some of them, I don't know.
Maybe some of those. And Sparky's one of the quickest guys in the paddock, and obviously the champion now. So I couldn't have picked a better team to be with 6 Sideways. I'm looking at what everybody in the paddock calls gold. I mean, they will pay to look at John and Sparky's data, and I get full access to it. And I get to see where I'm doing well and see where I can improve. And I've been really pleased with my progress.
Welcome back to round 4 of the DGFX Endurance Series here at Spa-Francorchamps, under caution for the 3rd time today. Jake, I believe you just seen Berlin Simsport head down pit road for service with a strategy change.
Yeah, and I've seen quite a few cars actually in your GT3 category come in. Dexter Castro of 49 Motorsports being the big name in all of this. So a lot of drivers thinking it's time to come down. It's time to make those stops happen. And actually, I like this decision. It's technically a free pit stop, if you will, right now. They get themselves back going again. They get themselves trying to push themselves forward. But the only problem they've got here in this situation, being one of the last chances that they have to do it, lights are off of the pace car. Next time by, we are going green.
We certainly are, and we'll just talk about going green actually for a moment, if you don't mind. But I'd like to just deal with the little elephant in the room at the moment, Jake. But there is an argument perhaps that when you've got these visible caution periods on track, it can look like a series that's particularly wrecky. However, as we were discussing off air, the fact is, in a lot of series that do not run caution flags, you can actually see way more incidents happening. It's just either they're not caught on broadcast, or they're regarded quickly, then moved on from, and the racing continues. But we've only had really 3 small incidents that have caused this. Of course, DGFX's rules are if the car needs to tow, you must talk to race control and therefore must have a caution flag thrown. So a car just needing to physically tow isn't as big as people might think. There have been 3 wrecks, but in normal conditions we wouldn't have noticed.
Yeah, and you look at the incidents that cause cautions. I mean, you could even cause a caution just by having a self-incident that may cause yourself needing a tow. It's a situation where you look at it, and in terms of some other races, it hasn't been major big accidents. We haven't seen everyone run themselves into the ground with damage or issues like you would say arguably in an official race. I think it's been a little bit cleaner, although we've had this long period of stoppage and we have seen a lot of laps spent just waiting to get back going again. I still think it's a very good decision in the interest of safety for cars finishing and getting results for other drivers in the race.
Let's be brutally honest, Alvin, in real-world endurance racing, you see yellow flags all the time, especially in American series like IMSA, of course, or formerly, ALMS. This sort of thing happens, you get yellow flags.
It does, but we also have to remember that, the main difference from real life to sim racing is safety. And, in real life, there is the main thing, there are human lives out there that we need to protect first and foremost. And that is the main reason that we do the full course cautions up in real life. Up in here in the sim racing world, we cannot do it to make emulate the strategy part more as much as possible, because you really don't get hurt unless we get to a point that the motion rigs start getting 2x4s that if you hit something they will just smack your face or something like that. But as it says right now, it's more for the strategy part and more to kind of get more involved in it.
It certainly is. And the green flag will be out this time by. Going to get ready for the green flag here on our 3rd restart of the event so far. Let's hope for a better start, I should say. A better good one. That wouldn't be very English of me. Language, at least. Talk Freak Racing now in command of the field as we'll head to La Source. Racing safety car still racing them there. Again, he's going to have to refuel at some point because he might end up running out. We'll look at the GT field. Black Arrow Motorsports very tight behind your prototypes here again. Very tight behind the prototypes. They're going to make a quick start, we suspect. WR Racing are the last in line, along with AOD. And green flag will fly. Good jump by Talk Freak Racing Sunset. In fact, the front three cars there with Fusion Racing and Team Vikings Monier. Big jump there. We'll look at the GT cars. They restart, as do the bulk of your GTC cars. All of them having to really go together now because they're so mixed up. You can't really have classes jumping on restarts here, Jake, like we saw at the very start and the very first two cautions. Things are rather mixed up here.
Yeah, they are, and they need to work together in a sense to try and get themselves through this opening section. It is very easy to get yourself involved, as we are seeing side by side between the Blackadder Motorsports 69 there, and there is SimRC.de Strawberry Leonardo Corti. The brakes light up, and he holds the position then as he gets himself to the front of the field, but it's not over and done with yet here, Rachel. You can see Janssen still wants to make the move here for Blackadder. Defensive down in towards Rivage. They just came out of Malmedy round the outside. Let's try it. I don't think that one's going to work. Might have the inside for the corner with no name. No, not going to happen.
Certainly not going to happen right now. There's a big battle here with the SimRC Strawberry car and the Blackadder number 69 car in your Porsche 911 GTC field. Brilliant action down here in these GT cars, and something we've seen so far, Jake. In fact, I'll put this one to Alvin, actually. You've been here all season. But these 911s have had some cracking racing in this series. The performance has been spectacular.
It certainly is, and I think this was the first series that we saw the GTC cars coming here and being in a competitive environment. But you know, this is something that we have seen all season long. This GTC class has had some fantastic racing. Now, I want to touch a little bit of base with the pit stops that happened during the caution period. We have to consider that this layout here is the endurance layout. So, of course, we also have the long way around the pits. That means you come in now, you're gonna lose a lot more time that you do under caution, because just going through the pits, it's over a minute 30 seconds. So the fact that you come under caution, it makes you perhaps not lose one lap. If you come during the green flag, that definitely you will lose a lot more time, especially on this layout.
It will be, but not as much as people might lose, of course. We're being a very long lap here, but we'll keep our eyes here on Blackadder and SimRC Strawberry. So look who's coming to join them. Talk Freak Redillion coming up behind them with the blue wheels there. Orange machine. The blue car, of course, Blackadder. The yellow car is SimRC Strawberry with a huge strawberry on the bonnet. Tucking in behind the rear wing there is the Blackadder Motorsports 69 cars. They will go up Eau Rouge Radiant. GT cars here, Jake, absolutely on the limit getting through Eau Rouge Radiant. Very tough corner actually for GT cars to get through.
It certainly is in this situation, especially for those Porsches who struggle with that aerodynamics compared to the power outputs being very similar. You can see Janssen's going to try and come back here in this one right now. And you can see just not able to get close. Tries to go for the up and under then into Lake Coombe. That's not going to work. Gets the power down earlier. Almost seen Torque Freak getting all over the back. And there was trouble here at Blanchemont for the 918 and the 922 machine that we've just been seeing there moving forward there. And that was WB Racing B getting all sorts of troubles. That's Andrew Botterill there behind the wheel.
It was, and of course, no caution flag yet for that. As I believe, coming up through the field here, Robust was green, filtering past your GTC leaders, waiting for a good opportunity to pass. Very good, manners from a prototype car there, Alvin. Didn't jump on the GTC cars, the two battling leaders, when he got there. He waited for it to be a straight, and then he bounced past. That's just how it should be done.
Yeah, it is, and you know that this is one of the things that brings these interesting strategies. You know, when you do the strategies here under caution, yeah, you will get a good mix within the whole field, and this is where the real patience comes in. And you know, it's really interesting because we usually start seeing these things 20-25 minutes into the race, but it's because the fastest cars are lapping the slower cars. But we are seeing this just because of pit strategy and because of all the full course yellows that we have been seeing in here today. Regardless, it's pretty much the same dynamic. So it's a lot of patience, a lot of cooperation, and I think what Road Bastards did there, it's definitely the right way to do it.
Certainly is the right way to do it, and they're doing exactly what they have to do. Is they're side by side there for the lead. Good jump by the Blackadder car, but not quite enough to get past SimRC Strawberry. It was closer perhaps than we might have thought actually for a moment there, as GTC lead once again side by side. Great run here by Blackadder. They want through so desperately, Jake.
They do, and that was a mistake by the SimRC.de Strawberry. Now they're going to go too wide here, up a rouge. That's not ideal, and they're not going to back down, but unfortunately the driver backing down is Janssen. That sacrifices both their runs. Here comes Torque Freak then. He goes and gets past one there. That's David Barraclough here. He'll try and get past one. There's no toe to help him here on the outside. Needs to fall back into line. He eventually does here, as you can see, still trying to come back in down on the brakes, and actually he backs out of it there, which is a wise decision from him.
It certainly is a great move there, as this is a fantastic battle. The field really pulling together now. The top four closing in. The German sim racing machine there actually starting to catch up now to the Torque Freak Racing with the Leon machine and the two leaders. So we could have a four-way battle here, Alvin, for the lead of GTC.
It certainly is, and you know, this is pretty much the MO for this class all season long. You know, the GTC class has done, I think, some fantastic battles here, as we got a prototype just going through this leading GTC pack here into Pool Hunt. So you know, these top three in here in the GTC class, the Torque Freak Racing Radion, the Blackadder Motorsports, and the SimRC.de Strawberry has the top three cars. One car that we have been missing though, it's Bendable Racing White, and you know, after the fantastic win that they had on the Nürburgring, just to be straight, because of exceeding driver limits, you know, the one car that perhaps being missed here in this GTC class.
Certainly is. This is too wide there behind them as a GT car gets through on the GTC machine, but really on just ahead there, racing side by side, letting a car through, as well as we are having one of those GT machines move his way up towards your leaders. Trying to work out who that is. Actually, that's one of the Mercedes, I think, because it's looked like a Corvette actually for a second, but it's not. It's a Mercedes.
RacespotTV Racing.
It is. It's what racing. So one of our GT cars there, moving his way back up through the field as they'll get themselves going again. But looking back up at our prototype field, we'll see what's been going on amongst those guys. It's Torque Freak Sunset still leading the way by a comfortable margin, with Fusion Racing there, second place, just about 7/10 of a second between them. Team Vikings Monnier a second back, with Simontok Esport and Samba Racing Team there. They've moved up from 8th so far, Alvin. That's moved them up into 6th, well, 5th, sorry. They're 3 spots up now. So Samba heading forwards, which is why their consistency has put them second in points.
It is, and you know, this has been one of these teams that perhaps they have just a little bit of trouble throughout the whole season, but you know, the persistence that they have shown throughout this season, you know, they really don't give up. They are there. They pretty much show up every race. They are involved in an incident, no matter. They don't give up. They keep racing. They keep going, and well, at the end of the day, this is endurance racing, and what matters is being there at the end of the race.
Certainly is, as we look at the 151 German sim racing car from your prototype field. They've dropped back here somewhat, running in 7th place right now, although making their way forwards. That's Jens Ledvig behind the wheel, going after the German sim racing 152. Their sister car, of course, the 151, actually did get a penalty for an incident they'd served earlier on, so it's surprising they managed to catch up this well.
Well, they've only just
racing.
Oh, Rachel, they've only just been given that penalty right now there. It was contact on lap number 12, so that was on that third caution, and that's what caused that third caution that we saw. So that 151 machine now will have to take that drive-through penalty, and for them being 4th in the championship, that is the last thing they would have wanted at such an early stage in the event.
Of course, yes, that was the incident involving the Bad Cactus racing car when that 151 actually pushed through the GTC cars. So of course, we saw a good example of prototypes passing lower classes with the road bar Stewart's Green. We saw a bad example with German Sim Racing's 151 car, but as they're moving forwards, of course, they'll have to serve that penalty if they wish to get back racing again, as we see your leader pass by some of our GTC traffic, and that's the thing now, we'll actually get to dealing with traffic here, Alvin, because we're catching it. We've actually had so many cautions, we've not managed to get traffic as an issue yet.
Yeah, it is, and now this is where we start seeing the real dynamic of multi-class racing, especially when you still have these lower classes pretty much bunch against each other. This is the part that the faster classes, the prototype class in this case, we really have to exercise that patience that we have been talking about all race long. They are racing for position. You have to respect that fact, and you as the faster driver, you will have to exercise the patience that you have as well, because yes, you are in a battle as well, but so are the slower cars.
Certainly are in a battle, and that's something to keep an eye on. Jake, you got a point?
Yeah, Dexter Castro getting incredibly lucky coming out onto the Camel straight there. There were slowdowns for the V-Apex group and for Overdrive Performance, who was trying to get through the field as well. So both GT cars having to take themselves a much more corner-cutty line, shall we say, coming through Radion. Castro had nowhere to go, so blocking the track. 2 tyres on the grass. So lucky that he didn't find the wall in any form of this one.
Certainly did. Dexter Castro, of course, had some bad luck in a previous round, and they've had a bounce back. Of course, nearly took a class win last time out at Japan, in the end, 2nd place. But performance is going forwards again a little bit for them right now, so we'll see if they can make their way back in this race. 49 Motorsports, one of the 2 BMW entries here, of course, in your GT field. They're right behind your class leaders from GTC, who are still going at this one, Alvin. It's still Sim-RC Strawberry and Blackadder.
Yeah, it is, and the 49 Motorsport, they came to the pits during that first full course caution, so they are definitely on a split strategy compared to the front-running GT cars in their class. So it'll be really interesting to see how this dynamic with the alternate strategies now start coming into play as the clock ticks down, and perhaps if there is another caution coming later in this race, how that will affect the strategies for everybody.
Oh no, there's drama, and I believe that is yes, Sim-RC got the Strawberry. It's your GTCs colliding.
Oh, and we know where this has come from. It was contact made by a GT car on your GTC 2nd place runner of Blackadder Motorsports 69 machine. I believe that was the 57 car. The V-Apex Racing Group GT Red plows into the back of 2nd place in GTC on the replay you can see there. Plows into the back of him, which means he misses his braking marker, flies in and tags your leader. So really, that's, if you see there, that's the GT car's fault. It's not actually them out braking. He got basically snooker punted into the leader.
Yeah, certainly did, and that's not an incident that you'd like to see, but when you have such a similar top speed in both of those vehicles, the only place you can really make that up is on the braking, and with the high performance speed down to the corners, it didn't cause a caution, which was the surprising note to come out of it, but what it has done is it has completely shaken up your field in terms of GTC right now, because what you do see is Blackadder Motorsports having that lead, and Torque Freak Radion now has themselves about 3 seconds to make up on this one, just because of all that traffic that's tried to just try and navigate its way through.
I don't think, of course, they really intended to be in the lead here, Alvin. They've kind of inherited that after the incident. But I think we can see a penalty coming for the 57 car, the V-Apex Red machine there, causing that incident. I'd be very surprised if it was given to Blackadder, but I think if Strawberry from Sim-RC catch up to Blackadder, they might sportsmanly give him that spot back, as we didn't mean to end up with things this way around, but they couldn't exactly afford to stop and wait for him to get going again.
And this is one of those things that it happened by accident. It wasn't something that Blackadder Motorsports, I'm pretty sure they didn't want to take the lead this way, but it wasn't really their fault what happened.
We've had a spinner here, and it's second in your prototypes. Fusion Racing heading into Fania, having a big moment there, just all on his own, flashing the lights and hitting the brakes hard there through the corner, lost the rear end very weirdly on the curb, shall I say. So Fusion Racing, a second mistake of the night.
Well, Fusion Racing were chasing your leaders very closely there, so not something they wanted to see happen, of course. They were right on the back of your class leader there. It's Torque Freak Sunset, which would mean, of course, they've had that spin because they were pushing quite hard at that point in time. I've got a replay for you. It was trying to go into corner behind a GT car. In fact, they had to slow down because the GT car was on the apex in front of them, and they just dropped the car, but no contact made. So everything okay. And the 57 drive-through penalty there, causing a collision. That's the race control team reacting very quickly to the incident with the Sim-RC Strawberry, Blackadder 69 and the 57 GT car a moment ago.
Yeah, it wasn't.
That's another one there. He said still sideswiped the 69 car at the bus stop, Alvin.
Yeah, it is, and you know, it's really one of those that, you know, you were involved in an incident, and you know, you go past the 69 and you're still causing that much trouble. You know, you really have to take it easy.
Oh, got the side by the side. And that could be the race lead there. And
it is!
touch and, oh my word, that is Vikings around.
It is. This is huge. Battle for the race lead there. Vikings, Monnier, Torque Freak, Sunset into the corners at the end there of the Kemmel Straight. And Lecoum and Rao round the outside they tried to go, and the Vikings get punted by Torque Freak Sunset. And I don't want to call it a racing incident, Alvin, but it was close to being one.
Yeah, it is, and you know, this is one of those that battling for the lead. You know, the pretty much over 1 hour. You got that much traffic going on, and you know, it's kind of seems more. I will say definitely that was a racing incident, because definitely there was some things happening in front that both of them were not expecting, and being so fast that these cars, you know, those things do happen.
I think we're seeing incidents here because this is the first time these guys have been in traffic so far, Jake. They're not perhaps as dialed in as they might have been by the hour mark.
The problem isn't the fact that they're reaching traffic. The problem is they're reaching both sets of traffic at exactly the same time. That is what is causing these heavy incidents right now, and that is something that is going to be playing into a mind. And look who's gaining the advantage out of all of this. Championship implications, because Samba Racing Team now are up into second position, and look at that gap. There's only one car in between, a little bit held up there into the chicane. Car comes down onto pit road then in that situation. That is Overdrive Performance, the 211 machine. Not the first time they've come in here, so damage potentially for that vehicle.
It certainly is, as here comes Samba Racing Team. Of course, yeah, you say that, Jake. It could well be some damage for Torque Freak in terms of some aero damage, but slowing them down, because we are seeing the gap come down to Samba. It was it's about 1 second at the moment, so that is actually almost within draft range.
Almost is at the moment here, and for Baz Rowenkel right now, he will be thinking, oh, thank you very much. You can see again traffic there ahead there of the Team Vikings mid-guard there. That's Eric Nordby there just ahead, and well, it's going to have to be a waiting game down onto the brakes. Can't get it through the first part of Lake Coombs, can't get it past the second, and I doubt it will happen through Malmedy even. Now Samato K Esport here is waiting on the back of them now, and that's the problem they've got. Emmanuel Galliner here really close right now, and still just has to wait into Ravage with the car on the outside. Traffic who are being lapped want to dictate their pace, and you've got to find the way around, but sometimes you do need a little bit of help here, as you see Samato K run a little bit wide through No Name.
He certainly is, and Baz Rolinski there in the Samba Racing Team machine, pushing hard here last time by, 208.654. Torque Freak Sunset with Jake Robertson at 211.938. That's 3 seconds a lap difference. Traffic is playing. Samba just handling it better, Alvin. But look at this, look at behind them, that's Simatok Esport, right here on the back of Samba Racing.
Yeah, it is now. We are starting to see this battle really develop between the positions 1, 2, and 3. I'm pretty sure that the number 181 may have some bit of damage as a result of that incident with Team Vikings, but the top 3 so far, I know that they haven't come into the pits yet, so it should be a couple of more laps before they start coming into the pits. I'm pretty sure that Torque Freak Racing is pretty much looking forward to this cycle of pit stop, perhaps repair a little bit of damage and gain that top speed that perhaps they have lost.
Certainly will, and we'll have to see how this one will filter through the racing here. Of course, we are past that first hour in the racing conditions. In fact, looking at our racing clock, we have exactly 4 hours and 51 minutes remaining, guys. So 4 hours, 51 minutes left on the clock here for the DGFX Endurance Series. We had 3 cautions in that first time period, and things definitely have been tumultuous.
To say the least, it certainly has. We are seeing, though, GT cars coming down onto the lane. Seeing TNT drop themselves then in the 007 machine, and it's a driver change as well as Arthur Hermont then comes into the machine to replace Hugo Prato. So for TNT, a driver change early on, maybe get the driver out and away here. It's very difficult to ascertain a rhythm here at the moment. So, you know, what we are looking at here in this situation is people struggling, and it's, Alvin, you have to say, it's one of those things where it's not working in the favor that some drivers want around here.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, when you come to a track that you pretty much know by hand, and then you throw in this factor of night racing. I know that sometimes, you know, people like to do things very differently, and, you know, Spa, it's one of those tracks that, you know, you put in night racing in it, and it does really change the whole dynamic of the track as it is. And, you know, there are things that you may think that they are cool when they're at during the day, but once nighttime comes in, well, you know, it really can throw a wrench into your whole strategy, into your whole driving dynamic, and that is something that not every driver can adjust to it so easily.
Certainly isn't here, and we're looking at this battle going on between 2nd, 3rd and 4th in your prototype division. Samba Racing Team, Simitok Esport, Fusion Racing as well. Line astern at the moment here. The gap between all three cars was 2.2 seconds last time they crossed the line. That's going to be a little bit different here when they next cross, and the answer is going to be now that gap comes down to about 1.5 seconds here, Alvin. So when we're looking at this situation, we're seeing Samba are losing a lot of ground here, but the cars behind are closing here, and closing at a very, very quick rate.
They are definitely, but I think that we are coming to the point in this race since they still haven't come into the pits yet, so perhaps they're trying to play a little bit of strategy, knowing that, you know, how things have been going throughout this hour and 10 minutes that have gone so far, you know, with all the carnage that we have seen. Perhaps the P2, 3, and 4 playing it just a little bit safer, wanted to come into the pits, trying to get that service and then resume the racing.
Yeah, we're seeing a driver change for the Hammer Down Racing GT3 category here at the moment as well. The 22 was leading when coming down in. Matt Quinn now will take over the machine, but the problem they've got is that it's a 2-sync strategy when you're coming into play in terms of this 6-hour event. That third caution period has completely changed how GT3 are going to be playing here, because some drivers have come in early, other drivers have gone to try and hit the hour mark, and for those drivers hitting the hour mark, they have lost a lot of track position and a lot of time in this one. So now you look at who is actually leading this event in terms of this one. You have to say Sweet Spot Racing now hold all the cards in their hands in the 81. 49 Motorsports then doing very well in second, Alvin.
Yeah, it is, but you know, we also have to consider that the GT and GTC class, they had their fuel tanks adjusted, so the usual range that we are used to seeing from them, you know, up to the hour, perhaps just past the hour, they're not going to get that. But with all the caution flags that we've had so far in this race, that thing has changed a lot in terms of what the fuel strategy has been. So as it stands right now, we really don't know what is the real range of those class on under full green flag conditions.
No, we don't in this situation. That's something that is going to be playing into the mind of these drivers. They look to try and work out what's the quickest way home. If there is a caution, if there isn't a caution, they're running so many variables in terms of this racing right now. We're actually seeing more prototype battling going on here in your categories going on, because you've got AOD Racing and you've got Team Vikings trying to make the recovery here in the Molchner team. You also have Oliver Kemersat there in the German Sim Racing.de 152 machine. All in that one as well. Upper Rouge, and now into riding on this quick flick left. You can see just how much difference there is in pace. 170 meets 175. Here comes Nicholas Helm then, and he's going to go to the inside on the run then up into the right-hander. Can he make that position sorted? Can he get that run down the inside? The answer is going to be yes, and that's a very, very easy maneuver, Rachel.
Certainly looked that way, Jake, as things are in this position, but Alvin, this sort of stage, you've got to be very careful passing, especially in the dark.
Yeah, it is, and you know, that is something that we are going to see pretty much from now on until the end of the race. You know, you really have to be on your toes, especially when you consider this track really fast, and then you throw in the nighttime. Well, it's going to be a long race, so really patience and be careful.
And he is, as we'll take a quick look at your running order here. As things stand, Talk Freak Sunset from Samba Racing Team, Simitalk Esports, Fusion Racing and German Sim Racing.
They have switched, Rachel.
Top 5, they've just swapped, so that will update, of course. As in your GT field, we're trying to work out exactly what order everyone's running, because things do look a little different. I think we're seeing some pit stops happening, Jake. Sweet Spot Racing currently leading the way, it's showing.
Yes, and we've seen that strategy effect come into play. Sweet Spot Racing then came in during the last pit stop period, and they've worked through the traffic and now have position in terms of their strategy. 49 Motorsports there in second with Dexter Castro behind the wheel. Third then, as things stand right now, just trying to look back here with this one, is the Team Vikings Midgard team there with Eric Nordby behind the wheel. Fourth then will be Black Adam Motorsports 67, that's Scott Corbin behind the wheel. And then fifth will be Graphite Racing with Casper de Court.
Certainly will be, as down in your GTC field. Black Adam Motorsports 69 car, Talk Freak Rodillion second place, German Sim Racing's 255. AG Motorsports and SimRC Strawberry, they've recovered to 5th, Alvin, after that unfortunate game of bowling they had down at the final bus stop.
Yeah, it is, but you know, one good thing that these GTC cars have is that because they're not that downforce dependent, they can take some damage. You will be surprised the amount of damage that these cars can sustain and still not be affected that much. Of course, every car does have its limit, though that doesn't mean that these Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars are invincible, but you know, you can take a little bit of damage here and there and still get away with it.
Certainly does, as we just saw the SimRC Strawberry machine getting past the AG Motorsports 911, moving them up to 4th in class. They will work their way back towards your leaders of that class. Of course, they had been the leaders, and this is a situation they particularly like being in, as they saw a GT car braking behind them, a little bit nervous in that final chicane. Had their own problems down there, of course, a few laps to go. 27 laps in the books here, Jake, at Spa, an hour and 20 minutes, and well, things have been clean for quite a while now. We're looking perhaps a green flag period, a green flag stint perhaps of a couple of hours.
Well, that will be the hope here, and that will be the plan as well. We're seeing here the last little fringes of maybe some overtakes happening. What we haven't seen at the moment is many of your HBDs come in. We haven't seen many of your Porsche 911s come in, so that's still to try and play an effect here in terms of balancing out things here. But you have to say, for Leonardo Corti, he has been on a charge up into that 4th position, and it's not too far down the road to 3rd position in terms of that category. In the German SimRacing.de 255 machine, Mario Brachler is not too far away from Corti here to really make that happen, as we look at the 667 and the 22 machine as well. And that's Hammerdown Racing's GT3. And look at this Trey coming up Radion here, because that's Quinn now. And you can see trying to get around AOD, trying to get around the road bar stewards, trying to get around Simitalk, who's got past all of them. Let's go 3 wide as they head towards Lake Combe.
They do indeed, and 3 wide down the Kemmel Straight is nothing new here at Spa-Francorchamps. But at least they sorted it out before Lake Combe there, as through will also go on one of the 911 GTC cars, the machine of TNT Racing Gold. 007 entry has been down pit road, of course. They've been in first service. Arthur Helmont behind the wheel of that car right now, as they will start their way back through the field. Of course, things are going to shake out. We're in the middle of the pit cycle for your GT3 cars, at least. GTC coming in next, Alvin. We think those guys, tank's going to run dry soon.
It is, and we also have some prototype cars coming into the pits as well. We have the German Sim Racing, the number 150 to the 64 AOD, and the 158 Samba Racing, which we're running in second place. So now we're starting to see some of the front runners up in the prototype field coming into the pits as well.
Yeah, they're certainly are. The lead prototypes will be heading down pit road very soon for their service. And Jake, nighttime brings open a second set of conditions. Do we see people double stinting tyres in some of the GT cars with it being so much cooler?
I think it's a possibility. There's always trying to be an area to try, an establishment to try and get themselves through, and it's a long stop actually for that Samba Racing Team car. That's Nacho Llano behind the wheel of that, and you can see just waiting, now finally gets himself going again. You can see just how much time he's lost here. Lost time to AOD and also that German Sim Racing 152. There was a driver change, yes, but maybe there was a little bit of speeding down pit road.
It certainly could have been a very long pit road, but all these cars have pit speed limiters, so if you're speeding on the entry to pit road here at Spa, that is brave indeed, because Alvin, it is very hard to speed down that entry without hitting a wall. And if you're speeding on pit road yourself, you kind of deserve it, having a button to keep you at the right limit speed.
It could also be, but you know, there's also that possibility that especially for these prototype cars, since they are pitting all the way down the back straight going into Eau Rouge, you can still save some fuel here and there if you want by pressing the clutch, but that also means that you are not the speed limiter is not really gonna help you, and if you're not paying attention, you can speed just by going downhill.
Certainly can. That's something you do want to try and avoid at all costs, with this being one of those situations where time lost in pit road, it's a long pit road here, of course, Jake. You're going down both sides of the pit road, so it can really impact your laps.
It really can here, and you're always looking to try and minimize time on pit road. It's one of the unwritten rules that it's a thing that's the least practiced, but it's the most beneficial in terms of the races. Oh, Simmertok getting all shapes of out of line with Berlin Sinsport just ahead of Sven Newman, and very lucky there not to pitch the car into a spin because there was opposite lock on both sides of the steering wheel.
Certainly were there as very, very bold entry to pit road. As this is one of the dangers. It's a very tricky entry, Alvin. This entrance, the S-shaped entrance, really slows the cars down, but you can be tempted to really push it.
It can be, and then when you also consider, you know, you really have to slow down, and then you try to gain that time just a little bit going into the entry, but then some people forget there is a wall there waiting for you that if you are not careful, well, the wall and you are going to have a slight disagreement, and guess who's going to win?
Absolutely, the wall will win every single time. Walls always win. That's what people seem to remember. I mean, Adrian nearly won with Scotland, so that's a good one. I was trying to find some sort of appropriate wall-related joke that I didn't really want to go into, but as we're looking at pit road, I believe we've got SimRC Strawberry leaving pit road, as is the Torque Freak Sunset car heading for their pits. Both cars heading to their pits.
Yeah, they are here in this situation. They're both hitting the same sort of levels. Torque Freak need to get themselves out of the way. Simmertok haven't had the best lap either. And we're seeing battles going on as well between the 73 and the 152. So Vikings now still trying to get into that battle here. And they have German Sim Racing.de 152 behind them. Run into the right of Fania. Left then coming up. And now you're seeing here Julian Ocean then, who is really trying to make this work here. Erling Bandmer there for Vikings here. Both of them come in and made a stop, and both of them here, Rachel, right next to each other as they come out of Curve of Paul Frere.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they'll be getting their services now, getting this all done. We'll see them back on track very soon, of course. We'll get our second stint here. This is the first real cycle we've seen, and this is what it's done for our racing. Of course, these 3 cautions, Alvin. We've pushed the actual caution window here 25 minutes later in most cases.
Yeah, it is, and you know that now, you know, because of that, all those full course yellows, we really still don't know.
Caution flies, and we've got people on pit road. This is a massive advantage for the likes of Simmertok Esport, Torque Freak, Sunset. I believe there's other cars also getting their pit stops done. This is a huge advantage for those cars.
Absolutely, here in this situation, when you have made that pit stop and you can get yourself back out and going again, that is everything that it needs to be and more. And in this situation, if you are just safe and you are keeping yourself going, you know what? It has come at a very beneficial time.
Certainly has, and we believe this caution involves the 208 car. We'll find out for you in just a second what actually happened for the 208, but Jake, have you seen anything?
I just have, and that's into Lake Coombe, and from everything that I can really get out of this for Alwyn Kloosterman, it's not exactly how he'd wanted that one to have happened there. Couldn't get the car going again as he came out in towards Lake Coombe. He'd only just come out of his box, and because he was turned around and stuck on the inside, unable to get himself going again, they felt that the best way forward for him was throw a caution. That's the only way you're getting out.
Yes, and yes, that is the rules, of course, for DGFX. If the car needs towing, you must talk to race control, and Racespot, because we need to hear about things. You must talk to race control, and if you have to tow, caution has to come out because they'll have to get a recovery vehicle to you. So they simulate the recovery process, which is why we have full course cautions in this series, and we're under our 4th now.
And when you look at this situation as well here, Rachel, you look at Talk Freak, they had a free change into Sasha Lamp, which is a fantastic change in my opinion. And you're looking at the drivers who are thereabouts. You know, there are going to be some teams here who have really gained out of this. Simitok have gained. Vikings have got themselves, the Midgard team are there right up towards the front third in their category right now. But we do have that little bit of a switch right now as the German Sim Racing 152 has also gained some good positions there.
Certainly has, and well, folks, speaking of accurate sim racing, which these guys, of course, in DGFX Endurance strive to achieve, the AccuForce steering system, with unparalleled realism and the most advanced tuning features in the market, the AccuForce Pro steering system is the only complete plug-and-play direct drive force feedback wheel for sim racers. Check one out at simexperience.com. That's experience with an X. simexperience.com. Also stock, of course, Sim Vibe, which is an advanced multi-dimensional audio-based feedback software that utilizes 1 to 8 bass transducers, or otherwise known as butt kickers or bass shakers, to provide the correct physics-based vibrations at every corner of your simulator. Check them also out at simexperience.com. simexperience with an X. Great products there, of course, to really enhance your simming experiences, and plenty of other fantastic products there, Alvin. Sim Experience do have an absolutely huge range of equipment and things to make your sim racing far more enjoyable.
Yeah, it is, and if you think how far we have come in this world of sim racing, you know, when we started with spring-loaded steering wheels and all those things, all the way now to direct drive wheels and you know, all these things that have come as the years come by to enhance our experience. Definitely looking forward, you know, from now 5-10 years, where the future really departs us when it comes to sim racing.
It certainly does. The future is bright for sim racing, as a lot of our field catching the pace car at the moment, so we can go back to racing conditions. Road Bar Stewards Green actually are currently caught as your leaders, with Fusion Racing second and Talk Freak Sunset third, but the order is not really accurate here, as they're behind the pace car in the order they were collected, so it's all a bit shaken up right now. And Jake, this really does open things up, because we have this caution pretty much on a pit cycle.
Yeah, we do here, and we were coming towards the end of that pit cycle. Most of the drivers had come down onto the lane, so those who are trying to get themselves into this situation, they have to work out, okay, who are my rivals now? Who has pitted? Who hasn't pitted? If someone hasn't pitted, they pit in now, they get a free pit stop. They're back in this one once again, and they actually lose no time by making that free pit stop. For those who have already made their stop, they automatically guaranteed that they weren't going to be overtaken during that lap, as everyone had to slow down, so those who were down onto the lane have that huge advantage. Now, when you do look at this situation about who this is affecting, who it's not affecting, you know, you're looking at your categories right now and thinking, where is the best opportunities coming right now? And for those who had made that advantage early on by making that early stop, track position's key. I'm looking at this GT3 category here, Rachel, for this. For Sweet Spot, 49 Motorsports, and even the likes of Team Vikings Midgard right now, they lose all that advantage which they built up over that last period.
Exactly right, and the advantages have really changed around at the moment. This is making things very difficult for these drivers who have, as you said, worked those gaps. They found themselves now in a situation where that's all been eroded. But things are a little bit mixed up, and the track is going to be very busy soon. Do we get a clean restart, Alvin?
Well, considering how things have been going in this race, you know, so many things have happened, and these caution flags, they keep coming out, and yeah, that is something that we really don't want to see, but these things just keep coming in as they come, so the strategies will change. So really interesting how the teams are handling these cautions, especially on a track like this. You had a lot of downhill sections. I am really interested how many teams are really just pressing the clutch and just going downhill just by pure gravity.
Certainly is, and well, it's going to be interesting to see if we can get a good clean restart in this one as our drivers all get ready. The pace car lights are off. We go green flag racing this time, Jake, and well, we are 1 hour 32 minutes into this event, heading towards that third hour point, and where's the race gone so far? It feels like it's flown by.
It has in this situation, and for those who have been battling, they've been looking at their rivals and they've been thinking, we surely haven't done 90 minutes already in this event, and that low lap counter does attribute a factor here in terms of the time flowing away. And for those who are still looking at this thinking the victory is in sight, remember the championship comes into play as well. Fusion Racing need to keep themselves out of trouble in your prototype division, and there will be another lap on top of that, so the caution will extend its period here. They're not satisfied with everyone being in line, being ready to go again. So I'll refer to my previous point. Fusion Racing need to get that result that they so very desperately need here. They're fighting Samba, they're fighting Simitok, and both of them within 3 points of the championship right now with 2 races to go. They hold all the cards.
They certainly do, and yes, the caution will be extended for at least one more lap. It's definitely making things a little bit lengthy here, of course, in the DGFX Endurance Series, but they have to make sure everything's sorted out and in the right order. Cars getting wave rounds have actually had the wave round they deserve and are in the right position, so we need to make sure things are ready for that restart. Darkness here, pervasive at Spa-Francorchamps here in the Belgian hills, and well, the Battle of Belgium is only an hour and a half in. There is so much racing yet to happen. 4.5 hours left, Alvin, of fantastic racing, and well, if anything, these cautions certainly build the excitement because we get the field bunched up again and we get to see them really pushing to go racing here.
Yeah, and not only it bunch up the field, but it also throws the whole strategy thing away. You know, it really started making things really interesting. Those teams that came in during the third period of cautions, and now with pretty much everybody having come into the pits once, you know, all those gaps pretty much wiped out. Really interesting how these last 4.5 hours will really shape up to be.
They certainly will. And Jake, what do you do right now? You're one of the leaders, you've pitted already. Some of these guys still have to pit, like of course Robar Stewards Green, but what do you do in this position? How do you handle this sort of shake-up?
In this situation, when you know that you've got a driver ahead of you who's yet to come in, you know they are out of position, and you can pretty much hold off and wait for them to go through. It depends about the pace. You don't want to be taking too many risks against a driver who, for example, is still yet to come in. You still maybe want to take a little bit more of a cautious angle towards the racing. So that's going to be something starting to play into a few drivers' minds in terms of this one. What also I want to try and point out here is that we still have quite a bit of cars in between here and there, and for the more cars that haven't actually come in, especially in your GTC category here, you've got the likes of Screw Loose Motorsports and Fitzstein Motorsports as well, with Sam Fitzpatrick behind the wheel right now. You know, they've got the advantage here on the likes of Blackadder and German SimRacing.de, so there's a lot that can come out of this, and there are a lot of driver changes as well. I've noted that SimRC.de Strawberry have made that switch as well, going from Leonardo Corti to a driver that I know quite well in Rene Osterkamp.
Certainly do, of course, and well, things are going to get ready to go green now as the pace car will not pull in. Okay, so we're not going back to green this time by. In fact, a couple of cars heading down pit road for their services, as the safety car lights will remain on at this time. This is going to be interesting here, Alvin, of course. More laps into caution, which really extends fuel range, because these guys who've already pitted, well, that tank now runs a little bit longer than it might have done if it had been green for all this time, so time is ticking away. The race clock is still going, of course. This time all counts, so this is extra fuel they get to use.
Yeah, you know, and this is one big difference that we see perhaps with races with a fixed amount of laps versus a time race, perhaps, for example. In this race, it really doesn't matter what happens. It's gonna be 6 hours, no matter how many cautions we do. So it'll be pretty much a difference.
Oh my God, there's a jam, and it's Dexter Castro who's caused the jam in pit road, and that's a weird one going through. Gets himself round the corner, clips the wall, and rolls it.
It certainly is. Let's have a quick look back at this one as, oh my gosh, Dexter Castro, that bad luck he had in round 2, it's back with a vengeance as he puts his foot down, dumps and rolls the car somehow. I have no idea how he rolled that BMW Z4, exiting pit road with the limiter. Oh, he clipped the end of the gate post. Jake, he clipped the gate post. There is a gate on the inside wall leading to the infield area. He clipped the post and rolled the car, and, well, blockage, little similar, Alvin, to what happened in the VLN series at the Nürburgring last year when we had about 12 cars in a pile. But this is a new one. I'm not sure why no one would back up to let him get turned around there as it was holding him up, but that was unusual. Poor Dexter Castro.
Yeah, and that is one section of the track, especially in this endurance format. At that point in the pit, there is a post and also somehow of a concrete barrier that it's really right there. And if you clip it just a little bit, and you know, when we are under these full course cautions, you think that everybody is calm, cool, and collected, and well, we see this thing happens, and well, I'm pretty sure it makes for a good highlight reel.
That one should be on some sort of quick scope reel, never mind a highlight reel. I don't think I've ever seen someone roll a BMW on pit road. The back of the 49 Motorsports car has sorry printed across the back, and perhaps they should add this way up.
Certainly could do in this situation, but what it does do, Rachel, is something very, very interesting. All those on the alternative strategy trying to come down in onto the lane, those who get held up, they now lose even more time on this one. Although they are under caution, it takes them that bit longer to get onto their stop, that bit longer to get back going again, and potentially that bit longer to get onto the back of the safety car. That's not what they wanted at all, and they are very fortunate that this has happened under caution conditions and not during the racing itself.
I think under racing conditions this might have been a bit more spread out entering pit road, and we might not have seen the same blockage, but Dexter Castro certainly has to be a little bit red under that racing helmet right now.
Certainly you have to, and well, you know, that's the last thing you would have wanted to do, is the lights are off the pace car right now, so it does seem that we will be going green this time by here, Rachel. But for Dexter Castro, it's a very rare mistake for him to see right now, and you can see he's out of the car and probably visibly frustrated there as well. I mean, you know, it's not a mistake that you normally do, and it's very much a mistake that doesn't often happen down on pit road. You don't normally make a crash at 45 miles an hour.
You don't, but of course you don't normally clip a gate post at 45 miles an hour, which is what poor Dexter Castro managed to do. Well, I think we've now seen everything here at RacespotTV as we're covering endurance racing. We've certainly seen a lot of things, as Hugo tells us about Paul Smith's teammate, one of RacespotTV's broadcasters, of course. Both of them touring car drivers. Someone did that with a Kia Optima, so I suppose it's not exactly unusual. I mean, I've seen plenty of roofs back in the day, Alvin, tipping themselves over in the bus stop on the curbs, but we'll see your leader pit this time. Wow, okay, there we go. Road pastures green are going to pit as the safety car pulls into pit road. Maybe he thought he had to follow him again. I don't know, but he did. Leaving the field in the command of, well, a good strategy call there, of course. Field under the command of, I believe that yellow car is actually looking now to try and find which of your prototypes that is. I think he's a lap down. It's Berlin Simsport. It is. The first car lap down. He's now back in the lead lap, actually, which is fantastic for him. That puts him back in the lead lap. If we get another caution very quickly, he will be very happy, as the leader is technically Fusion Racing behind him in second place.
Well, you see it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you see everything here in terms of the racing right now. You can see instantly getting around is that Fusion Racing machine, having absolutely none of it. And there is Torque Freak waiting behind Sasha Lamp behind the wheel, needing to make the inroads, and is there stuck behind, side by side, too wide behind, because Simitok now is trying to make some inroads. They get down through on AOD. Unicorn was there as well in terms of this one, as also other categories then looking to make it themselves known here. Their presence is there in terms of your GTC and your GT3 here, Rachel.
Certainly is. Of course, the racing going to be very interesting right now. Of course, Hammerdown Racing leading your GT3 category with TNT Gold behind them, as the strategy for pit road has filtered through there. Now DR8 chasing down Hammerdown Racing's machine up ahead of them. We've got Blackadder Motorsports leading the way, actually, there, the 66 car, so they're back in order. Blackadder and Sim RC Strawberry are back close together again on the track for the GTC field here, separated only by a couple of GT3 cars moving through the field. But Strawberry caught up. That's been a big recovery for them, helped by that caution, Alvin.
Yeah, and you know, this is one of the great things about endurance racing, you know. And when you put caution flags in there, yeah, sometimes it really kind of changes the whole dynamic of the race. Yes, we would like to see the whole thing go green flag, but you know, sometimes these things happen. But the teams know that since these things may happen, sometimes you have to be ready to alter your strategy on the fly. And yeah, sometimes it happens that you make a mistake here and there, and you're just hoping for those caution flags to come in and really can help you. And I will say one of the biggest benefactors from this late full course caution was CMRC.de Strawberry, so now running in second place and perhaps having a shot to perhaps go for the lead soon.
Certainly, and we'll have to see what happens as Jake's having some sort of moment. What's going on, Jake?
Mark Torres, the Blackadder Motorsport 66, massive moment coming out of that bus stop chicane. They hold position with Matt Quinn's Hammerdown racing car behind, but oh my goodness, I thought that was going to turn into a massive pitch spin there. TNT Racing Gold waiting as well as NAB Racing now trying to get themselves back through, and technically this is for position.
Certainly is, and we'll have to see what will filter through for this one. As the Blackadder Mercedes being chased there by the Hammerdown Audi. As through will filter a prototype car. Actually going to give the Hammerdown car a bit of a tow there as he sorts his way through. Going up the inside and the run down to Lecum. Standard pass there into the chicane. Certainly making things a bit more exciting on the racetrack as we've had these caution periods for so far, of course, Alvin. And it's broken up the strategy rather interesting because we're an hour and 45 minutes in now. We've managed to get back to racing again. I'd say we've had about possibly cumulatively about 30 minutes or so of caution so far in what has been nearly an hour and 45. So we've had some good periods of racing, but at the same time, these drivers, they're going to be a bit more refreshed actually longer in this race, so we should see more action later.
It could be certainly, but it kind of does feel as if we were doing a race under full rain, but of course it isn't. It's just that being the nature of the level of attrition that we saw early in this race, and we also combined it with how long the lap is here around Spa-Francorchamps, and you do it under full course yellow, you know, you're gonna have some decent time here under yellow. But you know, like you just mentioned, Rachel, that also means that you as a driver have less time to be stressed. You know, you can be a little bit more calm and relaxed, save a little bit more fuel, change your strategy, do some more calculations, and then perhaps towards the end of the race you will have more energy, more mental strength to really go for it.
Certainly will. And in terms of mental strength, these drivers are having to put up a lot because the visibility, Jake, this is a big thing we talked about. And you talk about it being disorientating. It's hard enough for us watching sometimes working out what corner somebody's in because they can look a little similar at night. These drivers they're having to do it lap after lap after lap in traffic with changing lights behind them, of course flashing lights. A very distracting view for these guys. It's really making things a bit more, should we say, tense.
Yeah, it is here as we're seeing Simitok now trying to make the move here on AOD Racing here. Alex Simonich holds position then and makes the move then up through Lecum. Exactly what he needed to do there. And there is Sasha Lamp back in fourth now. So these three fighting together, allowing Fusion now to break away. It's a complete role reversal here for Talk Freak as we're looking at this right now, because Paul Searle right now is having everything his own way, and Sasha Lamp having everything not his own way in terms of the racing right now. Has dropped 2 positions in the last lap.
Certainly has, of course, AOD Racing. Oh, they're back ahead, I believe, of Simitok Esports, so that's where they'd like to be. About 4.5 seconds adrift of Fusion Racing, your leaders. Of course, Paul Searle there doing a great job. Talk Freak Sunset, they dropped a spot or 2 in this one, of course, Jake, and Sasha Lamb is being a bit more patient right now. That's what we've seen so far from them and Fusion Racing. Those 2 teams have really been the most willing to wait in this race. They've had that patience, which is so vital for endurance racing, and it's shown in the points.
Yeah, and I think Sasha Lamp is struggling with the pace actually here. I think he's dropping off this one quite a bit here because Julien Ribelau and Alex Simonich are just pulling away from him at the moment, and it's not going to be very long before the draft's gone and Sasha Lamp's looking further behind him at the likes of, say, German simracing.de 152 right now. So it's certainly not over and done with in this event, and we're heading up towards 1/3 distance here. And for this 1/3, we've seen everything. We've seen the lead pretty much, and the championship in GT3 here going very heavily towards Black Adam Motorsport 66 at the moment here, who lead the event here with what's happened with 49 Motorsports. And we're seeing 667 getting a drive-through penalty as well for avoidable contact. The 667 machine is that AOD Racing GT, and that's quite crucial. It's not the HBD that we're looking at, Rachel, and they've got 5 minutes to appeal, as all teams do.
Yeah, they certainly do. And we'll have to see how this one will play out, of course, as, well, they're not really getting any appeals successful so far. We've never really seen any that have been given out have been overturned, Alvin. This season, Race Control have been incredibly fair with what they've actually put in place.
Yeah, it is, and you know, this is something that, of course, you as a race car driver and as part of a team, you really don't want to see that this many incidents go. Especially towards the start of this race, you know, the last thing you want is to Race Control to be involved. You really want to solve those things on the track. But of course, you know, we also have to consider, you know, things happens, and Race Control is they are there for a reason. You know, they want to make sure that this race is kept in order, that it's run as clean as possible, and you know, sometimes things happen, and they are just there to, you know, punish if something really bad happens. But something that we really want to see here, pretty much, you know, clean racing. Just solve your things on the track and you'll be good to go.
Certainly is, of course, and well, as it stands, the field have been well, doing exactly what they have to do. We'll keep our eyes here. There's Simitok and AOD heading to the bus stop chicane there, very, very close together. Jake, that's definitely becoming one to watch at the front of the prototype field.
It is here, and we're seeing Alex Simonich now trying to make that breakaway here from Simitok, but they need to break out of a second. It was 7/10 when they last got to the line, and that gap here, you can see that they're losing a lot of time here to Fusion Racing there in the 59, who is running at a fantastic run of pace here, a full 7/10 of a second quicker than anything that they're trying at the moment. So for Simonich, he's worrying too much about the car behind in this situation. And, you know, Alvin, when you're looking at this here, Julian Ribelau needs to get through and needs to start working here, because the more that time goes on, and if there isn't any cautions, they're not going to catch back up to Fusion Racing, not by my watch.
It is, and you know, this is the part of endurance racing. You know, you gotta really think long term, and I think that to me it kind of seems like AOD racing may be a little bit slower than Semitrack Esports. So it could also be that, you know, it may be time to perhaps just let Semitrack Esports just lead this part.
Sorry, I've just seen a spinner there. That's Patrick Vike there of the Overdrive Performance 211, was trying to get around your leader in your GTC category in the form of Black Adam Motorsport 69. That's Carl Janssen, and that was a complete spin out of Blanchemont, and that's a very scary one, and he is so lucky that he has not come back straight on track. More contact in front of him, though, as that is Sweet Spot Racing's Martin Heller with a broken engine. That is not the way it was happened. Caution comes out because of it.
Yeah, you know, and under caution now here for the 5th time, and this is something I think that this is gonna be pretty much the MO for the rest of the race. We may see some decent gaps of green flag racing, but I think that these cautions are really what's going to make or break the strategies here for the teams in here, because this is, yeah, we're talking about the 5th caution in here. So now teams have really to start figuring out, okay, so with all these cautions that are coming out, and if we go back under green flag as scheduled, we're looking at a 4-hour race. So now teams, perhaps some of them can come into the pits, clean everything, and just do a 4-hour race. Really interesting how this will affect the strategy of the teams.
Certainly will here, and when you're looking at that incident, that second incident caused the caution, not the first, crucially. Blanchimont is the fastest corner on the circuit. There is no doubt about that as one of the most fearsome and one of the most difficult corners in all of sim racing and in all of real world racing. The problem here is that Patrick Lyke's overdrive performance car is trying to turn around in that situation. Because of that, everyone is sprawling out in left and right. So there would be a local caution in that area to notify people slow down. There is a car who is going slow in that area. But because of that, that's allowed that massive incident and the engine to pretty much jump out of the vehicle of that Sweet Spot racing car. And that's the last thing you want to see here, is a car getting on the apex of the on the exit of the quickest corner of the circuit there, Alvin.
It is, and Jake, I don't know how many times you have experienced Blanchimont on full speed, but I'll tell you, it is one of those corners that you have to be committed to it. There's really no question, there's no way around it. You have to be committed to it. If you want to go full speed, then you go full speed. If you want to go full throttle, you go full throttle. If you're going for an overtake, as we saw Max Verstappen do a couple of years ago, that is something that you really have to commit yourself. There's really no going back. There's really no backing out once you commit into it. And well, sometimes mistakes do happen, and well, that's pretty much what we saw.
Certainly is here, and on current rate we're going to be having 15 cautions in this event. Hopefully that's not the way it ends, not with a bang, but with some really great racing action here, as we're going to be seeing cars getting themselves around the pace car here in this situation right now. What it does do is it closes up the field once again in this one. Fusion Racing were making all the inroads that they needed to. Paul Searle there was making that breakaway in that Fusion Racing car. AOD Racing HBD, Alex Simonich now will be very, very grateful for that, as will Ribelau, as will Sasha Lamp, to get themselves back into this situation. When you look here in terms of your GT3 field, for Mark Torres, Black Adam Motorsports, they just can't seem to break away from Hammerdown, who have been there all the time. And there is also TNT Racing Gold, just sitting there pretty, just waiting, doesn't have to do anything in this situation. And the final thing that has to be remembered here is Black Adam Motorsports now will have a little bit of worry here, because they'll have that SimRC.de Strawberry car with just one car in the middle of that one, Alvin. So in all three categories, we're heading towards 1/3 distance in this event. We are looking now at sort of the mid part of the race. Who's the next driver you bring in? Where do you sort of balance everything out, and how do the pit stop cycles balance everything out in this situation? And for the early stages here of this race, it's been about patience here and switching off and switching back on again. And the drivers that haven't switched back on again are the ones that have been causing incidents.
It is, and I don't know if patience has been the major thing in here, because that, I think we have seen more of impatience rather than patience, and that is something that you really don't need in endurance racing. You need more patience than impatience. Yes, you do have a race, and you want to overtake, you want to get a better position, but on these type of races you really have to take it easy. We're talking about a 6-hour race. This isn't a 1-hour sprint that like we see on our Forza race. It's 6 hours. There's plenty of time to go, plenty of strategy to go around. So really you have to plan ahead your moves and see what is best, not for you, but for the team overall.
Yeah, most certainly here in this situation. And, we've been seeing here 2-3 laps behind the safety car at each given moment. And, now we're looking at these teams here. We need to look at the championship as things stand as well. We'll start then with your prototype division and where everyone needs to stand. For Fusion Racing, who lead the championship by just 2 points at the moment, being first position is everything that they need to do. Samba Racing there in second. Where they are standing right now is not exactly where they need to be. They're in position number 6 on the road right now, and they've lost out in that pit stop cycle. Maybe a drive-through has come in and hasn't helped them, but they haven't seemed to have had the pace here today, really, Alvin. They got as high as second at one point, but after the pit stop strategy, they fell back, and they were very fortunate to do with the traffic that was going on, and another lap of caution is going to be added on.
It is, and this race, with all this caution periods that we have seen so far, this is really something that we are not really used to see. So this really does throw your strategy away, and really does, you have to change things on the fly. So what happened to Samba Racing coming into the pits under green flag conditions, perhaps there could be that possibility that they have some damage that we didn't know before, and they just came in to also repair that as well, and take the time to get that damage repair. And like you just mentioned, it could also be a speeding penalty or something really silly that may have happened that they were caught off guard. So, you know, it happens. It's just a matter of how you are able to recover. Just keep your head down, get the strategy going. At the end of the day, if you keep the pace, you will be rewarded.
Certainly will here as we look at the GT standings as well. Blackadder Motorsport 66 also leading their retrospective category right now. And the two real rivals that they got, the three real rivals either, in Hamildown Racing, TNT Racing Gold, and the War Dogs GT team, all find themselves without really too many points in this event. So now the issue that's had here is the likes of the German Sim Racing 305 and Graphite Racing and V-Apex, who have run into issues today, 49 Motorsports running into issues, is that none of the rivals here, you've got Graphite in 5th right now, but 5th here, Alvin, doesn't do them any favours here to Blackadder Motorsports. You talk about the gap in the championship between them coming in, it was 20 points. 5th place here effectively seals the championship for them. That's not what they want.
It is absolutely, and you know, when you think about all the championship implications that may happen now, and some teams perhaps sometimes start thinking about championship once we are getting closer to the end of the championship, and to me that is a mistake. You really have to start thinking championship from the drop of the green flag at the first race, first lap. That is where you really start to be in your top championship shape, because if you leave it for the last moment, then really you put so much pressure not only on yourself but on your team to perform that well. And something weird that we have seen, Jake, sometimes when you control your own destiny, that is the best thing, because you know it is only you and your team that can define what will be the best finishing position. But when you leave your championship destiny on other teams to not perform so well, that is where things start really getting interesting.
It certainly is here, and there's been one dominant force in the GTC standings. That's German SimRacing.de 255. But look at where they are in terms of this championship right now. They are running right towards the rear of your GTC category here. They are on the same lap. They are losing a lot of time when all has to be said and done in this event here. So you are seeing now a lot of issues here as the lights are still on the pace car here for them. So you look at where they are in terms of their class right now, and the answer is not very good here. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th position right now, as I can't do maths in my head here, compared to their rivals in CMRC.de Strawberry, who find themselves 2nd at the moment. That's not exactly the fight that they want to be playing right now from a position of weakness. But actually, Blackadder Motorsports is the story here, Alvin, because if things stay as they are right now and they win and SimRC Strawberry don't get past them, they're still in the championship fight come the final race of the season.
It certainly is, and you know, this really in the GTC class, things are starting to get really interesting. But Jake, let's not forget, there's still plenty of time to go in this race, and something that we have seen 4 hours to go in a 6-hour race. Just because you are P number 11 really doesn't mean anything. There's still plenty of time, and I'm pretty sure that German Sim Racing, they have something on their sleeves.
Well, they'll have to hope that strategy may come into play. Incident might have to come into effect as well. You still see there is that big hodgepodge between what is your GTC and your GT3 categories right now. GT3 the faster of the two, and all of that has been down to the fact that they haven't been managing to get themselves going. We have had a pretty high attrition rate early on. We've lost the likes of the German SimRacing.de 256 machine. They were 3rd in the championship. Last thing they would have wanted here, the likes of SMT Motorsports, Bad Cactus Racing, the 305 German SimRacing.de car, WR Racing B, and even the likes of, say, GTN Racing, who are 9 laps off the pace here. There's a lot of cars then who have lost quite a bit right now. The GT66 is coming down onto the lane right now. That is Blackadder Motorsports, and that is a scheduled stop then. Matthias Magnussen will come down in. Hammerdown have joined as well. So we are seeing drivers come in. Unicorn Endurance on the lane as well. So, you know, now we're seeing a lot of drivers in the strategy here, Alvin. It's coming into play.
It is, and this is something that this is really something interesting for this race. How these full course yellows really start taking shape in terms of the strategies on most of these teams, and just by leaving it just to the last lap before we go green, I think they are really maximizing what their strategy could be. You know, just make sure that once they come back onto green flag, they are pretty much with the full tank of fuel. Just don't need to worry about perhaps doing some calculations as to how much this fuel tank will last until the next cycle of pit stops. So by doing this is really an interesting strategy, especially for Blackadder Motorsports and Hammer Dog Racing. Really interesting how this strategy will come in respect to the teams like TNT Racing.
Yeah, it will. TNT Racing are the drivers to stay out. They came in on lap number 24, I would like to say, on this one. For Mark Torres and the laps that he's been putting in, it's a little bit more difficult to really work out, but it's the first change then for them as Matthias Magnussen has to come into a car then that maybe isn't the freshest in the world, maybe isn't the one that needs to work with here, as the leaders come now through Fania here, Alvin. When it comes to that restart, we know that there have been some drivers a little bit sleepy.
It is, and well, you add the nighttime conditions here at Spa-Francorchamps and being sleepy, I'm pretty sure, Jake, that is not a good combination to have in right now.
Certainly isn't. Then around Stavolo, the very difficult right-hander that exits the trainer 3. There is Curva Paul Frere, right-hander. It will be hitting up on the accelerator. It used to be gravel on that left-hand side, which made that corner notoriously difficult for safety reasons. They changed it over to asphalt there on the left-hand side as a run-off area, just to improve safety standards, to make sure that the cars aren't getting beached here and pretty much become a target if another car gets itself involved into an incident. And now this section of circuit is an incredibly fast-flowing one, a very easy one to be starting to play into the minds of drivers. You can see the tyres about 4 wide there on the right side there, just to absorb if there is any incidents. This is Blanchemont. This is where the incident happened, which caused everything to happen a little bit earlier on. And that is going to be something that's playing it in. We haven't seen too much go wrong in terms of your HBD field. They haven't really had too much to worry about. It has been the GT3s that have been the sort of sticking post, the beating and banging post that we've seen, and also those Porsches, those GTCs coming in. In comes the pace car, but you will have to wait here. The go mark is not until you round La Source, so that's something that's playing into the mind. You can see there's weaving behind on this single file restart. Fusion Racing there with Alex Simonich's AOD Racing HBD, and Simitok need to get past Fusion here in terms of the championship battle. Remember, that gap was just 3-4 points to deal with then. Round La Source then to get ourselves back going again. 1/3 distance is score complete. The checkup is there. And there's the big get and go. Searle gets away there for Fusion Racing. Fantastic get going there. AOD Racing HBD very, very nicely going as well. No real dramas to speak of here or to mention here at the moment in terms of your HBDs. And the same can be said here in terms of your category going on for your GT prototypes there, as Arthur Hermont then gets all over the curve a little bit more. There is a slowdown to serve. Jansen's GTC then will fly past here. As we can see here, the gaps open up already and the lights are flashing here, Alvin.
Yeah, it is, and the 4X HPD Racing just had a little bit of a scare coming out of Radion, but managed to keep it on the track. But apart from that, everything seems to be clean so far.
Low car then there down that straight, and that is Bob Grant in the work in progress Racing Red 23, having to serve a penalty or maybe a little bit of damage there for him. It'll be interesting to see exactly what has happened in terms of him, and the answer was run very wide coming out there of the corner of Radions. We have another spinner there in the V Apex Racing Group GT Red. That's Chuck Chambliss there behind the wheel there, Alvin, as another car spins in the same area, and that's Unicorn Endurance who made that stop.
Yes, and you know, especially for the prototype cars, when you come and try to do some pit ready, you know that you are coming all the way to the back, and then you try to, you know that you're gonna have to exercise a lot of patience trying to come along this GT field. And well, it kind of seems like one of those things that perhaps a little bit of over patience, and they got caught in the spin, but seems like no damage, and they just be able to keep going.
No damage at all, no incident limit to speak of, so you can run a little bit as wide as you want. You don't have to be worrying about those sorts of things. And well, you know, now you're starting to think, is there going to be opportunity to make these moves happen? Remember, the start-finish line here to end this race is not down at the Endurance start line where they get going. It's actually at the Grand Prix finish line. That's the difference going to be. At NAB Racing right now, trying to get past German Sim Racing.de 151 here. This is not for position, but will will take that pass then against Jarrett Winter right now. So Martin June wants to make positions forward here in this race, Alvin, and he needs to make those positions and get through as quickly as he can.
It is, and especially during restarts, having everybody bunched up, then you really want to make as many positions as you can. You really want to nail it. You really want to be a little bit more aggressive than you are usually do. It seems like we have some trouble here going into the bus stop.
Yes, we do, and that is not exactly what everyone had wanted then down into the bus stop. We do have a car turned around, and it is Talk Freak Racing Radion. That's Philip Roberts then who gets the big turnaround, and there was contact there on the outside. Who that was with? Well, that will be the driver of what I believe was that Vikings Midgard team, who was about 6 laps down. That's not exactly what was wanted. Replay on screen, and that's a little bit of a weird one there. Not enough room being given, and you can see buried into the tyres there was the Vikings car, and that caused everything to happen. A stop and hold penalty being applied as well at this one here, Alvin, as that is the 211 machine that will get that stop and hold, which is not what they wanted when all was said and done, as that was overdrive performance for their incident that caused the 5th caution.
It is, and that all these restarts, everybody bunched up and a little bit of impatience here and there. Drivers, they really gotta start, trying to calm down and really have to understand that, this is an endurance race. This is not a sprint race. So it is more important to really be patient. Just make sure that you have your strategy down. Just gotta remember, this is not about who's right. This is about who's left, because it doesn't really matter if you have the right to into that corner. If you cannot get the car back, well, that's really what is the point of really being right. So really have to be patient, and that is the most important thing.
Certainly is right now, as we're looking at your prototypes now. Samba Racing Team, Nacho Llano there with Julian Ocean there in front of him for the German SimRacing.de 152 machine. This is the battle between 5th and 6th at the moment here in terms of your category right now. For Samba Racing, the title hangs in the balance here. They want to make their life as easy as possible for themselves, but by the same volition, they're not as quick as your leaders here in Fusion Racing, who need to get that sort of championship battle here. You can see a little nose there to the inside going through. Knew that they weren't going to get the position, Alvin, but trying to use some racecraft there to scare the opponent into making a mistake. It is as much about how quick as you go, and also as much as about the mind games between driver to driver.
It is definitely a combination of both, racecraft and mental games. And there are some drivers that are really good at trying to combine both, and of course it really does play. It's very important, the mental strength that drivers could have in here. And also, when you consider it, you combine that in an endurance format. That mental strength is so important to be able to withstand pressure for 2-3 hours, depending on how many stints you are inside that car. Perhaps that is more important. Yeah, go ahead.
We've just had a change of lead in your GTC category. It was a spin at the bus stop for Carly Jansen. Unforced error. Just completely lost it getting on the power. Lead goes to Osterkamp, SimRC.de Strawberry Machine. And that's the last thing he could have possibly wanted here for Jansen, because he now has to deal with a whole slew of cars in front of him. The likes of AOD Racing GT and also the likes there of the other Blackadder Motorsports vehicle getting through. Christopher Ems needs to find a way past as well. So, now Osterkamp has that gap in the Strawberry Machine. He needs to use it and run.
Yeah, it is, and this is pretty much an example of what I was talking about. The mental strength is so important on an endurance format like this one. It's more important than even being the fastest car on the track, because you have to sustain a good pace for 2, maybe 3 hours. And if you're not able to do that on a race like this, then you are gonna be for a tough ride.
Yes, you are, and actually something to note in terms of your GT3 field, and it is not for the race lead, but it is for race positions here, as Hammerdown Racing GT3 now holds the advantage over Blackadder Motorsports here. 221 meets a 220 here. You can see just how much pushing there is. The car running wide is Marcel Egbers there for the German SimRacing.de 305. He'll have to lose that position then, which is not exactly what he wants to do. He is a few laps down, 23 of them to be precise there, so just trying to get home to get some form of points then in this event. But when it comes down into it here, a lot of your GT drivers have been running into issues here today, Alvin. What do they need to do to keep themselves out of trouble?
Patience. That's pretty much the key word here, patience. it is a long race. Yes, the GT cars can take some damage here and there, but you know, if you can avoid it, then even better. You know, what's the point of trying to go door-to-door banging here on a race like this when it's a 6-hour race? If it was a 15-lap race, then okay, I would understand being a little bit more aggressive during that race, but it's a 6-hour race, so this is more about give and take. We really have to keep in mind that you are not the only driver in this car. You are sharing it with 2, maybe 3 more drivers, and it's kind of really shameful. Sometimes it feels that if you crash the car and it's in a sprint race, then okay, you only have to respond to yourself. But on a race like this, you crash the car, not only you have to respond to yourself, but also to your whole team.
Yeah, you do, and actually fastest lap last time by came to Paul Searle's Fusion Racing car, did himself a 2:03.192. Let's see what happens when he crosses the line this time here. The gap open to 1.6, a 2:03.7 that time by, so not as neat, not as clean, not as effective. Gains another 0.3, gap opens to 2 seconds then at the front of your field, so has completely changed everything in terms of this one. Fusion Racing here, their driver change has certainly come in and has certainly helped them out in terms of this event. You also look though at track position here being a key factor. For TNT, they didn't come in that last shade of stops then in your GT3 category there, Alvin. For them, they will need to make another stop. For them, they'll be hoping there's another caution to help them out and they can just dive down onto the road straight away. But, you know, they're out of kilter by about 6, 7, 8 laps here. They need to make sure that they use those laps to their advantage.
You know, this is something interesting within this race, because usually you when you come to a race like this, you assume that there's not gonna be any yellow flags at all whatsoever, and as such you kind set up your strategy like there's not gonna be any yellow flags, and you set up your strategy that way. But this race, all these caution flags have thrown these strategies away, that you can come into the pits right now and perhaps you will lose time and you may be off cycle, and it really doesn't matter because there may be another caution flag that may come in later in this race and it will throw your whole strategy away. So this is just a matter of minding your own race right now, trying to look for opportunities to come into the pits, do your service, and then once we hit that 1 hour to go, that's when we really start to see those strategies come into play.
Oh, you can see just how wide Blackadder Motorsport 69 has to let his teammate back through, and Christopher Ems of the Blackadder Motorsport 67 was for position, but now this allows a different strategy to come into play because there is a little tag mark there of the 798, the SimRC.de Strawberry Machine, Rene Osterkamp at the front of the wheel of that one then, the German bridge builder that he is. So now you're looking at this here, and you're seeing Janssen now trying to use that car to his advantage, but in my opinion, that was a dive down in, maybe not enough communication between the Blackadder boys. You can see pinching the man there was Rene Osterkamp into the corner. That wouldn't have made the driver there of Christopher Ems very happy. But the gap there, they could have been right on the back using that toe and maybe could have used that other Blackadder Motorsports car to their advantage. Poor teamwork.
It could be poor teamwork, but we also have to consider that we're racing here at night at Spa-Francorchamps, and I'm pretty sure that this is something that most drivers here are not really used to. They're used to having a lot more visibility, but when you add the nighttime here at Spa-Francorchamps, there's really not much lighting compared to tracks, say, like Daytona or Twin Ring Motegi, which are pretty much lit up throughout the whole racetrack. And, you know, you put that and here, and it really does change the whole dynamic here in this race. And if somebody thinks that the lighting is not really that important, if you ever get a chance to go to the Rolex 24s, to the real one at Daytona, that whole track is lit up, so really doesn't matter where you are. There's pretty much lighting all over the place, and during nighttime, where most of the mistakes do happen, that really does make a big difference.
Certainly does. Battle for position then in your GT3 category. Frank Oosterhuis of Graphite Racing, AOD Racing GT side by side into Blanchimont, and AOD Racing can't get the move sorted just yet. Oosterhuis holds onto it. Epstein then needs to find another way to get around here, and it's two different cars going at it together here, Alvin. That's the crucial fact of the matter then. As you can see, running a little bit wide there, so they're going to go side by side once again. This is Audi versus Mercedes right now here. Mercedes of AOD right now then trying to get onto the offensive here around the outside, and you know there's going to be a little bit of help there with the way the corner's banked. Thank you very much. AOD gets the position, but the war's not over yet. The run to Lake Coombe will be crucial.
It certainly is, but if you want an even better battle, here we go. Coming out of La Source, the 798 and the number 69 of Blackadder Motorsports. Let's see if Carl Jansen can get a good run here going into El Rouge Radion, but it kind of looks like it may get a better run here coming out of Radion. Let's see if the number 69 can get the run here and side to the right. Now goes to the left. Here we go, side by side, down the Camel Straight.
Yeah, this is battle for your positions right now. You're seeing here side by side. You're seeing here not good enough for Rene Osterkamp. He loses the positions then. Penalty for the 381 machine then for avoidable contact there. 381 machines, Torque Freak Racing Radion there. Not exactly what is needing to do here in this situation. Look at your category though in terms of your prototypes though. Searle's gap has completely gone down. Lost 2 seconds in the last lap. A lot of traffic in front of them as well as they head into the Lakewood Complex. Welcome back, Rachel Whiteford.
Back indeed, thank you very much, as we are seeing some good battling, not only with the GTC cars ahead of your leaders, but here we are, Fusion Racing and AOD Racing HPD up towards the front, and Fusion held behind traffic there, bumper to bumper with your prototype field.
Yeah, and you can certainly see here the battles that are going on. You can see moves to the right-hand side there, gets yourself forward. That's Marco Breschler that they had to get past there, and that is the 64 versus the 59 we're seeing right now. Paul Searle was running purple lap times here, Rachel, as you just came back, but now they're in trouble here. Simonich here just trying to get through, as we did see the 5th caution, as we see again just how much more pace through the middle of Fania there that Searle's got, and he gains another 10.5.
Certainly is, and that's going to make the fight at the front very risky. Of course, it's going to put pressure on Fusion to get through that traffic cleanly, because they're going to have to try and push for opportunities they may not have taken as quickly, with AOD right on their bumper here. And Alvin, this is pressure the leader doesn't need.
It is, but you know, this is part of the whole dynamic that not only from Endurance Racing Pro, but from this, because with all the full course yellows that we've had so far, this really has bunched up the field. So the leaders really haven't really had a chance to really stretch that lead as we have seen on other rounds. So every time that they are in the lead, they try to open the gap. Well, full course yellow, they bunch up, and here we go again.
We certainly do, and of course this has definitely kept the racing exciting, as here we are into the 3rd hour of racing here in the DGFX Endurance Championship here at the 6 hours of Spa for round number 4. 3rd hour, and well, the racing hasn't calmed down, Jake. It's definitely been busy from the drop of the green. Well, which green? That's the question.
Yeah, and especially from this one, we've seen all 3 categories have changes for lead or getting those close battles, especially this GTC category. Rene Osterkamp trying to hold on to Blackadder Motorsport 69 for the SimRC.de Strawberry Machine. 49 Motorsports trying to unlap themselves here. That's Jerry Janis there behind the wheel, and we saw what happened with them flipping down pit road. And, you know, for them, you know, the battle's certainly going in. The 151, though, here, and that is GermanSimRacing.de 151 here, all looking over the back here of that Vikings machine as well. This is the battle going on here, as the Vikings car has actually made that position.
Absolutely, it's the Vikings Mjolnir car up front of the 151 German Sim Racing entry. Caught behind some sister traffic there, actually. It's one of the German Sim Racing Porsches. The lap down car from your prototype field.
Change of lead.
Up there ahead, as we do have a lead change. AOD leading now as they got past on the run through.
Hang on a minute, where is that SimRC.de Strawberry Machine? They have lost a lot of time. There might have been contact there, Rachel, and there was a bit of contact. They were trying to get 3 wide. Oh my word, there was 3 wide coming in, and that was contact with Fusion.
Yes, it was your leader. We'll get a replay for you now. This is run down to the chicane there as, well, Fusion... sorry, I'll try in English again. SimRC were turning into the corner and Fusion threw it up the inside, trying to stay ahead of AOD. We said this could lead to a mistake and a risky pass. They'd already committed to turning in, and that pushed them wide into Dexter Castro behind the wheel of the 49 car.
Jerry Yanis, actually.
Jerry Yanis, sorry, I apologize. They swapped drivers there, and off the track they go. Fusion carried on, but the 2 other cars did not. 3 wide into a corner, dive bombing a braking GTC car. Fusion Racing might have made that mistake we thought that could happen from the pressure AOD was putting on them, Jake.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very interesting one for everyone to see, because there were a couple of innocent bystanders in that one, and for Fusion Racing, everyone lost in that because AOD got that benefit here. But the problem that AOD have is that they are not the quickest drivers on circuit. That is actually still Fusion Racing here, and for Simonic right now, trying to deal with everything that's moving forward, Rachel, you know, they both have a little bit of a worrying little shark, shall we say, behind them. Simitok Esport is there and is only within 2 seconds.
They certainly are. Simitok Esport very close to being involved in this fight. Fusion definitely have some body damage after contact with that GTC Porsche, so they have to keep an eye out for the upcoming 707, which will definitely know something has happened. Teammates will have warned them something happened to your leaders, and they'll be pushing hard now. In fact, last time by, 207.873 for them. Fusion Racing with a 208.7. AOD with a 207.2. So AOD pulling away cleanly. Simitok catching Fusion, Alvin.
Yeah, they are, and I have my questions about Fusion Racing, if perhaps they got a little bit of damage during that incident, so perhaps that is the reason that Simitok Esport are able to close that gap just a little bit. Now, I have to say something about 49 Motorsports. I think the bad luck that they've had throughout this season, the fact that they were able to win one race and perhaps come in second place during Suzuka, but they have so much bad luck. It kind of reminds me of when the time of the meme of bad luck Brian was over the internet. So that's kind of like 49 Motorsports right now.
Certainly is. Either the race goes fantastically well for 49 Motorsports or goes entirely wrong somehow. It's not just one incident, it'll be several, 3, 4, 5, 9 incidents they'll have in a particular race, or it will be completely flawless. So it's literally black or white for them. It's 1 or 0. There is no middle ground when it comes to 49 Motorsports.
Certainly isn't here, and that's something that does need to be playing into the mind. Same can be said for Fusion Racing, who are very, very lucky to get themselves in, but the gap comes down again. A 205.8 meets a 205.2 from Ribelal behind, so that gap now down to about 1.4 here, Rachel, and that is about the fringes of the draft that we're starting to see down the Kemmel Straight. So with a little bit more work and maybe some battling up in front with Simonic, who's unable to break away, could be a 3-car fight for the lead.
Certainly could be, and that's one we will keep our eyes on, because this battle for the lead is definitely becoming exciting. Ribelal is doing a fantastic job there for Simonic. Fusion have caught AOD again, so that gap's come back down again. Surly catching Simonic. Still filtered through traffic, but Surly doesn't look like he's really picked up much damage there. 205.8 last time by for them. 206.2 for your leader, so Fusion absolutely pushing. Paul Surly has really been annoyed by his mistake, and he's pushing hard now. Big damage at the side pod, but it doesn't seem to slow them down at all.
No, it certainly hasn't here. We have seen a penalty, though, pop up on our screen. It's the 993 machine. That's Sven Riedel there for the road bar stewards black. They're going to have to take a drive-through, which is not what they wanted to be doing here in this event. So they'll have to just keep themselves in mind, then try and keep themselves in check at the moment. Actually, we do see likes of 49 Motorsports in on the lane right now. And, you know, we do have people waiting here to try and get themselves through. And right now here, you know, you look at this, Dexter Castro, Rachel, standing by for interview.
He certainly is. And Dexter, well, you were behind the wheel when you decided to barrel roll down pit road.
Yeah, well, apparently there's this nice little gate on the inside of the pit corner where even if you miss it by a foot, you can sometimes do a barrel roll. So that's nice to know for the future.
Well, certainly style points for the 49 Motorsports crew. Of course, as we were just saying a minute ago, you guys either have a fantastic race or it goes entirely wrong. This one looks to be going entirely wrong. You had your barrel roll and your car just ended up getting punted off after the incident with the Sim-RC Strawberry Porsche and the Fusion prototype. So, are you guys in conservation and recovery mode right now?
I think we're pretty much done for today because our suspension's broken. We're only driving on 3 wheels, and our pit crew seems to think the car is just fine. So we're pretty much done, and even if we could repair it, we'd be pretty much out of the championship hunt at this point. Just unfortunate, you know. If not for the virtual safety car screw up, at Nürburgring. I think we might still try and limp it around and get some points, but now we're just out of the points with 2 poor races here.
Unfortunately for you guys, as you can see on the camera there, the 59 car Fusion Racing heading down pit road for their service, past the very gate that flipped Dexter Castro. As we said at the time, probably the first time we've ever seen that. So you guys do hold a record in RacespotTV coverage for being one of the few cars to actually successfully barrel roll on pit road. So you have that going for you, of course. You may not be at the points fight, but you definitely got the aerobatics championship.
Yeah, and we even got a nice front flip in at Nürburgring. So I guess that's our talent.
You may have found your specialty then. It might not be racing. It might in fact be aerobatics, but. It's unfortunate to hear that from you as Fusion Racing drive through the pits. That was the penalty, not a pit stop for Fusion Racing there, serving that one. As obviously punishment for the incident involving Sim RC. But Dexter, like I say, commiserations for you and your team that you will not be in the points fight as things stand, but it's been fantastic having you guys out on track involved in the racing. You always make things entertaining and you always come and talk to us and say hi, so anybody you'd like to give a shout out to for 49 Motorsports?
Well, yeah, certainly. Yuri came out, and even with a sore back, he's been out here trying to race. And Amjad was ready to take a stint too. So, everybody we were ready to put up a fight for this championship. But barring a complete DNF by Blackadder now, it looks like it's out of reach. But we'll be back for Mosport, and that's the best track on the schedule for the BMW. So we'll see if we can at least come away with a win there.
If we're looking at personal opinions, I'd certainly say, Alvin, that Mosport's the best track on the schedule, full stop. But that's my own attitude. Dexter, thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck next time out at Mosport for 49 Motorsports. We hope to see you guys doing well.
Yeah, see ya.
That's Dexter Castro from 49 Motorsports. Their car, unfortunately, looking like they're out at the moment as, Mosport is the next round, of course, Alvin. That's going to be an interesting one to see on how they will actually deal with this and how they'll go on to a very different track. Of course, not exactly a very common multi-class track. It is, of course, used in the IMSA series, but difficult. It is narrow.
It is, and it could be kind of compared to the equivalent of what is a street course, that circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Really narrow. There's really no room for error. Walls all over the place that are waiting for you for the slightest mistake that you make. And let's not forget the Wall of Champions, always waiting for you to tag along.
Wrong track, of course. You are thinking of course, Montreal, when in fact we're talking Mosport. But
yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's not really close enough. I think there are some miles in between, or kilometers, since it's Canada, so they use the metric system. They don't do the US system. But yeah, my bad, everybody. It is Mosport, so there's not really walls everywhere, but it's perhaps you can consider the short track racing. Let's put it that way. There's not really street course, but it's more of a short track.
That is very true. In fact, is a as our producer saying right now, Hugo Louise saying, Alvin just joined the RacespotTV blooper reel.
Yay!
For confusing
I did it.
Circuit Gilles Villeneuve with Mosport there as Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. Very different track, actually, but still, they're both Canadian and they both have race cars, so you have that going for you, Alvin. As overall leader is AOD Racing at the moment, and they're getting chased down by Simotok Esport. Half a second gap now for Alec Simonik over Julien Ribier as he's chasing down the overall leader. We've seen a lot of battling here for the lead, Alvin, in this race so far. Try and regain some of your composure. Second place, battling forwards now. We've had a big fight for most of this race in the prototypes, and it's been really exciting to watch. Traffic, though, has always been the biggest factor.
And it is, and during the first couple of hours, perhaps we didn't see that much racing in the prototype class because we had so many cautions as the race went by. So the things were really bunching up back and forth. So now we're starting with this long green flag run that we've had. I think this is the second long green flag run that we've really had in this race. So getting this battle now here for the overall lead on the in your prototype class, as the Sima-Talk Esports are trying to get a run here going into Blanchimont, but it looks like they're gonna stay as the AOD goes a little bit wide going into Blanchimont, and there's traffic ahead. Let's see how they're able to handle it. Let's see what they're able to do. The Porsche goes a little bit wide, and they're able to do. And Rachel, here we go, another lap. As we keep looking at this battle here for this battle for the prototype lead, that it looks like, Rachel, you are back.
No, I've definitely been back. Some audio issues there for a moment there. I do apologise, folks, but as it stands, yes, the battle for the lead, AOD Racing 64 and the 707 from Sima-Talk Esport here, duking it out for that top spot. We'll have a quick look back, though, at your GT field, where not quite as close. AOD Racing GT ahead of Blackadder Motorsports 67 car. On very different parts of the track, you've got a big gap. AOD Racing GT we expect to be pitting for fuel at some point soon. They haven't been leading really most of this race, so it's unusual to see them up here, but I believe they are a fuel stop away as they'll head through the first corner. Blackadder Motorsports to the last corner, so Blackadder Motorsports heading in now actually for their fuel stop. 67 car will come onto pit road. Hammerdown Racing will go past them on the track and stay out. Swinging the pit cycle, filtering through here, of course. But now it's 3 Blackadder cars in a row. Alvin, the 67, the 66. Also just going past the pit road. And the 69 car, your leader in your GTC class. With big damage on the front bumper, big damage on the side. They've had a real war today, and they're still leading over the rather battled Sim-RC Strawberry, who are straight away behind them.
It is, and I think finally, after so much time, now we get to see what is the real range for these GT3 cars. So Blackadder Motorsports were able to do just about 21 laps in during their last stint. So that should be the target that we should be seeing for these GT3 cars. AOD Racing now leading the race over Hammerdown Racing just a little bit under 15 seconds. They are just 17 laps into distance, so 3 more laps they should be coming in. And Hammerdown Racing in second place, 13 laps into distance, so in around 7 more laps they should be coming into the pit. So Rachel, now this is where we're starting to see the really interesting pit strategies. Everybody not really on the same cycle.
No, everyone not on the same cycle, and that's definitely made things a bit more interesting. We'll hopefully get a full green flag stint here, which could be exciting to look at what the strategy numbers look like, Alvin. Of course, things shaken up rather dramatically by the yellow flag periods we've had. I believe we're on 5 so far. 5 cautions.
It certainly is. Now we the battle here between the 181 and the number 152. German Sim Racing.de, the 152 with Julian Orgian and running in 5th place, and Sasha Lamb with the Torque Freak Racing Sunset in 4th place coming out of Radion. Let's see what the German Sim Racing.de can do.
Certainly well, German Sim Racing there pushing forwards. The gap is about 1.5 seconds at the moment, but that will come down as they've just managed to break into that draft range. Lap traffic ahead of them in both form of prototypes and also GT cars. Something to keep an eye on. Of course, it was Torque Freak Sunset leading the way for a majority of this race, so it's unusual to see them this far back. But they are off sequence somewhat compared to other cars, which could pay out well for them later on in this event. Right now being caught very quickly by the 152 car behind them. We've got the black and yellow machine there. The German Eagle on it chasing down the orange Torque Freak Sunset entry. As they'll head down through the chicane up towards Savalo 1 and 2. A fantastically flowing track here, Alvin. This circuit really does have that feeling of Le Mans, even though, of course, we're in the Belgian hills rather than the French fields. This track has it all. It has the chicanes, it has the fast corners, it has the flow and the high power straights. These cars perform very similarly.
It does, and if there is one thing that this track has that Le Mans doesn't have, are those elevation changes. So here we got the biggest elevation change perhaps from going into Rouge Rally. Now, one thing to point out, Torque Freak Racing Sunset, they are right now in just 2 laps below when it comes to strategy. as the German SimRacing.de comes into the pits.
They do indeed. German Sim Racing there onto pit road right now for their stop. So they were catching Talk Freak Sunset, but it was an off-sequence positioning here, as Talk Freak Sunset themselves are pushing forwards, sitting at about 4th spot. So we could expect perhaps Samba Racing Team on sequence to be behind them, as will AOD possibly. Cinetalk Esports were around Talk Freak, but we knew they went off sequence, Alvin, so things are very shaken up.
It certainly isn't. Just because they are 2 laps ahead, that doesn't mean that it's not really that off strategy, but it kind of seems like during one of those full course yellows, perhaps they were kind of caught off guard. And you know that if there's something that we have seen throughout this whole race, these full course cautions can really throw your strategy out of the window, and you really have to be on top of it. Every time a full course yellow comes in, you have to redo it. You have to rethink your strategy. You really have to go one by one, and perhaps just even forget about strategy and just do the pit stops as you can. And then with 1 hour to go, then you really start thinking about strategy.
So yes, 1 hour to go will be the real mark. We will see, of course. Maybe the 32 car has just been given a warning by race control. 22 car, 5-second post-race penalty for exceeding track limits when making a pass. And there we go. So giving back position wasn't relevant at the time of ruling, so regardless of that, they will have a 5-second post-race penalty to deal with, Alvin. So that's another thing here. Running the track limits is very easy to do at Spa. Of course, you've got corners like Pouillon and Blanchimont, where it is incredibly easy to run wide and gain time.
It is, and you know, perhaps at this track, this is one of the, like you just mentioned, this is one of the easiest tracks that you can really run outside of the track limits, because those fast corners like Radion, Pouillon, Blanchimont, there's so much off track that perhaps if you go way outside, yes, it is a mistake, but it's not a big mistake like it used to be way back in the day. So you can still run that wide and still, you know, come unscathed, but you also have to keep into consideration that race control is looking into you, because just because you can run really wide doesn't mean you can gain time off that.
No, it certainly doesn't, of course, and as this is positioned here, it means that we're seeing the field really cycle through, and a running wide issue is something people abuse, of course. Here, no safety rating on the line, so you'll see a lot of guys really abusing the track limits. Spa always been one of the most restrictive circuits, Alvin. It's something we know has always been a major problem. This track, the off tracks seem to be in very unusual spots and unusual positions, and it can be quite restrictive. But when you have a race like this where there isn't a safety rating in effect, or there isn't a cap, should I say, people will often trade safety rating willingly for extra time. It means we're seeing drivers run that little bit wider in general because they know they aren't being penalised for it. So the race control really have to keep their eyes on the actual track limits.
Absolutely, and perhaps, yeah, this is one of those that really, the track limits that are set by iRacing may not seem that natural compared to other tracks. But here's the thing, Rachel, it's the same track limits for everybody, so it doesn't really matter. Everybody has to abide by the same limits.
They certainly do have to abide by the same limits, as we're looking for some action on the racetrack. TNT Gold and AOD Racing GT here closing in on each other. It's not quite been as close as you might want it to be yet, but they're definitely coming together, and that's Durajan Baldrin behind the wheel of the TNT Gold car, with Yannick Mulman behind the wheel of the AOD entry. And Mulman is doing a fantastic job here, holding off the car of TNT Gold, but the times last time by is just out of the pits for AOD Racing Gold, and a 2:19.5 from TNT, which is a quick lap actually for the GT3 cars. Alvin, I believe, look at my times here so far. Pareto has the actual highest, or the fastest lap for that team with a 2:17.1, so considering most laps I've seen on the board have so far been around the 19s and the 20s, it's not a bad lap.
It is, and you know, when we consider that pretty much every time we come here at Spa-Francorchamps, it's usually during daylight, so usually the lap times are not really that fast when we come here. So now coming here into night racing, temperature just a little bit lower than we are used to seeing compared to our races. So of course you will have faster lap times. Now, one thing from this battle, even though it is a battle for position right now, there is an 8-lap difference when it comes to stints. So the number 667 of ALD Racing, they just came out of the pits around 2 laps ago, and Dion Baldwin of the TNT Racing goes just about 10 laps into the stint, as I think we have some trouble here with the leader of the GT class.
Oh, we did. I believe that was... if we have a quick look down, I think I just saw the number 73 with issues. I think that's not the leader. That's V-Apex, one of their cars, I believe, as we have the 22 car off the track. And that was the car involved in the track limits thing. You can see on the replay there, 22 car of the Hamadan Racing also off the track. So that was a contact perhaps related to that same incident I'm showing you there on the replay. Solo incident actually for Hamadan Racing. Nobody else involved there, just themselves having a solo spin into the barriers. Big hit actually for Hamadan Racing. That's another one to look at there. The 22, we just looked at that replay, but it was also the I believe the 77. It wasn't the 77, it's the V-Apex Racing car. We'll get a caution, we'll sort this one out. We're really confused, Alvin.
Yeah, it is, and it was really a solo incident, but it looks like the full course caution here being thrown out by the number 13 V-Apex Racing Group Blue, JC Arnold. In the car, it kind of looks like coming out of Paul Frere. It was involved on an incident here. Let's see what did happen to them. Kind of looks
they were
like,
stuck on the apex. They lost the car, and of course they backed up to go across the track to rejoin, and that's what put them in that position. So the caution flag flying after 2 incidents there for V-Apex Group Blue, and also for the entry from... I've lost which car it was. It was the 22 car, sorry. Hamadan Racing GT. Big impact after just getting a wiggle, a death wiggle for Hamadan Racing, and hitting the barrier backwards and the driver's side door there, Alvin. So a big mistake for them too.
Yeah, it is, and I'm trying to back just a little bit here and see. It was coming out of No Name Corner. They just lost a car coming out of No Name Corner and got back in the rear by Samba Racing, and this incident has some big championship implications in your prototype class.
It certainly will. Of course, second place runners there for Samba Racing Team. This will cost them track time, but will the expect that flag will come out for them after the restart. So this is really unfortunate, having to do a green flag drive-through under green after a restart with all the cars bunched up. Alvin, is a huge problem because they'll lose a lot of time. But when things were spread out by a considerable amount of time under green, having had it before the caution would have been much easier for them, much less time lost. So Samba will really pay for this one.
Well, here's the main thing. Under caution, you cannot serve penalties, and that is one of the things that has been pretty much consistent throughout all series. So even if you get a penalty and you are about to serve the penalty, and a full course yellow gets thrown out, that is absolutely bad luck. That's the only way that can be described.
Certainly is, of course, in full course caution here at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps in the Belgian hills for the sixth time tonight in this event as we're live with your coverage. Don't forget, of course, you can check out the great products at simexperience.com. That's simexperience with an X, no E. And you can check out the AccuForce systems from them with unparalleled realism and the most advanced tuning features on the market. The AccuForce Pro steering system is the only complete plug-and-play direct drive force feedback wheel for sim racers. Check them out at simexperience.com. You can also, at the same place, look up SimVibe by SimExperience, which is an advanced multi-dimensional audio-based feedback software that uses between 1 and 8 bass transducers, better known as butt kickers or bass shakers, to provide the correct physics-based vibrations at each corner and throughout your simulator. Check them out at simexperience.com. Caution flag, Alvin, of course, out again 6 times tonight. And this is just shaking up our attempt to try and get some data from a green flag fuel stint. We're just not going to see it, are we?
It could also be that, but I think that perhaps we saw what's the full stint for a GT3 car, and was around 21 laps. So at least we know what the strategy is in terms of the GT on the GT3 class. GTC and prototypes, well, that's something that's still to be seen.
It certainly is soon to be seen, as we'll wait for the field to sort themselves out here and get ready to go back to green flag racing in a few laps' time. But it's been a tricky experience for us, of course, as we are actually approaching the halfway point of this event in about 10 minutes' time. 10 minutes' time, we'll be entering hour number 4 of your event today. 3 hours will be in the books, as the caution has been waved off again. We'll extend this so we can get the field sorted out and filtered through, as they best should be, by your race leader, with now 11 of your field on the lead lap here, Alvin, with a few cars getting waved around under this situation. All the cars marked 1 lap down will be waved through. But as it stands, we are looking at another restart, which bunches the entire field up again, and this changes the dynamic.
It is, and you know, pretty much this is what we have seen throughout this race so far. These full course yellows really throwing your strategy out of the window. So as it stands right now in this race, just forget about strategy right now. Just keep your focus on running your race, making sure your car is clean. Once we get down to that 1 hour to go, then you see where you are standing. If you can make that last stop so that you don't have to come back into the pits for a splash refuel, because as it stands right now, it's really uncertain. That's the only way to describe it.
Absolutely, the cycle very much up for debate, I think, at the moment. We have no idea what fuel strategy is like here, of course, because we haven't managed to reach a full stint yet under green conditions, so we ought to have people on similar strategies, with some cars having pitted under various caution periods, Alvin, some under green flag conditions. It's really, really up to the dynamic we're seeing, and shaking how this thing, works, because we are seeing so many different strategies today, so many different ways of operating, so many different ways of running this race, that we can't really tell who's realistically where.
It is, and it's really hard to predict what is the ideal strategy here in this race. One thing that will be interesting to see when these cautions come out, really interesting how many teams are perhaps double or triple stinting tires, because we really haven't had that many instances of long green flag runs, especially during that first hour where we had three full course yellows. Perhaps there may be teams that were trying to double or triple stint tires.
Certainly would agree with that assessment, Alvin. I think a few teams might have tried it, especially in the GT fields, with, as you said, very low usage of those tires, especially with it being night and cooler. That could be a realistic possibility, so we'll keep our eyes on what people are doing in their pit stops and when we next see people on pit road. But as it stands, we'll run through your top 5s in each class. WR Racing leading the way under caution for your prototype field under the pit cycle. AOD Racing HPD in 2nd place, with 3rd place is Talk Freak Racing Sunset. Simotok Esport and Samba Racing Team behind them in 5th. Down in your GT field is Black Adam Motorsports 66 car leading the field. War Dogs GT in 2nd place. 3rd place is AOD Racing, with TNT Racing Gold in 4th, and Berlin Sim Sport in 5th. Down in your wrong team, that's the different actual field, as I would have said, it's Black Adam 37 in 5th. As we look at your GTC field, where I got confused, the German Sim Racing .de255 leading the way. Berlin Sim Sport 87 in the 2nd spot, with Screwloose Motorsports in 3rd. KPR Racing in 4th. Road Bar Stewards Blue pitting from 5th. So Alvin, at this sort of stage, you're seeing, we're halfway through a pit cycle, we've got guys from perhaps lower down in the pack leading these groups. Surely you pit under caution and you get yourself a free stop here, and you advance some positions in the track.
It is, and then when you consider, we're talking about the endurance layout, so this is a long pit road that we have in here. So perhaps coming right now under full course yellow, it may not seem like an advantage because you will go to the end of the line. That is absolutely for sure. But the time that you will lose compared to your class leaders will be a lot less than if you do it under green flag conditions. So, and with all the strategies that we have been seeing so far, and with the full course cautions, it really doesn't hurt to actually go for that strategy.
Certainly doesn't, and strategy is definitely going to be the buzzword of action today, with drivers finding different ways to do things as the caution's been waved off again. So we'll try and get this one sorted through as we are getting ever closer to the the halfway point here. But another couple of laps actually under yellow, we're being told by race control. The strategy is so varied. We have no real unified, lap-to-lap strategy because of these cautions.
It is, but that is something fascinating of this race right now. The fact that we have so many full course yellows compared to other races that we have so far during this season, it's really fascinating and interesting at the same time. How you as a team can do your own strategy, and perhaps you look at it on the standings right now, and you look at it, okay, so you got this strategy, and do you think this is the winning strategy? You are running P number 10, for example, but we have to remember, at this point of the race, you are not really racing the person that's in front of you. You are pretty much racing the clock, and that is the most important thing right now. Once we go to that 1 hour to go point, then you have a real idea who are you racing on the track. But as it stands right now, just forget who's in front of you, just forget who is behind you, do your own strategy, do the best you can.
Sage advice there from Alvin Nieves on race strategy, things to follow for sure. As the field will of course sort itself out with the pit sequence and getting to the end of this race. Teams of course who planned from the end of the race to the start, Alvin, will have the best strategy, but with all these cautions coming, unpredictable laps, I mean, do you only pit if it falls around your planned window?
Well, it is really hard to predict what is the ideal window, as it opens and closes, and with all these full course yellows. So yeah, it's just best to think what is best for your team. Perhaps take advantage of these full course yellows. If you're not pitting, well, yeah, save a little bit more fuel than what you will usually do. If you come into the pits, do your service as usual. Perhaps put a new driver in. Yes, you lose some time, but at the same time, you're doing it under full course yellow, so you still get to join the end of the line. So at the end of the day, you lose time. You still lose time, but it's minimal.
Certainly is, and while the time is going to be running out in fairly short order, we'll hit that halfway point and we'll no longer be counting up to that point. We'll be counting down from halfway to the very end of this race, as we'll have at least one more lap under caution after this one before we go back to green flag conditions, as we can welcome back Jake Sperry into the RacespotTV booth. Jake, caution number 6. We've extended it twice. The laps are definitely winding down. We're hitting halfway point soon. This race is... we have no way to predict what's going to happen.
No, we don't here, and that's been something that has been playing in quite a few drivers' minds. I assume that Lee Ward is a little bit out of position right now and yet to come in to make his stop. So, what we have been seeing is a lot of changes going in, and Fusion racing down the order as well here in 10th position. That's not what they want for their championship right now at the halfway stage.
No, it is not. The championship very much on the line in this one, as we know that Samba Racing have been involved in a bit of an incident, of course. A few other teams also have implications for their points. Samba Racing, expecting, may well have to come in and serve a stop-and-go penalty or a drive-through once we go back to green, which of course will equate to a lot of positions lost, Jake, with it being under green after the field's bunched up. So there's very heart-in-mouth moments over there at the Samba Racing team garage.
Yeah, you have to say there is a lot of heart-to-mouth moments for them, because they've yet to take a win here in this series, and there's only one more race after this at Motorsport. So The problem that's there here for Samba Racing Team is they score their points on consistency and being consistently there whilst other teams falter. When they become the team that falter, that's a big issue for them here, as we do see actually a car come down onto the lane, and that was from the race lead there, that's WR Racing. Yeah, as that is Lee Ward down onto the lane. So the problem that arises here for Samba is with that incident that's happened, they lose ground to Simitok, they lose ground to Fusion Racing here, and for Simitok, this is the scenario that they wanted here. They want to be out in front, they want to make sure that nobody else is going to really challenge them here, and taking that championship lead going to the final race, it says a lot as a big statement.
Certainly does, and of course, championship points mean everything. And, well, you only get those points on the last lap of the race. What you do up to that point, it doesn't matter if it's been 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, or 24. If you aren't there on the final lap, in the position you want, you don't get the points. So performance through the races, of course, Alvin, is kind of irrelevant. You know, we know these guys are all about the result, but they're all about consistency. And if you don't make it to the end, you don't get the prize.
And consistency is pretty much the main word here on endurance racing. You really have to keep your focus, especially during a race like this, 6 hours in the darkness, Spa-Francorchamps. That is something that it's really demanding, and as it stands right now, so far we have seen so many teams make so many mistakes, and these mistakes have really shaped up the championship standing as it stands right now. But we're almost at that halfway mark. So with just over 3 hours to go, there's still plenty of racing to go, and well, still plenty of mistakes that could happen.
Definitely time for plenty of mistakes in this race. There's a number of drivers cursing ones they have made, Jake. We've certainly had a few involved in things that have definitely going to will be leading to points implications. But we are really split up. Me and Alvin were talking about how the race order has been so shaken up here because of what we've seen, that it's going to be very difficult to kind of understand where people are on strategy when so many cars are either down from position because of pit strategy or up from position. It'll be very hard to kind of work out where people are going to end up.
Yeah, it is here, and on current strategy here and on current race sort of trim, we're looking at sort of 12 cautions in this race, which is a scary prospect to say the least. What we do need to work out here, though, is, you know, everyone's got their own strategy, everyone's looking to try and put it into play, and you can save up to maybe a stop, 2 stops on the laps that you're doing around that pace car, just waiting to get back going again. We've seen so much of an ebb and flow between different drivers here who's been struggling. I mean, Talk Freak have their 3rd driver in now in James Ewens right now. So, you know, everyone's got a different strategy. I mean, even look at Simitok, they still have Emmanuel Gallon there behind the wheel. So, you know, some drivers are doing well here. They're going with 2 drivers, some going with 3. It all depends on what you want to do and who you want to put in as quickest.
Certainly is. And, well, getting the faster drivers in could be a good advantage, especially someone who's perhaps good in traffic with all these restarts. Could pay to have someone that can get their elbows out when necessary, but knows when to tuck them in and just put their head down and kiss their ass goodbye, because right now the racing has been fairly aggressive, as we're seeing Blackadder's 66 car slowing on the run to Blanchemont here. They're letting a lot of cars past. I'm not sure why, as Matthias Magnussen doesn't seem to be out of fuel, although he could be. I'm not sure. Its speed is increasing, so it's not as though he's out of fuel. He just seems to be letting cars pass him.
Well, that's interesting here, and, you know, it's not natural to go 35.
Pace car off, actually, Jake. This is interesting on the restart. Their pace car is off, and he's lost position. I see some black flags being issued by the sim in this moment, as AOD Racing will head up towards La Source to restart us here on lap 66. And keep an eye on Blackadder Motorsports and where they are. They've dropped right to the back.
Oh, it's an end-of-line penalty.
There you go, end-of-line penalty for them. Taken very, very late, it would seem, as AOD Racing out of the final corner. And the green flag waves. AOD Racing, Talk Freak Racing, Simitok Esports, Samba Racing, German Racing, .D152, Your top 5 in prototype will restart here as we tick over the halfway point. 3 hours remaining, and we just had a restart. This race, 6 hours of Belgium or 2 lots of 3? That's going to be the question we see tonight.
Oh, it certainly will be, and you are looking here at some fantastic little battles going on. You look at, say, your GTC category, they're still there.
Big junk. Sorry, we've had a crash entering Lake Coombe, and that involved 2 of the prototypes, including the Vikings Molyneux car, who lost it, of course, just into La Source, heading into the back, nearly broke into the back of the German SimRacing.de 151, spun avoiding them and got tapped by a car from behind. 4X HPD, giving them a 4X there and then, but they get the car spun around and going again, so we'll not see a yellow flag as you saw the replay there on the screen. Of course, no yellow flag, it was recovered well, but outbraking themselves, very, very unfortunate. Head down through Bouillon there, sparks flying off that prototype as it's a bodywork dragging, I think, after that contact. They'll have to check it out in pit road, Alvin. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, it is, and you know, these cautions kind of seem to bring more cautions. Although this one was more local, but you know, all the prototypes are able to be on track. Now, one fun fact that I've noticed throughout this race, I've noticed that there has been some cars that have been out of this race, mainly from the GT3 and GTC, but so far we're 57 seconds just away from the ads. Big mistake there. Big mistake there from the 181, and the number 707 is able to get that P2. So big mistake by the 181, Rachel.
James Ewens there just outbraked himself, went deep into the entrance to the bus stop, allowed Semitalk Esports to get through, and nearly allowed Samba Racing Team to get through as well. Samba, of course, had the inside line to La Source, and they got through. Here comes German Sim Racing 152. Also going to try and make it through on the run to the start-finish line and the run to Rouge Radio. They get through. Big mistake there by Torque Free Racing Sunset and James Ewens as they lost spots. Hemorrhaging positions were seconded down to 5th place for that team. In fact, they're looking like they're going to lose another one to the second German Sim Racing car, the 151. And 4X HPD have a look too, as major problems there for Torque Freak Sunset. Just trying to find their groove again and get going in this race, as I'll be very upset to see that happen. Field progressing still, very heavy racing here. It's literally as though we're part of 2-3 hour races. Will we see the same race in this second half as we saw in the first? Will we have 6 cautions in 3 hours, or will we have a green flag race? Well, if the racing so far is anything to go by, Jake, it's fast, it's furious, and I think we could expect a yellow flag in the near future.
We may do here, and you know, you've got to be careful in terms of the battling that's going on, especially here between the 4 and the 77. Fitzstein Motorsports, Philip Morton behind the wheel. Then you got Puffin Racing there. That's Jason Lundy then looking to try and make that move. This is for 5th in class. Then looking at the inside, no, not going to happen here, but they have cars that are quicker behind. Graphite Racing's there. You've got the likes of the Road Bar Stewards White here trying to get themselves back on the lap here. So, you know, we've got this little battle going on, and, you know, when multiple classes meet, normally ends in a very sticky sandwich right now. So now you're looking at Puffin Racing again having a look into Pouon, but you don't make the move there. Runs wide through the corner. They both do. They follow each other in sympathy. There's one car going through and maybe another.
Very much so. The traffic, a major thing at the moment, is a lot of shuffling about in different classes, as we've seen. Of course, AOD Racing GT, the 667 car losing a couple of spots to prototypes, but behind them is Blackadder 67 car filtering their way through. They've got a good gap over the Hammerdown Racing GT3 car, so not very close to the front of your GT3 field. In fact, there's only 3 cars really left at the front of that GT3 field before the second group of 3 cars. Behind 5 cars from your GTC field, Alvin. It's just the fun part we talked about with fuel length. It's actually SimRC Strawberry leading the way from Blackadder's 69 car. In fact, it's not. No, they're just behind them again now. I think they've lost. No, they are ahead still. It's a lap down car. You've got G Motorsports, Fitzy Motorsports, and Puffin Racing there. Your top 5. But look at this behind Fitzy. Also, TNT Racing Gold in that second pack of GT3 cars. Very, very heavy traffic here.
Yeah, it is, and this is perhaps the most fun part of endurance racing. You know, when you have all the different classes all packed into one group, trying to make sure that they do the overtakes as clean as possible, trying to make sure that they are noticed, as we see just how they can close the door on you if you are the faster car. But you know, this is really where the patience comes into play, especially if you're in the prototype field. Now, one fun thing that I have noticed from the prototype field so far, as it stands right now, all the cars in the prototype field are still running in this race, and pretty much only one car, it's only one lap down.
Very much so, as a lot of cars are still running, and it's definitely making this one a bit more interesting, Jake. We've got a very busy track.
Yeah, we do here. Everyone's trying to make sure that they don't trip up over each other. That's something that's playing into the mind here. A Samba Racing team under pressure for the sim. RC.de crashed with the 994, though that's the road bastard. It's green then. They've got the problems that's going on. The 667 also getting a drive-through penalty for unsafe driving. So, you know, everyone now, it's penalty season coming into play here, and everyone's just trying to hold on. The 667 is your leader in your GT3 category. That's AOD Racing GT. That's the last thing they would have wanted in this situation, and now they fall completely out of sync.
So everything completely out of whack here as the traffic gets intense. Lap cars, oh, car runs wide there. It's a 911 past the TNT Gold car. As the field becoming a little more separated very slowly, but it's just a lot of traffic in one place, Alvin. They're all fighting for that same bit of road, and with them all being on very similar laps here, it's quite unusual to see that.
It is absolutely, especially for that GT and GTC class, pretty much. They got a very similar top speed, but when it comes to downforce and all the electronic bits that those GT3 cars have, that's what really make the difference. And if you try to put a prototype car in the mix in that's where things start getting really interesting, because you're fighting two classes which are pretty much similar, and one of them you have to be a bit more careful because they have no ABS, so you have to kind of judge your movement and see where's the best place to do your overtakes.
The overtaking here is, of course, mostly in the draft, really, at the moment, Jake. The cars, we'll have a quick look at Hamadan Racing GT3 alongside their Blackadder 67 car going into Lecum. Makes the pass on the inside under braking. Textbook pass, and let's not forget this car at one point was backwards in an Armco barrier before that last caution, so they really have recovered.
They really have here. Back into second here, Matt Quinn. Now you can see that Christopher Ems had nothing, and the difference was 1.4 seconds in that last lap for them. AOD have come down and served it, so that was for the race lead then in terms of the GT3 category here for Hamadan. Exactly what they need in that situation. I've also been monitoring that GTC battle here. You got Challoner here with Osterkamp in that fight. Osterkamp doing 222s, 223s, so for Challoner, that's not what he needs to do here in terms of this event right now. They need to get a little bit more pace into the car here, or rely on yet another one of those fabled cautions.
Absolutely, the fabled cautions are certainly a thing, as the 667 finally gets a penalty. Oh no, that's AOD Racing GT receiving a penalty there. Although I'm not sure what that one's for, Alvin.
Yeah, I certainly understand, you know, with all the stuff that has been happening so far in this race, you know, we're kind of trying to keep track of all those things, pit strategies, race control calls, and, you know, it's really hard. It's really hard to kind of keep up with this race, but at the same time, it's really interesting how these different situations, incidents, full course caution are really starting to play into this race and in the strategies as well, and how each team handles it. That is the really important thing that we're starting to see in here today.
We certainly are, and race strategy will be the key. If somebody has found it, we can't really tell because it's been so muddled up. We aren't really sure what the numbers are looking like, but right now these drivers are all very much busy in terms of trying to keep themselves in contention for this one and trying to make themselves a smaller target as possible, it would seem, at some points, as AOD didn't make contact with the back of the 26 car from your GTC field. Screw Loose Motorsports, who nearly had a bumper loose. Then go to Blanchemont, as just ahead of them on the same lap is Puffin Racing there, just up the track. The Golf liveried entry in the Porsche 911 class. Look at the 934 and the 007 cars. TNT Gold and War Dog GT heading up Eau Rouge Radiant neck and neck there. The green camouflaged War Dogs and the grey and yellow TNT car. Look at the overspeed the Audi will get here on the straight. It's a big advantage there, Alvin.
Yeah, it is, but we also have to consider that this V8 from the Mercedes AMG, but kind of looks like Artur from TNT Racing Go really not phased by that because he has the better brakes and the better handling compared to the AMG. But going through Lecumbe, no problem so far. Going down Rivage, let's see if he can get a run.
Well, typically, of course, the Audi always been a bit more successful in the slow speed corners. Alvin really rotating very well, but the Mercedes perhaps a little bit better in the fast corners. So with Spa being almost 50-50 both of them, it's a tough track. It's a bit like Brands Hatch in that regard. You have a start of the lap with a lot of short corners, end of the lap with a few more fast ones, but this track, you are seeing a similar thing. You see a couple of chicanes in the first part of the lap, then you have some good flowing fast corners towards the end, where the Mercedes can really stretch its legs.
It is, but the main thing here is I think the Audi does have the advantage overall. It may lack the top speed that the Mercedes does have, but it's really an interesting dynamic that we have in here with these two cars. Of course, we have to remember these are the two relatively newer cars that were brought into GT3 last year, and as we see the battle here going into Blanchimont.
We just saw the leader of your field very much held up. In fact, it is being held up still by another prototype. It's actually Unicorn Endurance, who looks set to go down a lap. In fact, there's a lot of traffic ahead of them as well, so things getting very much bottled up here. The 3.4 second gap they have over Simitok Esports could well be eaten away very soon as they try and filter between cars of their own class and GTC machines. They'll manage to get through, though. AOD Racing punches the gap and get through Blanchimont with no particular problem there. The prototype, of course, is flat out here, Jake. They get to go through there without really much of a thought. It's a kink in the straight. Not so much for the GT cars, where it's a bit more of a challenge.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well, it was actually coming through Rivage where we saw the big hold-up. There was two cars in the middle. One of them was that Unicorn Endurance car. The other one was, I believe, the Fusion Racing black car there that was causing a few little issues. They all ran off. They all ran into issues, and Simonic has lost a lot of time on that lap. The gap down again to 2.6 seconds, and now just trying to scythe away through cars as quickly as he can because Galinier right now is coming to catch them right now. And you see up at Rouge comes Galinier, and you'll catch the car at the wrong time. You'll just pull over to the left-hand side, get around what was the VA Apex Racing Group blue car. That's JC Arnold behind the wheel. And you can see here, he's now catching everyone here. Is your leaders in your prototype division. That's not what they want.
Certainly not. And the 87 has had a warning for track limits. Another one of our stories today. Aside from crashing, it's track limits. The 87, I'm looking through my timing and scoring. That's Berlin Simsport in the 911, who are currently running in the 7th place in class for them, as I believe it's no, actually 6th place, I should say, in their own class. So nearly in the region of a top 5, but not if they keep exceeding the track limits. We talked about it earlier on, Alvin, but it's so easy to run wide here at Spa.
It is absolutely, but we also have to remember this is a track limit pretty much for everybody. Everybody was also briefed of what the track limits are, so if you are going over the track limits over and over again, yeah.
Goodness me, there was contact between the Road Bar Stewards Blue and the German SimRacing.de 153 through Pujon. And that was scary because he tried to go down the inside, he ran in too deep, and then it all checked up behind there for Wolfgang Wildenaar there. And for Alexander Bratz, he's a very lucky lad that he's in the straight direction.
And very much so there, as Andalata just managing to keep his car in one piece just, but it's only just as he's running there behind one of his teammates. As we saw the replay on your screen a second ago. I believe they're behind the 152 car there, who's running at the moment in 3rd place. So in all, German SimRacing have a good showing in this event. They're up in 3rd and 4th, but perhaps not quite as much as they would have wanted.
No, certainly not here. And, well, that is something that is starting to play a little bit into the minds of drivers. Actually, just seen Galinier held up a little bit as well there by Fitzstein Motorsports. So, you know, the timer is going away here for Simitok, and now they've got a little bit of issue here because they have a train of German sim racing machines right behind them. Kemersat and Ledvig here are right with them and could make some real key inroads here in terms of the championship standings here. And with the traffic ahead as well that's having to be dealt with, that's not ideal, Rachel, as they move into Lake Coombe.
Certainly not. Lake Coombe, a tricky place to get caught up in traffic, of course, Jake, as the guys here are filtering through. And something you all may have noticed during this event so far is that all the cars have black wing mirrors and they all have Swedish flags on the end plates. This, of course, is, I'm sure you all heard about the attack in Sweden in the last day or two. We've had multiple drivers, of course, from Sweden, 2 teams specifically from Scandinavia, and DGFX Racing want to send out their thoughts and prayers for those members, teams, and anybody affected by the attacks and their families, and those, unfortunately, who lost their lives. Even though this weekend's race will be held at night, they have modified car decals for the race. All cars will carry the normal decals as well as black mirrors, and the aforementioned Swedish flag on the wing end plates to show their support for those affected by the attacks in Sweden this week. So a great gesture there from DGFX, and the same goes out from us, of course, at RacespotTV. Our thoughts with those affected by the tragedies in Sweden, in fact throughout the world at the moment. So moments, of course, for those people affected by current goings on. We're going to take this opportunity to head on board, actually, folks, with the 151 from German Sim Racing, currently running in 4th behind their sister car in your prototype field. Have a bit of RacespotTV fan immersion. Welcome back live here to the DGFX Endurance Championship, and we're on the caution for the 7th time tonight. We're going to try and work out what's happened for you on the track, as we are, in fact, under a full course caution again. 7th time tonight here, as we have remaining about 2 hours and 40 minutes on the play clock of the event. 6 hours of Belgium with a yellow flag, full course caution. We're trying to work out what it was, a 13 car, I believe, heavily involved there, the Apex Racing Group Blue. Once again, managing to end up at the bus stop in a problem. Let's take a quick look. I'm not sure if it was the bus stop because that car was running through it cleanly. but we've had some reports of what happened. It wasn't directly caught on our cameras, I don't think. So, Alvin, did you see what happened?
No, I was out while this incident happened, so that's something I'll have to look into it. So, I'll just go back and see what happened, and then I will report back.
Well, one thing I did see in terms of this was Ullman in the 305 have to slow, and it looks like a blown engine actually, which has caused him to park the car on the outside of Rivage. So a very weird incident to actually blow up the engine there. No fast repair, so it's a very long tow and a very long build.
Certainly is, of course, as that will be something they'll have to resolve and get that car fixed. As I think that's pretty much counting themselves out of the event at this stage, Jake, because that's not exactly something you can swap out in 5 minutes.
Certainly isn't, and that's going to be a huge issue as we get that on the camera just now. And when you do blow that engine here, it's difficult to do, and when you're in that 305 machine there for the German SimRacing.de team, you know, they're in that fight and they want to be in that fight as much as they possibly can. That 305 car is actually quite far down the order when things are all said and they are all done in terms of, actually they're third in class actually for GT. So GT actually proving here, Rachel, as I correct myself, that everybody is struggling in GT. All of your championship leaders are running into issues somewhere. 49 Motorsports, they are out of this event. You see the 305, they were 25 laps down, and then they blow the engine, causing a caution. So, you know, everyone's struggling. It's all favours to Blackadder right now, and they're relying on Hammerdown not to really run themselves back into this championship.
Yeah, they certainly do, as well, the strategies have been changed by a lot of drivers as this one has gone on so far. And there are plenty of drivers who are certainly going to be in a bit of a hole strategy-wise with the fall of the cautions, as cars will get waved around and shuffled into order here or under caution again for the 7th time. The field has been acquired by the safety car. IOD Racing HPD leading the way from German Sim Racing's 152, ahead of Simatoc Esports with German Sim Racing's 151, and 4X HPD there running in order. As well, we have got not a lot to talk about here. We know it was a blown engine, so not really something we could analyse other than the fact that maybe they needed to replace the transmission oil or something. But Alvin, this is really widening things open now, because we are in a, potentially for some of these classes, 2 stops to the end.
2 or maybe 3 stops. It really does depend how much you can extend the fuel runs up in here, as we are going to extend the full personnel just a little bit more. So we still haven't come to that point that I think we still have to start considering strategy. I think we have to. These teams, they still have to run their own race. We still haven't come to that point that they can do, okay, let's think, how about how many stops we need to do now. They still haven't come to that point, because with so many caution flags, as they keep coming, the strategies keep being thrown off. So right now the strategy is try to do what's best for you.
Certainly is, but it's going to be wide open to see what will go from this one, of course. 2 stops is the general region we're seeing for all the cars here. Maybe. And that is on the outside, depending on the fall of cautions, Jake. We think at least 45-50 minutes is possible by most cars in class, at least. So that puts everybody in the 2-stop window, realistically. How do you play this one? Are you going to expect another caution?
At this rate, yeah, you do expect another caution. You do expect one to come out at some stage, but you can't rely and guarantee on it. You play to a strategy which doesn't rely on a caution. If you're further down the field, arguably you could say you come in early and hope for that caution. It's tough to say at this situation. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't. And if there are more cautions to come along, of course, we're saying this is caution number 7 of the evening. We are scheduled to get onto a rate of about 12, we are thinking at the moment. So when it comes down to it, it might come down to a 30-minute sprint. It's about getting track position. So in my opinion, when you pit, you're hoping for a caution.
Absolutely right. And well, the cautions should be expected, I think, at this stage, as our field will filter through. It's going to be interesting to watch the cars filter past now. They're going to get weaved past the pace car. We're really approaching that 2.5 hours point now, so I think two stops now, Alvin, is definitely what we're going to see. With this being extended a few more laps, do you pit now? Do you reset yourself to this window of 2 stops?
At this point in the race, considering that, for example, most of the prototype field are gonna be on lap number 18, you could. There is that possibility, and 2 stops is really stretching it. If you want to make it on 2 more stops, then it really you need to come in now, and you really have to hope for a lot more caution laps. So as it stands right now, this could be a 3 and maybe 4 stops. But one thing I do see, once we get around 45 minutes to go, that is the time that you have to come into the pits, and then no matter what happens, it's pretty much 45 minutes to go. You come into the pits, you are good to go.
Certainly do, as of course these positions are really going to be interesting to see once everything filters out time-wise. We have a number of cars here who are very much a threat, including Talk Freak Sunset, who have pitted. They're down the order. Samba Racing also have pitted. Team Vikings Molnir down the order here. I believe they have also pitted, but they have been involved in some incidents as well. As of most of our fields at this stage, it's been a pretty heavy race so far, and Jake, we did say it could be attritional, that it could be a case of living to the end, and it might well be the case.
Certainly can be at the moment. You look at cars who are, you could say, arguably cycling here. We have lost ourselves about 15 here from the field, and we are seeing a couple of cars actually come in this scenario right now. You're seeing 4X HBD Racing there going to drive themselves onto the lane. Only car actually so far to drop in this scenario here. Actually, they're going to be joined by Samba here, who need to make that clean stop now and not lose positions and not lose time. Same can be said for Berlin Simsport and also Fitzstein Motorsports coming in as well. And you see the likes of WR Racing trying to jump in. Talk Freak Radion hammered down here, the leaders in your GT3 category. So everyone's thinking now is the time to make that decision and get yourself down onto the lane. And that's going to throw another wrench in the works here with just 2.5 to go.
Very much so, and well, this will be a time to really keep our eyes on the flow of traffic. Of course, we have reset really our traffic lapping, so we should see in about 5 or 6 laps of clean air for these guys to race in. That will change strategy once again. This is something we've really seen so far, is the amount of time we've seen guys having to work through traffic, Alvin, very limited due to these cautions. You know, we've never really had a full hour perhaps to see it cycle through a few times.
Yeah, it is, and you know, this race has starting to turn really interesting when it comes to these pit strategies and full course yellows, because, like I said, you usually figure out your strategy just before you start the race, and you assume that there's not gonna be any caution flags at all. But with these many caution flags, I think there's really no strategy. I think the strategy is just come into the pits whenever you feel that is the best time to come in and do your service, because with just over 2.5 hours to go, there's still plenty of racing to do. So many things can happen. Just run your own strategy. Come into the pits whenever you think it's the most convenient, and just mind your own race.
Absolutely, minding your own race is everything you have to do at this stage. And, well, we'll have to see whether they can filter through and get this one done. Minding your own race. That sounds so simple, Jake. It sounds so easy to just mind your own race and do what you have to do, but if only every race was that simple, if only it was only you on the track.
Yeah, that is the case here, because, you know, you have to deal with the variables of lap traffic, you have to deal with the variables of going 6 hours, you have to deal with the variables of other drivers coming into your car, however much damage, and trying to get that machine to the end. That is the difficulty that you're playing with in terms of this, and the likes of drivers who have made their ways through here. You can look at the likes of AOD Racing HBD. They're up 6 for the day. They're now there at the front of the field and have been for a little while here, putting a really good pace. But GermanSimRacing.de know that they need to make those gains in, Simitok as well. And you look at likes of Samba, who have come in to try and make that pit stop. You look at likes of Fusion now, who are a little bit further back into position now, in 5th right now. So It's difficult to say, and when you get into that situation, you know, everyone is looking at track position thinking when is the best, because now Graphite Racing holds the key in your GT3s, and it's still SimRC.de Strawberry, but they have a little bit of not too much help behind.
Yeah, very much so. And well, strategies will be somewhat simplified from this point. We've definitely had a series of shorter races to run, culminating in one grand total. If you're just joining us, folks, welcome to the DGFX Endurance Series here, sponsored by SimExperience.com. That's SimExperience with an X without the E. RacespotTV, iRacing Live. Rachel Wyford joined by Alvin Nieves and Jake Sperry with Hugo Louise on the cameras today. And we've had a very action-packed race so far with a number of retirees, including German Sim Racing's 256 and Bad Cactus Blue team from your GTC class, including GTN Racing actually. From GT3, well, they've had the most fatalities of any class whatsoever. SMT Motorsports, WR Racing B, Team Vikings Midgard, Sweet Spot Racing, 49 Motorsports, German Sim Racing 305, the Apex Racing Group Blue are nearly dead, but not quite. Overdrive Performance 211 are not quite dead yet, but trying to be. Things have been very much attritional, as we have a lot of cars many laps down. We'll be going back to Green Flag Racing, this time by AOD Racing in command of your field, restarting on lap 78 with 2 hours and 28 minutes remaining. The green flag flies. We are back under green flag conditions. Good clean run up the Camel Straight from Eau Rouge Radion there for your prototypes, although they're battling already as 4X Racing swings out there behind one of your leaders. It's 4X Racing swinging out and moving past Berlin Simsport, although fight back again. Very heavy traffic further down the order. Your GT cars battling hard, as are SimRC and Blackadder down in GTC for the lead. These two have been at it all day so far, Alvin, and it's not letting off.
All day, and this battle seems like it's not letting off in any point in time, as the 69 and the 798 battling in here, coming into no name corner. So far, SimRC.de Strawberry seems to be holding the upper hand.
Certainly is, as they are going to be filtering this one through, getting themselves sorted at the moment, as we'll see if this could actually deal with anything, because the traffic's been a problem for them so far. They've had some faster cars behind them, and so far they've managed to keep themselves generally intact, but it's GT cars that have been the biggest threat to these two. And G Motorsports behind them, hanging on now. They're up in third, which is probably one of their season best positions with the level of attrition we've seen in this event. Lost so many cars that they managed to work their way up here, as they're Puffin Racing, so it could be some good points on the line for them, Jake.
Yeah, they're really good here for a G Motorsports, and Thomas Podpriki right now is really doing a good job with that vehicle stuck behind, just needs to get that pace going. You can see Jason Lundy had early issues then in terms of getting a penalty, but you know, he's back in this right now. But here comes Berlin Simsport, Sven Newman now trying to make that position work. It won't here as they let through Samba Racing Team, who need to get back forward here for the championship battle right now. So everyone's got their own agendas here now, Rachel. Everyone wants to get into those scraps and get out and away and clean here. As you can see, Puffin Racing side by side with Berlin Simsport again, and now look who's got to thread the needle going down in towards turn number one. The answer is 4XHPD.
Certainly is. 4XHPD doing what they have to do at this stage, working their way forwards. They're still on the lead lap here, down in 9th place. They're going to try and push their way forwards and get involved, but
there's been an incident up Eau Rouge, and it's the German SimRacing.de 153 big tank slapper into the barriers, and they get themselves going, but they have no front nose.
They do indeed. We'll try and get a replay of what happened to them. In fact, we're showing it for you now. And it's just as Jake described there, a big tank slapper coming over the crest as they wiggle one way, then the next, and hard nose first into that barrier. A huge crash. But the car's still mobile, of course. They'll be able to get a new front clip on that car and maybe get back going again if the damage isn't too severe. Looks like they hit fairly straight on there, Jake. They could be okay.
they could be okay in this situation. It depends about how much time they're actually losing here to how much time they get repairs. If they get repairs, then they might have to get those repairs down on pit road. But the question is, how long do you wait on it, and is it worth that waiting time in terms of track position? That's something that's going to be playing into the minds. Also, look at your lead battle here for your prototype division here. AOD are not pulling away from Simitok, and German Sim Racing got the E152, still holding very close. Your top 5 were split by 2 seconds last time across the line.
Yes, they were, and that's a huge number of cars in such a small space of time here. 3 laps after a restart, so it shows how close it is. Yeah, it shows how close the front of these groups are. As one mistake there, as I believe right behind him, Fusion Racing tried to come through that bus stop final corner, got on the gravel, and nearly whipped that car around, but held on to it, kept it straight, but they've lost ground there. Simitok Esport, German Sim Racing's 2 cars, so 152 to 151. Ganging up on the Simitok Esports entry right now.
Yeah, and you're seeing this here. Up Eau Rouge they come. Radion's the small kink left, and you can see they're trying to abuse that curb as much as they possibly can. Now here comes the run for Kemisat. There needs to move to the right-hand side to make this move happen here on the driver of what is Emmanuel Galinier right now. And you can see he's there, but he's not there enough. The nose gets chopped, heading themselves down into the right-left to Leiku. Malmedy is the right-hander that leads them towards Rivage. And for the moment, they're going to stay 2, 3, 4, and 5.
They are indeed, and 2, 3, 4, and 5 is certainly, as you say, it's going to say where they are, but very, very active in that group, moving back and forth for the positions. Simitok Esport with a bit of breathing room there. Fusion caught back up again after their slapper out of the final corner. The 13 has had another problem as well, we're being told. It is certainly not their day, Alvin.
Yeah, it is. I just saw them. I just spotted them coming into Rivage at Salzpin, and even before that, during this same lap, coming up the top of Radion, they lost it, hit the barrier, did a couple of barrel rolls, so trying to come back into the pits. It kind of seems like this is not the day for the number 13 for sure.
Oh no, it certainly looks like a battered enough car before it had that light little spin coming through Rivage. Didn't hit anything there, but it was close to doing so, and unfortunately when your car's that battered, I think it's only going to invite more incidents, because the car is already handling badly and you're fighting just to control the machine. As we have a look at the change for the lead of the GTC class, Blackadder Motorsports 69 car gotten past Sim-RC Strawberry, moving themselves there into the lead of the GTC class. Been one of our more active classes so far, although the battle we saw last time out, Alvin, in Japan was fantastic for our GT field.
Yeah, it was, but this move just happened as they were coming into the breaking point, into the bus stop chicane. Blackadder Motorsports was able to take that lead there from Semarcida, the East Strawberry. So as it stands right now, it's Blackadder Motorsports running first, but I'm pretty sure that this is not the end of this battle.
Absolutely not. And actually it was GTC we saw the huge battling last time out, of course, in Japan. We had 2 battles in GT and GTC leads, but it was the German against German fight we saw of Sim-RC's 2 cars against the 2 cars from German Sim Racing, which was absolutely titanic, Alvin. And we really, really enjoyed, of course. Blackadder this time out, they've been constantly fighting with Sim-RC Strawberry. These 2 teams very, very evenly balanced.
They certainly are, and you know, this is this battle here that we have seen for the GTC lead here for this race. This is a battle that we have been seeing pretty much from the drop of the green flag, and no matter how many cautions, no matter the strategies, no matter what happens, these 2 cars are pretty much next to each other. They are battling, they want to take that lead, and as I mentioned, that Christian Challenger just ran the fastest lap of the race in the GTC class.
Impressive run then for the Blackadder Motorsports car, as Challenger Marshall there doing a fantastic job. That was a 2:22.195. Cracking lap there by him, as that is incredibly quick actually. 2:22 is flawless, and there's up the inside will go Sim-RC Strawberry, the big draft advantage there. As okay, it's actually Christian Challenger, I'm being told. He's actually a series marshal, hence the name Challenger Marshall. I don't think that's actually his name, I'm being told. At least I hope that's the case, otherwise I'm going to get very confused. Jake, do you want to elaborate?
I'd like to try, but my understanding of things is you've got Christian Challoner behind the wheel, and you've got the likes of, say, he is a series marshal here, and they're branded marshals just for clarity here. For example, you got Huffman as a marshal, you've got Bernier as a marshal as well. So, you know, you're looking at marshalling here, and in capitals, sometimes you can set a nickname to the server and it all works out fine. And, you know, it's a level of confusion for us, but for the racing, you know, it's still been fantastic. And actually now we're seeing Osterkamp lose a little bit of time here, because now your GT field have managed to catch up here in terms of this one here, as AOD Racing GT a little bit out of position after the penalty route, and will do here through this section.
Yeah, certainly is. Although I choose to think of all those marshals as the Marshall brothers, all racing here in different cars and teams, but that would make no sense. I'm being told it's definitely they are series marshals, so it's surname and then the fact they are a marshal if it's in capitals, which our timing and scoring absolutely loves, for the record. But Challoner there getting caught again by the SimRC Strawberry machine from behind. René Osterkamp really pushing the numbers here. See what the lap times are this time across the line. Once they get around the final corner, of course. Tough final corner there, a hairpin corner, always one to drag race out of, as they'll come across the start finish line, and we'll see those times. The gap at the moment is, I believe, about 0.2 of a second. It's very, very close on the track here, Alvin. These guys really pushing the numbers.
Yeah, they're really pushing it here as René Osterkamp. It seems like he tried to get a run here coming out of Rouge, but kind of seems like as we got another Porsche coming in, Thomas Papadaki of Aggie Motorsports seems to get that P number 2. So this, what we thought was a two-way battle for the GTC lead, it's turning into a three-way battle.
It certainly is, as you know what, folks, we're going to go for a bit of RacespotTV fan immersion here. We're going to go on board with Osterkamp's Porsche 911 there in third place, as he tries to catch up to AG Motorsports and Blackadder's 69 car. Shit. We're back here to RacespotTV and iRacing Live, as we've had major problems with SimRC Strawberry as they've gone off in Blanchimont here. They were running in third place, Jake. It was so close. And it appears, we're looking at the replay now, right behind the bumper as they just pulled into Pouillon. They lost the front end of the car almost, which is very unusual. But I think they had to lift off as they caught up to the back of G Motorsports. Back end went round and they just gone off. Huge hit. That's going to be a race ender.
It's a big shame for SimRC.de Strawberry there. René Osterkamp losing it at Blanchimont was not where you wanted to be in terms of that situation. And for him, you know, that's not the result he'd wanted. He was in the car for a very long time, taking over from Leonardo Corti, and he'd been running that ever since that car. He's on lap 80 right now. He's been running that since lap 29, lap 30. So he's been in there for a few hours. So I'm not surprised to see that factor come into play.
Certainly is, of course. Jake, I must apologise for the language just there a second. We didn't realise we were back live here in the booth. But it's SimRC Strawberry pulling into the pits now, getting that car repaired after that major incident for René Osterkamp. Very unusual incident there, losing the front end there. It was almost as though tucked in behind that car, they were in a pocket of air, and when they had to slow down, well, the car just wanted to swap ends all the way to the back. It was as though the front had no grip all of a sudden.
Yeah, and actually we've seen something else as well, because there has been a lot of issue for the driver of Simitok right now. They got incredibly held up coming up through Radion, and they lost not just one position here, but potentially a second as well as they came through down the Kemmel Straight. They lost it both to the German sim racing cars there, and you can see just how much they're fighting. He's got one position back here, and you can see second, third and fourth all by a nose.
Certainly is. Things very, very close, and well, the racing has just been so tight, and this one is more than we perhaps expected at this stage. But I think we're looking heading towards another yellow flag at some point, because this can't sustain itself.
Yeah, and what you have to worry about in this situation, especially with these three going at it like this, is that they've all lost time to AOD Racing HBD in front in the 64 machine right now. So for Simitok right now, they need to keep themselves in that level of fighting period. You can see just going to try and nose the way down the inside of the V Apex Racing Group GT Red Card. Does very well in terms of that. But, you know, the traffic is coming here in front of them, and they've got to be careful. They've got to weave and angle their way through, and you can see a big hold up there right in the middle of the field there for Kemasat. That's not what he wanted here, and now they're back line astern again.
Certainly is, as German Sim Racing's 152 getting through on Simitok Esports with the 151, but also Graphite Racing, Hamadan Racing and TNT Racing next to each other here for second place in GT as well. The action is well and truly on right now.
Certainly is here, and Alvin, I believe you found a good old friend who's running into a few more problems.
Yeah, absolutely. The number 13 of the Apex Racing Group Blue, JC Arnold, coming out of Radion. He spun again.
Well, it's not their day, it would seem, right now, Alvin. As that car, probably best if they wheeled it off the racetrack and strapped it into some sort of lead weight and dropped it in the ocean, I think, at this stage.
Yeah, it is. It kind of seems like, you know, this car being so much bad luck, I think it's better if you take it to a younger, or perhaps take it to one of those demolition derbies. I think it will serve a better purpose.
Things looking at the 67 right now. Well, just managed to narrowly survive a bit of a dive bomb, we think, at La Source, as things getting a little bit risque for them because the traffic's been a bit heavy, and a prototype decided it wanted to pass right now, right where it was. So unfortunately they just dodged a bullet somewhat. There's a lot of these cars in this field, Jake, looking very much battered and for the worst to wear.
Yeah, and you're looking at this, though, timer is ticking away for everyone, and the longer that you go and the more traffic that there is, the harder your life becomes as you're looking here at the likes of, say, the Road Bar Stewards Green here, Kim Christian Sevening here, getting out of the way. One car, two car nearly for Kemasat there in the 152. He threads the needle and gets it eventually, but, you know, you can see just how much he waits, and Simitok gets completely stuck, and now they'll lose the run here to the driver of Jens Ledvig here, who will now send one down the inside, look to steal the position. Traffic, though, comes in and plays a factor here, which means that doesn't make the move happen. One car does peel off onto pit road, though, there, Rachel, and that's the G Motorsports from second.
It certainly is, as we'll have a quick look back. Simitok Esports there in a German sim racing sandwich, trying to handle this heavy traffic, as it is, I think, the 151 car behind them, as they'll go across the line there. 5-1 really pushing now to try and catch up to this, as they've been dealing with a lot of traffic and they haven't been quite able to get past Simitok. Their teammate has been ahead and still is ahead. But we'll have a quick look at them now. The 152 car scything through very heavy traffic, getting past the Graphite Racing entry from your GT cars. Actually, that's Hammer Down with TNT chasing Graphite Racing up ahead here. We'll keep our eyes on this right now. So here comes the German Sim Racing 152. We'll try and go for the inside. Oh, I'll be patient. No, I won't be patient. Never mind. I'll go now. As they'll go through there, costing TNT Gold some time. Next, they're going to be looking for Graphite Racing, who will have a slightly more easy time letting through that prototype here, Jake, as they're on the run down towards Bouillon.
Yeah, and they're second, third, and fourth in your GT3 category right now, so that's something that's coming into play, as there's a lot of grass taken off there by Simitok Esport then, heading themselves through Pooh on the double left-hander. Now they make the run to Fania, and now they got to deal with this battle going on. You got Frank Oosterhouse at the front, Arthur Hermano there at the rear of it. So, you know, coming up towards about 4 hours to go as we are onboarding here the 151's challenge to siphon through the field right now for Jens Ledvig. You know, he's got to try and make that move sooner rather than later. He had a chance, but it didn't quite pay off for him. Now gets a good run, now needs to find himself that magic run coming out of Blanchimont. He's there within 2/10, 1/10. Rachel has a great opportunity.
Certainly does, but can he make a pass in or around Blanchimont? That'll be the question. Not quite as close as he was running towards it there, as he lost some time. To the bus stop he'll go behind Simitok Esports. There's a bit of strong defense here by Emmanuel Galanier as he's holding him off for now. From behind though, German Sim Racing's 151. Jens Ledvig into La Source, the final corner. Gonna have a very big run. Needs a great run out of that corner, and he gets a good run. Can he get a better run up Eau Rouge here? Use that advantage to make a move on Simitok on the run down Camel. That would be the optimal spot to make this one happen. It's so close here. Second place. Oh, sorry, third place actually overall on the cards in your prototype category. Not close enough. Not going to use the draft either, so we'll sit in line as they run towards
Leiku?
Leiku. Yes, I had a brain for a second, Jake. Thank you very much. I shouldn't have had a brain, but I had a... You know when you have one of those moments where you just go, I know this word, but it's completely run away.
Yes, exactly that moment. Actually, we just seen your leader in your GTC category actually come down in onto the lane then, and that is Christian Chandler for the Black Adam Motorsports, the 153 machine then. Not the 151 or the 152 German sim racing cars. The 153 will take a drive-through penalty for a dive bomb into turn number 1. I'm pretty sure that we saw that one happen on screen. So, you know, now everyone's just getting impatient again. Now they're seeing desperation in this race, and there's still 2 hours, 10 minutes to go. They need to calm down again.
Yeah, they certainly do. 2 hours and 10 minutes on the cards. Well, there's so much still to play for in this one, as we are hoping to go green flag at the end of this. It's looking like we're in a big green flag window of this one, which will probably just curse things for us. Jacob will be back to yellow in a moment.
In a moment, yes, we may be here as we are still seeing everyone trying to hold on to things, trying to hold on to their battles in terms of this one here. As we're looking at the 007 and the 22 TNT Gold, then have managed to get through on, or have Hammer Down even, as a lot of issues behind, and even behind that, there's Black Adam Motorsport then, championship leaders just sitting there waiting pretty, wanting to make something happen out of this. So Hammer Down need to get the hammer down. TNT Racing Gold have to try and aim for gold, and well, for Black Adam Motorsports is everything that they wanted and a little bit more here as another car pulls off into the lane, and that is Graphite Racing from second.
I'm just bowled over by the level of punnery that just went on right there from Jake Sperry at RacespotTV, as it's close now between German Sim Racing's 151 and Simitok Esport. And G Motorsports was just in the way there, but they've got a big run. Will they use it? Lots of light flashing to distract their opponents here as they'll run to Lecum. I got it right that time as they'll come round and not quite take advantage of the run they had. Almost like they seem happy to stay in line here, Alvin.
Yeah, it is, and you know, it kind of seems like it's more patience more than anything else that you need right now. And for German Sim Racing.de and for Simitok Esport, right now they seems like they have gotten in a good group. They pretty much clear all the traffic. They should have around 2 or 3 more laps of pretty decent, nice, clear traffic here. So now they can start perhaps racing a little bit harder for that P number 2, or perhaps we can see them just trying to file in place, make sure that they keep everything clean and just mind their own strategy.
And strategy, as we know, is king. Of course, all of it thrown to the wind by the number of cautions we've seen today. Possibly a series best of 7 so far, but it's been more green, shall we say, in the second half so far. We only had 1 caution, Jake, in the second half of the race, and well, we're hoping it was the last.
We hopefully are here in this situation, as we are seeing those still drivers trying to hold on to positions, trying to get back into play. The difference is in this stint is actually in your prototype division, because AOD have found something completely different. As actually they've just come in to make their stop right now, trying to play the strategy card when all is said and all is done as well. And just coming out of pit road right now is actually the German SimRacing.de 152 machine right now. So the strategy cards now playing their own little roles here. And that is going to keep things in a little bit of mind, shall we say, as we go forward.
Yeah, that was a regular pit stop, we believe, for this one. So that shouldn't be a major problem. But as it stands, they'll still need to make one more at least before the end of this. But pitting now, I don't think they can make it to the end, Jake. I think this is just outside the window. This is splash and dash territory.
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that if we run with a few cautions, you probably won't be able to get there and you could get a splash and dash. No, in the sense of if there's no cautions, this is still potentially a 2-stop strategy from here, or a 1-stop strategy come the hour mark or lower. So, you know, now it's a case of who makes that final stop and who can get track position. A caution now would be helpful. A stop and hold, though, for the 211 machine. The 211 machine is overdrive performance, and they've not had a good day.
They certainly have not. In fact, they've been overdriving. If we're going to be using plenty of puns here at RacespotTV. And, well, it's cost them a stop and hold where they won't be able to drive at all. So that should solve that problem, at least temporarily. But it's something we've seen from a lot of cars, Jake. It's something we really keep our eyes on. That there've been a lot of cars here pushing harder than they perhaps should in the night.
Yeah, and, you know, everyone now just needs to remind themselves that they've got 2 hours to go. They're not racing this one for themselves and for their positions. They're racing this for the team. And it doesn't matter where you finish for the team. You've got to make sure that you bring the car home and get some points for the team here as we look at the battles that are going out right now. Here you got the likes of, say, Hammer Down Racing, still under a lot of pressure here from Blackadder Motorsports. And you look at that championship battle going on. AOD have got this one absolutely perfectly so far in terms of the racing, because they lead with both their cars in both their categories.
Yes, they certainly do, and it's definitely the day they would have wanted to see here, as they're going to try and sort this one out. But, well, it's going to filter through. Interesting to see what we'll get from this. Clemensberg driving that AOD Racing HPD in the moment, having pitted. We'll see where this one cycles through, but as it stands, the racing has been very busy. Alvin, we've had a race really thrown on its head by strategy because of all these cautions. It's made things very difficult, and these pit crews have had to really think on their heads, and real winners today are the strategists.
It certainly is, and you know, it's pretty much all about track position during those first 4 hours, you know, trying to make sure that you were not caught in any incidents. Now we are getting close to that point that we are on almost 2 hours to go, and now we may start seeing some strategy here and there. We may still see another full course yellow, we don't know, but judging by how this race has been going, that's something that should not be discarded.
It certainly isn't, and, you know, don't disregard these people, because these are athletes. This may only be sim racing, but you know what? Sim racing is esports. It requires a certain level of ability from these guys, and it requires serious mental focus and conditioning. That's what we see from the esports races all the time. We're going for a quick... Oh, gosh, well, no, we'll just have a quick look at this, because we just had a spin by AOD Racing in La Source there, going on to lap 90, 91. AOD Racing HPD, half spin in La Source. Somehow, apparently, all that elite athletic mental conditioning wasn't quite enough to stop him from overbraking, as he dumped the back end of his car around. Has to wait for traffic before he can get going again, although why he couldn't pull forward slightly and move, I don't know, unless he wants to get a caution, because he's sitting in position. Forced the Redillion Talk Freak Racing car to go around him. We're back live, so you know what? I will carry on with the segue in the way it was going. Esports is sports. iRacing is esports. Join us after the break.
There are 3 different paths if you want to call yourself a world champion of sim racing. NASCAR, open wheels, or endurance racing. But no matter which one you take, you can guarantee that the journey will always be tough, which few will ever complete. The iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, the premier road racing series in sim racing, started with a new car taking center stage. Then, it was Martin Kroenke resisting any challenge thrown at him to break the 5-year stranglehold of Gregor Hutu as being world champion. These drivers and teams are not just competing for pride, they're competing for money. And with over $20,000 in prizes for each of the series up for grabs, drivers really do put it all on the line.
The NASCAR Beginner Series powered by iRacing is the premier NASCAR eSports series featuring the cars and tracks from the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. The 2016 campaign saw a return to the top of the mountain by Ray Alfalla as a 3-time Oval World Champion. The march to that championship was not easy though, despite the fact that Ray Alfalla took home the most points in series history. It just also happened to be the tightest championship fight we had ever seen. These guys are set for the 2017 campaign.
The Blancpain GT Series hosts the top GT3 endurance teams in sim racing, with groups of 3 or more drivers sharing the wheel. This is a championship you can't win alone, and you need the same determination, passion and drive from your teammates to be successful. They often say that it takes just one mistake to lose a championship, and in team racing, it may not be your mistake that costs you the win. Last season, VRS Coanda SimSport won the championship by a single point. This year, who will step up to the plate?
These are the iRacing eSport World Championships, the pinnacle of sim racing competition. Catch it all season long with live coverage on iRacing.com/live.
Welcome back to the DGFX Endurance Series here on RacespotTV and iRacing Live. Rachel White for the Jake Sperry, bringing you through for the final 2 hours till the end. It's been a busy race so far. 7 caution flags, about 8-9 retirements so far out of our field of 49 drivers. It's been active, Jake. We've had trials, tribulations, we've had disaster, and we've had natural disasters sometimes. But it's been quite a strategic event. We've had a lot of different strategies in play. We're seeing a lot play out, and it could be a race that will go down to the guy on the pit wall, not the guy behind the wheel.
Yeah, that could be the case here in this event. 2 hours to go. 7 cautions have been on the board. In the opening 2 hours, we had 5 cautions to play with. So it's not a case of it's going to be over and done with just yet. Anything can happen, and it might just take a blown engine. It might just take something else to get yourself back into that position. But we still have some great fights up throughout the field. And the big news that's coming in here is that AOD Racing, who had that spin just before we went away, they've actually lost the position to Simitok Esport right now, who now inherit the overall race lead.
They do indeed. Simitok Esport to the front of the field here, as we'll go through with our pit cycle again. It's been probably one of the most active races we've seen in a while, and well, something tells me we're not going to finish in the order we're seeing now, Jake.
Something may here in this situation, and that's something that's going to be playing in the minds of quite a few drivers in this field right now, as you're seeing quite a few of them try and get themselves down to pit road. Currently, we're seeing Samba Racing Team lead this one for the prototype division. Not representative at the moment here, but you know, the issues that are being had here when drivers are coming down onto the lane is that it's a very long lane, it's a very slow lane, and it takes about a lap to get through and get back going again. So you sort of do know where you sort of need to end up in terms of time to get yourself back in terms on the leading lap. The problem is, because it's so long, there is a lot of emphasis on the stake.
Very much is so, of course, and whilst there is a lot of emphasis and mistakes, the biggest thing though is drivers have made those errors after we've had caution periods or around caution periods, which means, well, they've not been as spread out as they might have been if the race had been green from the start. So we haven't got 1 minute, 2 minute gaps between cars. We've got a 2 minute gap between the top 12 here in your prototype division. It's closer in other divisions as well. These fields are very close, so mistakes do cost.
Yeah, mistakes definitely do cost in this event, and we've seen mistakes from pretty much everyone, shall we say, making one small little blunder here and there. And well, it comes down to a case of how do you want to play this one? Where do you want to try and be fighting here? How are you respecting the track limits? As the 22 car there of Hammerdown Racing GT3 just a few minutes ago received a final warning actually for exceeding track limits. So that Hammerdown Racing GT3 currently in that big 3-car scrap for second needs to calm down a little bit here, needs to respect the track here, because, you know, the stewards aren't going to respect you if you keep not respecting that track.
Very much so, and well, the track deserves respect. Spa-Francorchamps, it's a track that feels easy, but bites you when you treat it wrong. This circuit certainly punishes those that just push the limit a little too far. Drive below the limit, you're fine. On it, you're on the edge, but if you go a little bit past, this is like racing on Rainbow Road in Mario Kart, because if you drive over the edge, you're going off the edge. There is no runoff in this place, and when there is, it's too fast a corner and you'll end up in barriers. So this track will punish as our traffic is filtering through. Samba Racing out front at the moment as the 007 and the 66 close on track. That is the battle as we look down. And I've completely lost the 007, Jake.
TNT Racing Gold and Blackadder Motorsport second and third in category right now, having that big scrap on the run now to the final corner, the right left of the bus stop chicane. Then you can see an early turn in then just helps as you wait and you wait and you wait, and it's a, in some senses it's a horrible chicane, some drivers have said, because it feels completely unnatural to the flow of the circuit. That bus stop chicane has been altered and altered and altered over the years just to try and make it work. I remember the time where it looked like a legitimate bus stop. They changed it, they made it wider, I think in about 2007, I believe it was, before they finally settled on that design in about 2010, 2011. 2 cars actually exiting pit road right now as Berlin Simsport and GTN Racing line a stern here. So GTN Racing 12 laps down. You look at Berlin Simsport, they were leading before they came in, but not representative.
Certainly, very much that's the case as we see traffic filtering in and out of the pits. As we are well within that cycle at the moment. We have got 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining. We're into hour number 5 here, Jake. This is when the strategy really starts to pay off, or you see if you've made a mistake. Because how far you can go in this cycle dictates when your final stop is.
It certainly does here, and when you are looking at that final stop, you want to make sure that final stop has you in position and everyone feels that they have a chance at some juncture or another. So when it does bottle right down to it, they're all looking around and thinking, this is my time, this is my moment, I can make miracles happen, shall we say here. But you know, there's many drivers here in this pit stop window that need to get themselves into track position to understand where their real fighting capabilities lie here. There's championship points at stake, as we say. There's 1 round to go in Canada, and for the moment here, this has proven to be the biggest challenge of the season so far, bar none.
Certainly has. This has definitely been one to weed out the sick and the old and the invalid in this event, because no one has survived apart from the very fittest of the fittest. As at the moment we're seeing TNT Racing 66 battling with TNT Gold, AOD Racing just up the road actually from them, actually heading to the bus stop. So TNT Gold arriving at Blanchemont. The gap's about 15 to 20 seconds here as AOD Racing will filter through between your GT cars. Definitely seen the Audi be the stronger of the two so far, Jake. The Mercedes just not quite as good, but still very, very good. In fact, our leader is driving a Mercedes, so it's 50-50. I think in an all-out, in a side-by-side fight, you'll see the Audi will dominate between equal skill levels, but Mercedes can be faster.
yeah, the Mercedes has that high level of pace in terms of it can get to that higher cadence in terms of top speed. That's something that plays in. The Audi is a little bit more all-rounder. It can play the corners a little bit better, and that's what we've been seeing in terms of this. And of course, Blank Panda starting up next week as well. That's the sort of area you need to play here, as you're seeing again Blackadder Motorsports not trying to take any risk here. Doesn't have to do this for the championship as of yet, but would like to have this there. Very simple. Behind that though, you got like to say the Blackadder Motorsports 67 there sitting there, and they've lost the position to Hammerdown, so now it's a 4-car train here for second position in GT3.
Certainly is, and well, GT3 have been very busy as this group has actually managed to kind of catch itself up here as well, it's not just 3, it's looking more like 4 at the moment as we see yes, you're right, actually Blackadder's 67 managed to get past Hammerdown, so that has filtered that group into a foursome here, Jake. This has definitely made things exciting, because this is for second place overall. It's a podium line with 2 podium spots available in this group, and well, 2 cars will miss out. Will it be the teammates, or will it be the 2 separate teams?
That is the big key question here, and well, you know, it might be a mixture of the 2, as they are actually having to let through German SimRacing.de 151 through, being chased very hard by the Vikings here. Mjolnir is right there within 0.4 of a second. That's a battle still going on. You can see getting very held up now. Got to try and thread the needle potentially. No, waits behind, and Nicholas Helm is going to lose that time then to try and make that move. He still decides to force one down the inside. They get side by side through this section, and they almost touch through Blanchimont, but Helm gets the balls in deepest, and he gets the position away from Jarrett Winter there. A very, very good move.
Certainly does, and well, very well made there. The TNT cars working well as a pair of teammates here, as Talk Freak Rodillion making the move in your GTC class to the lead. Up in the second and third and fourth place in your GT field, they come through the bus stop chicane there. And it's still TNT Gold being chased by the 2 TNT cars. 66 and 67. Hammerdown in the 5th spot there. We'll look down at your GTC field. Things are a bit quieter down there for once. Very much spread out, in fact, due to their repairs. 10 laps down, SimRC Strawberry are finally back out on the racetrack. No front bonnet on that car. They're looking more the worse for wear. Certainly not looking like they're in the contention anymore. Well down the order outside the top 10.
Yeah, and that's not what they wanted to be here in this situation. And well, the big incident they had was coming out in that battle for second position, and now the championship's falling away for them here. And you know, when it comes down to it, Tobias Luigart comes in behind the wheel, and now it's a case of monitoring where everyone stands in terms of that GTC championship battle. And that 255 machine now looking a little bit better in terms of where it should be right now. Currently in position number 4 and doing a very, very good job in terms of this event here. And, you know, when it comes down to trying to find your rivals, it doesn't matter if you're finishing 4th or 14th. If you're still gaining on your rivals, you're still doing a good job and gaining crucial points.
Very much so, and crucial points can mean crucial prizes at the end of the season. Every little helps. Let's keep going through as many adages as we can think of at the moment, but we'll go back to your GT cars as a few cars will cycle through them. It's still TNT, but the gap's come down now. The 2 Blackadder Motorsports cars have definitely reeled them in here. 2 Mercedes chasing an Audi as the Talk Freak Racing Sunset prototype will get past the Audi of TNT Gold, piloted by Arthur Hermont. The gap's really coming down now. It looks like Matthias Magnussen might catch up for Blackadder, as will Gabriel Ruse. They're definitely pushing the numbers here.
They are, and there's a big mistake from Ruse through Blanchimont, and now side by side will try that driver of Paul Darling, and well, in comes one then in the form of Matthias Magnussen. The championship leaders then will drop themselves onto the lane. But now you're looking at this then, it's now going to be a case of how long do you stay out? We know that TNT like to go quite a bit longer than everyone else here, and likes at Hammerdown here and Blackadder Motorsport 67. They've got to work together here. They've got to get back here to the gap that's just been built to Hermont.
Certainly is, and well, that gap is going to be critical. But look at this, the pass made there by the Hammerdown car. Paul Darling pushed his way past the 67 Blackadder machine, making a fantastic move in that one. About to be passed back though, as the 67 car will go through. As I mentioned, Blackadder 66 went into the pits, that's why they lost that position. So hammer down through, but they've been passed back by TNT 67. That's open breathing room there for TNT Gold, of course, Jake. That's allowed them to have some spare breathing room, and they don't feel quite as threatened.
Yeah, and that's going to be helpful for them to run clean and consistent laps. You don't want to be running laps whilst looking very much in the rear view mirror. That's not how the quickest lap times are done when you're not got full concentration on the road ahead of you. So when it comes down to it for TNT Gold, they are in that situation where they can run away with things a little bit if they can just get the lap time adage in. And with Blackadder Motorsports having a little bit of issues with hammer down behind them, they're not going to be in that situation where it might be working out for them. They've got to just stay calm. They've got to stay collected in the situation, and they have to run away. That is what TNT Racing Gold need to do.
Certainly is, and TNT Racing will do what they can in this situation, I'm absolutely sure. Out front though, Samba Racing Team leading the way with Baz Rolinski for your prototype field. We've not seen this very often. It's absolutely great to see, of course, with them out front here, Jake, but Berlin Simsport LMP in second, WR Racing in third. It's a pit cycle, so it's perhaps a little bit more an unusual case. Fusion Racing with Peter Smith behind the wheel looking like they could be onto a winner here with their strategy. But they're up in fourth, and we know they are on sequence, of course. In fact, looking at the last time they pitted, it was about 12 laps ago, so I'd say they're about halfway through a stint right now, compared to, if we look at Samba Racing Team, they are about to pit, so we're definitely seeing people on and off the same sequence. If we look at someone like Simitok Esports, they're about 6 laps into a stint, so they are certainly the longest, most recent pitters, I should say, which puts them in the best position to really sequence this event for the final.
Yes, and now that's quite an interesting scenario because Fusion have that gap to Simitok here, which they so crucially need in terms of the championship of about 40 seconds when it comes and boils right down to it here. When you look at Fusion Racing now and the way that they need to push and the way that they're trying to break away from this using strategy, when they get into that situation when they next need to come into pit, they will be on the fringes of that one last strategy call to go. So I like the decision that they're made here in this scenario here, Rachel, but what they may need just to satisfy themselves in terms of fuel, maybe one more caution just to bring it home.
That would look very likely the situation we're expecting in this, but it's going to be tricky to see if they can actually stretch it that long. A caution would be an advantage, of course, here. They could do with something just to open up this stint, make it a bit longer, let the fuel run a bit later, but we've not seen many tyres taken in the pit stops. It's definitely reduced the stops for some of the GT cars. But who can make this stint run longer? We need a caution. Probably the first time I've said that. A lot of the drivers are probably wishing for one right now.
Yeah, and the thing with endurance, and it's 3 hour stint, however long stints that you're going to be running here. When you run in a safety car period, you know, it gives you a chance to just sit down and it gives you a chance to relax as we're looking here at the 71 and the 707 going at it. This is Simitok down the inside, then into Lekum. Thank you very much. They say Ribelau takes that one ahead of what was Jiri Mojak then getting that position lost then in the end for 4X HBD. I believe they need to come in and make another stop. Not too sure on that. But, you know, it gives the drivers a break, it gives them a chance to reassess where they are, talk openly about strategy without worrying about, say, where you are on track, concentration and here and there. So, you know, you have to say it works in favour of drivers here in terms of I can have that one more break, I can work out where we are, we can change the strategy or keep on the same one, and we might get something out of it.
That's absolutely the case, Jake, as we are here with about 1 hour 40 to go in this event, and we are deep into the second to last pit cycle. It could be the last for some. It all depends how you filter your traffic and how you manage to set your pit stops up to the end of this one. As we mentioned, a few drivers pitting in now for their sequences. WR just been passed, as also were a few more. But 4X are going to have to come down pit road as well. Simitok Esports got past them. AOD Racing, HBD working their way forwards. Team Vikings Monier have been moving forwards also. Nicholas Helm behind the wheel of that car. Oh, Nicholas Helm at the helm. Nicholas at the helm. Is that what we're going for, Jake?
I think it is here, and we're seeing all three of your GT3 leaders right now down in on the lane at the same time. Hammerdown had some rear wing damage that they had to attend to then.
Did they have to hammer it down on the hood?
On the rear wing, actually, I'd have to argue in that one. We see Blackadder in as the last car down on the lane, and you see Hugo Prato back into the car for TNT. And Prato knows he's got to turn a pace. Matt Quinn's been ever so impressive. Gabriel Roos stays there. But the big thing is, AOD Racing comes past the start-finish line right now, gets past pit road, and well, for Yannick Muhleman, AOD Racing GT, they are back in front.
Yes, they are, and AOD Racing GT have had a great performance in this. Put them into the 4th spot at the moment, but it will change, of course, as the cycle goes through. Traffic pushing through there. So AOD HPD, you also saw the Vikings car making a move to the inside as a run down to Lake Coombe. The Vikings strike on AOD and they get the position.
Needed to in that situation. AOD have not been quick at all, and the difference is, in that last lap, 4 seconds for Nicholas Helm. He's pushing like anything right now, and at this current rate, he'll need to try and push down and try and catch down Simitok here. And Simitok only did a 2:07.6 last time by. Bit of traffic again on this lap for them as they have to get past a G Motorsports, and Steve plays right now, and he gets around the driver, but they're all chasing Fusion right now, who seemingly are on the right strategy call.
They are indeed, and the strategy is going to play out in the next sequence or two here. This is what the entire 6 hours has come down to, folks. We're heading into the final moments now. The final 2 hours, the final 2 stints, really, of this race. This is where we find out whether they made the mistake at the start. This is where we find out whether the pit stop sequences made under caution or under green were the right choices. This is where all the strategy, all the teamwork aspect of this event will come to play. Because as a driver, you can only go so fast. When you're driving the car, you don't have that much time to think about strategies. Oh, wow. Oh, contact there, running through the Blanchemont corner. As I was about to start a great big monologue. Incident for Puffin Racing. An AOD HPD there as AOD pushed past on the outside of Blanchemont when the AOD car Puffin car was tracking out. Puffin go round, big plume of smoke and off the track. Possibly a drive-through penalty coming for AOD for that one, Jake.
It's debatable here. The question comes in the form of how much room did Puffin Racing actually give on the outside to cause themselves to go through? Granted, you find yourself in a situation where you see AOD go around the outside as we are looking at that one. That was between the 4 and the 64. So it's a case of James Stacey. Was he in the right position in the first place? And for the stewards, that is actually a very tough call, especially at a very, very quick corner.
Yes, it really is, and we're going to have to see whether this one will be looked at by the stewards, but Fitzy doing nothing wrong, well, not Fitzy, sorry, Puffin doing nothing wrong there with James Stacey behind the wheel, but Puffin really caught unawares there by that prototype car, and something we see a lot, unfortunately, prototype cars just going for a move when perhaps it might not have been the right time, and that was certainly one of them.
Yeah, it certainly was here, and you know, you don't want to be throwing away races and getting penalties in the late stages here. It completely changes the dynamic of how this racing continues and goes on. So, you know, now you're looking at this thinking, you know, what have I done wrong? What potentially can I do here to completely change the landscape of this game, as we're looking at the 292 and the 007 going at it again. Graphite Racing and TNT Racing Gold, 2 of the same cars right now here. As you can see, their battle's still going on though, as KBR Sim Racing just gets out of the way then of what was the driver of Blackadder Motorsport 67. And now the Blackadders actually a line astern here with Graphite now trying to get themselves through. So the battle for the podium, there's a double Graphite, double Blackadder even.
Certainly, and the traffic very heavy here, so this could be a threat for TNT Racing, who just secured that pass on Graphite. Graphite could strike back with this heavy traffic they're trying to filter through. Getting past a Porsche 911 there, as they'll head down towards Pouillon. The traffic has certainly been more dense than they might have needed for this one, but it also assisted in the initial pass, so a lot of time still to play for, and we'll see whether this can filter through up towards the front. Samba Racing still out front ahead of Fusion Racing. big advantage is being eaten rapidly away as they're trying to save fuel. The gap's about half a lap as things stand. Oh, 292 with a spin. We'll take a quick look at this one. 292 down in your GT.
And it's out of curve of Paul Frere there, Rachel, and it's a solo effort as well. So that's in your GT.
It's Graphite. It's Graphite, yes.
Graphite
chasing chasing TNT Gold. So a mistake when they were trying to catch the car that just passed them through the second Stavolo. Grabbed a bit of curb, grabbed a bit of grass. Round they went. Oh, big mistake. Good job. It's Graphite. They could rub it out.
Yes, and that's another mistake that you want to be making. It lights up the rear tyres. It makes life a little bit more difficult for them as they look to continue, as we do see your race leaders in, and that is Samba Racing Team right now, so they need to get themselves in a situation where they need to reevaluate where they get back out again. It's about 2 minutes down on the lane, maybe a minute and a half, so you know they're still in this one. I wouldn't count them out of it, but they still have to get that fueling, maybe change a driver, maybe there's a little bit of damage on the vehicle somewhere. There's so many variables when it comes to a pit stop.
Yes, there certainly are, Jake, and they're going to have to try and work their way through these variables and try and reach some sort of situation that will let them have the position they want, but that's a lot of time they just cost themselves. They haven't hit anything, so it can be recovered, but well, it's offset the car. It's also heated those tyres a lot, which makes it troublesome to really get the same confidence and grip in the car, so they'll have to keep doing that. Otherwise, it's been a bit of weight off the back of the guys from TNT Racing. If we look up at where your prototypes are running, WR Racing on pit road right now. Fusion Racing in second. Samba are in as well. So Fusion Racing now your race leaders.
Yeah, they are, and they've really got that gap here. So you actually see Samba Racing Team now come out of pit road, and they need to get points here in comparison to Fusion. And if they're further back like this with the likes of Nacho Llanos, it's not going to be in their favour here to really keep themselves in this position. They're actually down at the moment in 6th position overall, so they are going to be dropping another 10 points there, excuse me. So, you know, in terms of this championship for your prototypes, you're looking at Fusion Racing now trying to get that big benefit going forward. They've got 2 of the 3 wins so far, now looking towards 3 of the 4. But the problem they've got is Simitok is not going anywhere here. They're in position number 2, and it might just take one mistake here, and the championship might change on its head again. Drive-through penalty for the 77 machine.
It is. The 77 will have to come down pit road for a drive-through there. And that was causing collision on lap 94. Race Control handing out another one there for driving standards. That's Fitzy Motorsports. Going to take a drive-through penalty. Not what they would want to do, of course.
No, certainly is.
Though here, Jake, they hold on to second place after that pit stop, so that's an impressive return.
Yeah, it certainly would be here in terms of where they are, and they're going to not come down onto the lane just yet, so maybe they're appealing here in this situation. You can see just trying to get out of the way there is Simitok to get past, and they do so there in that situation. So, you know, you're looking at Fitzy here. They've just come out to the lane. They've lost that position to Blackadder there. Christian Challoner then holding on stations, and, you know, he has that gap of about 5-6 seconds at the moment. It's going to increase here to the German SimRacing.de team, and if Fitz and I have to come in, it's not what they wanted. And from what was a very, very well devised strategy, you could say, it's now starting to unravel.
Certainly is starting to unravel, as most things will do in motor racing. When the chips are down, things can find a way of going wrong. So that's definitely been a factor here, and not what they would have liked to have had it go this way. But you got to deal with it, Jake. That is how these things sometimes unravel, and well, the boys are handling it as best they can.
Yeah, they are here, and they've got a 5-minute appeal window. If they choose to appeal that within the 5 minutes, they can go and say, you know what, maybe we can change it here if other people get the vote, or however the appeal system works. That's something that needs to be played here in this scenario. And
I think it's more how successful their excuse is. I think that's what they mean by an appeals process. Why are you going to appeal this? Well, an owl flew through my car's cockpit at the time, and I didn't have a crisp £5 note to give to the owl, the pussycat, so unfortunately the owl flapped and I got distracted and hit that car. that would be an appropriate excuse, if anyone gets the reference, but at the same time, because I didn't see him or because I wasn't paying attention, maybe not an appropriate excuse. So it's going to come down to what they really choose to throw at the stewards for these decisions. So far, I don't think we've seen one successfully protested, so let's just assume the stewards are, well, wearing clothes pegs.
Yes, and we are seeing more battles here, especially in your GTC category right now, because Torque Freak Racing Radion in the 381 has Berlin Simsport in the 87. For a little bit of company here through Pool on the double left-hander, taking at about 110 miles an hour now, get onto the power. And now for Sven Newman, just trying to use that and utilize it to the advantage. And, you know, I've been looking at this Porsche and how it's been implemented and developed, and it really is a Jekyll and Hyde car. You can use it both as an endurance race, as we're seeing like that right now. We also can see it can be used as a sprint racer as well. It works in both ways. It works fantastically well in both ways. And for the moment, though, as we're looking at the battle going on here, Berlin Simsport need to find that little bit more, and they're just not right now.
Very much so, and we'll have to see them as they'll progress through this sequence. Porsche's, of course, have been a fantastic addition here to the DGFX Endurance Series. Let's not forget, this was really the first series we had in RacespotTV that had these cars competing in a multi-class environment, and one of the first leagues to do so on such a big stage, and they've been a fantastic replacement for the Roof 12Cs in the GTC categories. They've been absolutely cracking for that position, so we expect to see many, many more in the future. I'm sure once the big leagues cycle through to next season, we'll see them automatically onto the grid, but DGFX really one of the first to have them in, of course, and we'll see them in that kind of shorter sprint capacity, Jake, in the Race Spot Race Day coverage, of course, preceding the iRacing World Championship on pre-series. Of course, you can catch the next round this weekend, coming this Saturday, in about a week's time, as they'll head, I believe, to... We were at Montreal last weekend, so of course I'm a little bit distracted. It's not, actually, it's the Blancpain GT coming up this Saturday, so it'll be a week off for the Formula 1. But, yeah, catch that, the Blancpain GT series heading to RacespotTV this Saturday, but the Porsche Super Cup has actually been supporting the Formula 1, and it's been absolutely cracking racing in the short sprint events.
Yeah, it has here, and of course Blancpain 3-hour Monza, that's coming next week, and make sure you catch that out with all the trimmings as well. But we've been seeing in RaceSpot Race Day a completely different side here, a close-knit battle, touring car-esque sort of feel, a little bit of a step up then, as we've been seeing as a Porsche Carrera Super Cup-esque sort of style to it. So, you know, there's a lot that has been going on about it, and, you know, there's a lot that plays into this one in terms of it. We are still seeing battles here as Vikings and 4X HBD going side by side, almost down onto the brakes. A lunge then from the Vikings, and the Vikings will take it then down the inside. But, you know, I like the Porsche. It's a great addition to many leagues, and many people have felt it had been a long time overdue. And, well, you know, in a sense it was, and it's proved up to its hype. It's a fantastic vehicle to be introducing into racing, and there's some drivers out there who have really found almost a second on some of the greatest sim racers that are already in here.
Very much so. And you know, Jake, iRacing recently, when developing their new Dirt edition they've added, that's when they really discovered, oh my gosh, that was nearly very close there between the Berlin Simsport Porsche, and I believe that was the car of the 208 prototype. It was NAB Racing who basically used a can opener to pass on the run to the final bus stop. That was close, very close, as Torque Freak Racing Sunset battling here with Samba for the 158 and the 181. Battling for position here. This is for the 4th and 5th spot overall. Samba just gotten past Torque Freak.
And that's a great little move then that they've had to do, but Torque Freak there straight back in front again. Jake Robson behind the wheel was influential and instrumental in their early race pace then that they've had. And you can see again though, Samba need to tail at a good pace, because look who's just behind them. German SimRacing.de 151, Gerrit Winter then needs to try and get into this battle. 3-car training your prototypes, all needing to make time here, and a minute off the leader here of Fusion Racing, who's is running at a very, very good pace here that Simitok really cannot match here. 35 seconds the gap. The question now becomes, is there a splash and dash needed for Fusion?
I think that could possibly be a case. We'll have to see. They have been running a strategy game for the majority of this event so far, Jake, so that could be a thing. It could be what we see. Of course, Fusion Racing, if I look at their times, they're coming up on a pit stop very soon. Very soon.
Yeah, they are here, and
they're not going to make it without a splash and dash if things go the way they are, because we're looking at an hour and I believe 25 minutes at the moment. Have at least one more stop. Even if they just come out of pit road now, they'd have one more stop. And right now, they're going to be due in I'd say maybe 4 laps, which means there's no way this is going past or under the hour mark for them.
You can see it with Samba now down the inside at Lake Coombe, trying it. No, it's not going to quite happen for them. Still have the inside for Malmedy, but they're going to get pinched on the curb. Here comes German Sim Racing 151. Oh, to the outside. They force the matter, but it's not going to happen for them here. And now they come up on traffic. A very a difficult traffic car in Fusion Racing. Black has been causing havoc all race long here, and down the inside they finally sort themselves out. Sorry to cut you off like that, but it was just a fantastic little scrap, and they get close again here, does German Sim Racing.de 151. And that almost ended in tears again. They were almost rubbing nose to rear then as they headed through Pouhon corner. Now to Fania, and now they can finally get a little bit more calm, but there's 2 cars to deal with.
It was insanely close there as Samba tried to come back across to the racing line to the corner, but German Sim Racing kept their nose in there and nearly wrecked themselves with Samba if they'd have kept that foot in there. As Samba just about hold this spot, and well, there's about to be a big fight here for position in your prototypes. They've just dialed this one up to 11.
Guys, you've got an hour and a half left. There's no real point in fighting over this now. If you want track position, do it on the stop period. You don't have to make these overtakes now, but it just comes down to a point of understanding who is the quickest driver in this group. And now traffic comes into play again as Jano gets held up by Marcel Mercer, the road bar steward's blue car. So now he loses the time to the Torque Freak Sunset machine. Now that gap comes down again here in terms of what they need to try and achieve. And now it's a case of it not working out the way we want to. It's not working out the way we need to here. Samba need points, and at the moment, they're not getting any prizes.
Very much not. And wow, the race is certainly opening up. And what we'll see here, of course, in the coming moments is going to be very, very interesting in how we play this one. We know a certain number of cars are going to have to make stops. We don't know what other drivers are in situationally, so we'll have to look at those numbers for you. We do know the likes of Fusion Racing perhaps will have to pit in the next 3 or 4 laps.